Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We wanted to give you a little bit of, as we say in my country, wanted to ginger you to get us started on this, the third day of our forum and a dynamic day for IATF 2025. As the venue comes alive and anticipation mounts, remember every connection you make today, every connection could spark Africa's next breakthrough trade partnership. So start with purpose. And start with energy. Today's focus is strengthening Africa's multilateral financial institutions. And here's a powerful fact. Afreximbank has catalyzed tens of billions of dollars in trade deals and development projects over the past 5 years, fueling genuine progress and prosperity across the continent. So let's seize this moment and help shape Africa's future together. If you were with us together yesterday on the second day of IATF, you would have seen some amazing, I'm sure, in the meantime. Let's just take a quick look. If you could roll a video, let's have a look at yesterday. IATF 2025. Let's give a round of applause, not just to the event, but to yourselves. My name is Mark Edo, and I'm going to be your traffic warden for this, the third day of IATF 2025, the AFCFTA Marketplace. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the honor of introducing an enduring icon of Pan-African finance, the visionary that was Babacar Ndiaye, the former president of the African Development Bank, under whose leadership Afreximbank was created. He also championed the creation of other regional banks and institutions, such as Shelter Afrique. And these are institutions today leading Africa's economic transformation. Now, Babacar Ndiaye's unwavering belief in Africa's potential continues to inspire us, inspires generations. So please enjoy his message from the past, which is so relevant for our future.
En vérité, le succès que nous avons remporté en créant l'Afreximbank compte tenu de tout le scepticisme qui a entouré cette entreprise, m'a fait proclamer dans ma déclaration prononcée lors de la première Assemblée générale en 1993 à Abuja qu'Afreximbank est sans doute un modèle unique de développement. Afreximbank est un exemple. Comme certains d'entre vous ici présents le savent sans doute, le chemin parcouru entre la vision exprimée dans la déclaration inaugurale en 1985 et la création de l'Afreximbank en 1993, en passant par l'autorisation reçue en 1987, fut long et tortueux, nécessitant, comme je l'ai déjà annoncé, du tact, de la diplomatie et du pragmatisme pour naviguer entre les obstacles qui jonchaient le chemin. I will at this juncture also like to mention an emotional dimension and inspirational factor that played an important role in shaping our bank. In May 1993, I visited South Africa at the invitation of ANC and the then government of South Africa, as we were preparing for a multiracial role. Visiting Cape Town and seeing the status of Cecil Rhodes, a man credited with a dream of linking Cape Town to Cairo through a road network, I was inspired to work into a noble pan-African reality through the work an African Exim Bank will do in the promotion of trade from Cairo to Cape Town and vice versa. Above all, Afreximbank's support to intra-African trade will play a crucial role in the promotion of African regional integration. In this regard, the specific operation responsibility of the Afreximbank are not ends in themselves. They have broader purpose to enhance Africa's standing in world trade. Beyond its purely financial mandate, therefore, Afreximbank will be expected to act as a forum for collective action in a wider multilateral framework, giving Africa more weight in global trade negotiations than could be arranged by any one country or a small sub-regional grouping of countries.
The late, great Babacar Ndiaye, I'm sure he's looking down from above at Afreximbank and all those who strived to build Afreximbank and partners and thinking, well done, well done. Now, we go into the first panel session of what's going to be quite a vibrant day. Get ready for a real true house powerhouse conversation that brings together some of the continent's brightest financial minds to unpack a very big question. How can Africa's homegrown institutions ignite the bold vision of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want? Now think about this. Africa's development financing needs an estimated more than $200 billion every single year through 2030. That's the massive scale of the challenge and the opportunities, which means strong, well-capitalized African institutions. They're not just important, they're absolutely essential to driving transformation on our own terms. So this morning, what we're going to do is we're going to buckle in from bold financing strategies to regional cooperation and innovation. We do live in the age of AI and other technologies, and we'll talk about those. So what you're going to see now is you're going to have a front row seat to the ideas, to the solutions that will power Africa's giant leap onto the global stage. Global Africa, as Afreximbank boldly calls it. Now, your moderator for this session is someone by now, if you were here yesterday, you saw her expertly manage some of the panels we had yesterday, and she's back again. We are definitely getting our pound of flesh from you, so thank you for taking the stage a third time in 2 days. So please give a warm round of applause for your moderator for this session. She is an esteemed journalist from BBC News in the UK, and her name is Ms. Lisa Marie Mistak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We now have a really interesting panel, and Mark's done a great job in introducing what it will be about. It's titled Strengthening Africa's Multilateral Financial Institutions to Deliver Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Now, I've got a great array of guests, and I'm going to start bringing them up onto the stage. First of all, please do make sure you give them a round of applause and welcome them as they're making their way up to the stage. First of all, Mr. Benjamin Kamanga, Executive Director of the insurance fund ZEPRI. Please come up to the stage. Dr. George Olombi, Executive Vice President of Afreximbank. Dr. Chipal Ayi Kabata, Senior Technical Advisor to the President, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. Mr. Cherno Habib Han, CFA, Managing Director, CEO, Shelter Afrique. Mr. Usman Fool, Director at the African Development Bank, Industrial Trade Development. Ms. Marlene Ngoyi, CEO of the Fund for Export Development Bank, Africa. She will be joining us, so you might see her popping up onto the stage soon. Mr. Mohand Borai, Director General, Bank of Agriculture and Development Rural.
Okay, great. It's fantastic to have you all on stage. Don't worry, you can have that seat, George. That's fine. It's fantastic to have you all on stage. Now, the title of this session, Strengthening Africa's Multilateral Finance Institutions for Delivering Agenda 2063, is, of course, crucial. Now, the continent itself is on a journey to deliver Agenda 2063, and it's an ambitious task, but it's also filled with its own challenges. The continent faces a trade financing gap of $130 billion each year, while attracting only 3% of global FDI. So Africa's multilateral financial institutions, or MFIs, are central to closing that gap, building the scale, the innovation, and the resources that we need. So today I've got these panelists who are helping to drive those institutions to unlock that capital, the confidence, and the collaboration that is needed. Now, I'm going to start off by asking you all the same question, and I only want a sentence from you all. And the question is, what is the number one priority African MFIs must deliver in the next 5 years to keep Agenda 2063 alive? Mr. Fu, I'm going to start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Before answering your question, actually, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Afreximbank for inviting us, the African Development Bank, and commend them really for an extraordinary IATF this year. This is a strong pull, and really well done for the Afrexim. So to address your question, for me, it's key really to mobilize capital at scale, but also both on the buy side and the sell side, which means mobilize capital, but also have a pipeline of bankable projects, helping our African governments, helping the private sector into having solid, commercially viable transactions to absorb that capital.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chino, I'm going to come next to you to answer the same question.
Hello? Okay. Am I audible? Yes? Okay, thank you. Again, as my good brother here mentioned, this is really an opportunity to really thank Afreximbank and the IATF Advisory Board, chaired by President Obasanjo, and many others that have been tremendous and very impactful. This is a major initiative, and we are very happy to be part of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, which were co-founded by Afreximbank, Shelter Afrique, and ZEPRI, and many other institutions. And Badia also is a great partner to that alliance. So to answer your question in one sentence, I would say that we are far from that target, first of all, right? So the Agenda 2063 assumed an annual growth rate of 7% of the GDPs in Africa. Today, we are experiencing an average growth rate of 3% per annum. So we are very far from the target of 7% per annum, which was set since 2013. So over 50 years to 2063, the assumption was 7% per year. So with the gap of 4% on a yearly basis, from now on, we need to achieve at least 10% annually if we were to achieve the target of 2063. So the challenge is humongous. We're asking our countries to go from 3 to 10% annually. So to address that, we need to be more catalytic. We have to be much faster, more impactful, and scale up what we're trying to do. So this is why we have set up this Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions with a platform to really collaborate and scale up our interventions, leveraging our public source of funding, because we are multilateral financial institutions, but also going into the private markets, capital markets, and global markets to accelerate the growth.
Thank you very much. Can I just remind you, just one sentence, just to start off. But that was, of course, we're going to get into more of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Han. I'm going to go next to you, Mr. Kabata.
Thank you very much. Standing on a protocol, reiterate our appreciation to Afrexim for this tremendous event. Going straight to your question, what is the number one priority for multilateral financial institution to achieve, to deliver on Agenda 2063? What all does beyond Agenda 2063 is actually infrastructure. So infrastructure, more specifically on energy and transport, remains the top priority where multilateral financial institutions should work hard to mobilize more capital to de-risk those infrastructure projects so that the private sector can come in and deliver on that gap on infrastructure. That's the number one top priority from a Badea perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kamanga.
So good morning. I will also want to join my colleague in thanking Afreximbank for inviting us to this occasion and continuing to create the forums like this so that we can address our challenges in our continent. So I'm different from the majority of the people in this panel. I come from the insurance industry. Zepri is a commercial institution, is a reinsurance company. And so for us, what we see, and in this amphi, we have ATD, we have Africa Re, and similar other insurance institutions. And our priority is really to close the protection gap, is to see ability of our governments, our communities de-risked, so that when disaster occurs, there is already money set aside so that you do not disrupt livelihood. In fact, we can have a boom.
Much. And we're going to get on to the topic of de-risking shortly. Dr. Olombi.
I thought you were going to advise me to stick to the one sentence.
One sentence, please, if possible.
But it's a very, very difficult one to stick to one sentence. Let's take just a little time more on that, because it is really essential to what we do as African multilateral financial institutions, and also essential to what we should be doing as a continent. I don't know how that question came to you, but it is really at the core of what we should be doing. And my brother here, Chernur of Shelter Afrique, then referred us to growth at 3 to 7%, what it is supposed to be. And you have to see, how do we achieve that growth? Because unless we achieve that growth, we will not transform the continent. You also heard in the Professor Babacar Ndiaye, whom you so gladly presented to us, he referred to creating Afreximbank not just for the financial performance. And he said that wasn't the essential thing. The essential thing was to take African trade to the fore. Now, how do you take African trade to the fore unless you have something to trade? You have to get there. And so to do that trading, you have to produce that which you trade, that which you're going to trade. Even the intra-African trade itself, which we say we should address first, you must produce that which Africans have to trade amongst themselves. But the critical thing about producing what you trade is that it also helps you to process. Since you're going to have to produce something, it's not just the commodities. You have to process. You have to take Guinean bauxite, where my brother Cherno comes from, to somewhere in Kenya or in Southern Africa. So you have to process that. And you will have to take latex, rubber, to use the simple English word for it. You'll have to take rubber from West Africa, from Cote d'Ivoire or from Cameroon, and perhaps to Egypt. But you are not going to take it raw, you have to process it. When you process it, you add value. When you add value, as they say, you create wealth creation. The answer I was going to give you in one sentence was, what are we going to do? Create wealth. That's where I was heading to. But how do we create the wealth? I feared you were going to do that follow-up question, because it's your business to make life difficult for us. So I started with that. You create that wealth by processing. We have to process our bauxite. We have to process our iron ore. We have to process our timber. We have to process our petroleum products. And that's the business in which Afreximbank is now. It is sometimes described in many different words. Industrialization. We're now scared of that word because we've been on it for about 40 years and it hasn't moved. But that processing has to take place, because that's what will create wealth, that's what will create jobs, That's what would create a wider tax base for our countries to tax. That's what would create that growth that Cherno was referring to at 7% annually, which seems low. We should perhaps be at 10 or 12%. The African Union said 7% annually for 50 years or so. So we've already gone past that period. We do not have 50 years again to 63. We probably have 40. So we should be somewhere at around 10%. But you can only do that if you begin to process your manganese in Gabon and your bauxite in Cameroon or Guinea and so on. I think creation of wealth is where we should be right now. Thank
Creation
you.
of wealth. I'm going to come to you, Mrs. Ndiaye. Thank you for joining us on the stage. I've asked everyone in just one sentence what the main priorities for African MFI should be to achieve Agenda 2063.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here this morning. I think Dr. Nnamdi almost described everything that is necessary. I think that was a demonstration. It's about prosperity. It's about economical development. It's about social empowerment. And I think that what was described was to say we have to take our destiny in our own hands. We have to look at the markets that we have here within Africa. We have to consider it a market. We have to produce what we consume. So we cannot just be consumers in the world. That's not an economic model that's viable. You have to be a producer. Why do you have to be a producer? Because that's how you have jobs. We oftentimes talk about the demographic dividends that Africa has. 1.2 billion people, too very soon. Half of the continent very young, but you have to give these people jobs. They cannot just be consumers for what's being produced around the world. They need to have jobs. We need to be able to produce what we consume. We need to be able to see beyond our national boundaries and realize that there's an opportunity across the board. We have to stop being dependent on hard currency from other countries. We need to be able to sell something from Kinshasa to Lagos without having to go through the dollar of the euro. That's the importance of PAPS and the digital infrastructure that we are putting together. We have to build infrastructure to unlock the trade barriers, which I said that yesterday. That was set up by the colon. We need to understand that and rethink about it boldly to say now that we want to trade with each other, we have to reinvent all of these routes, the trading routes. We have to put the infrastructure. We have to invest in energy. Without energy, in the cycle where we are, you can't do anything. You have to have competitive energy. So it's all of those things put together that will lead to economic prosperity, and then we can also tackle the social, which is also very important in everything that we do. In everything that we do, we want economic development viable, but the idea is to make African proud, to make them respected, to be able to promote education and other things. So I think that what was described by Dr. Nnamdi, if put into place, affects every single facet of our lives, and we have to work relentlessly to do that. We have to do it boldly. We understand that there's capital needed for it. That's why we do believe in prosperity, in doing things viably, in mobilizing our own capital, but also attracting the capital from the rest of the world, not out of pity, because we are the last frontier, because the opportunities are ours. And so I think that if we put all of that together, working together, as we do very well, boldly, without any complex, we will reach this agenda, and I hope sooner than 2063.
Thank you very much for that. Now, Dr. Nnamdi, I'm actually going to come back to you again. You spoke about that wealth creation that needs to be made, but we also need that collaboration as well. What practical steps do you see African MFIs need to take to deepen their collaboration with each other, reduce duplication, and improve coordination in delivering on continental priorities?
There are some simple steps we should take, but first you have to see the dimension is extremely vast. These institutions need to be capitalized, and the capitalization is low, even when compared to that of foreign institutions, financial institutions operating in our own continent. You know that the combined exposure of two Chinese financial institutions, China Afreximbank and China Development Bank, in the African continent is more than the combined loans and interventions of all our institutions sitting here, of the African Development Bank, of Marlene and myself are inside one group institution, of Afreximbank, of Shelter Afrique, of our insurance colleagues, and all of us of Africa Financial Institution, Africa Finance Institution in Lagos, of the PTA Bank, the Trade and Development Bank. You put all our capitalization together, or even our intervention in Africa, is less than what the Chinese are doing here. So we need to have that capital. But in the absence of that capital, which doesn't come with ease, what else do we have to do? We have to start to operate.
Well, of course, last year as well, there was the launch of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, which, of course, FEDER is a part of, and I think Shelter Afrique as well. So that, of course, is helping that collaboration.
Yes, that's the direction I was going to. It is that we have to bring our different intervention instruments together and begin to work as one, so that we can overwhelm the projects. We can't operate again in isolation. We just talked about creating wealth. To put it simply, becoming richer. You just make money and become rich. But if you're going to make money in the bauxite I was referring to, in Guinea, where there are huge deposits, or in Cameroon, where there are also massive deposits, you have to do you have to deal with the road infrastructure that goes with it, and the railway infrastructure, the power production units that you need. Bauxite is a massive consumer of energy. And you also have to do these port facilities to take that bauxite out, the processed bauxite out. So for all of that, not one institution can do it. We have to put the capital together, and that's what led us to creating the Alliance of African Financial Institutions. We can no longer work in isolation, and we cannot, as a result, also begin to see development in terms exclusively of insurance for my colleague here, or trade finance for Afreximbank. We have to begin to see it as development work, and then we put the approaches together. So if we needed $2 billion to do the bauxite in Guinea and in Cameroon, I wouldn't want him to hear him say, I only do insurance. We've gone beyond that. It's no longer about insurance. It's about development, creating the wealth. And for that reason, we have to find scope for him to intervene, apparently as an insurance provider, but ultimately supporting an export project, an important export project, which, as I know, in the case of Guinea, if we dealt just with bauxite, almost everything would change in Guinea overnight, let alone the other minerals they have there.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I'm going to turn to you next, Mr. Fall, to get the AFDB's perspective. The AFDB is a strong supporter of this new alliance of the banks. How can the AFDB, though, position itself to help MFIs focus resources on projects with the biggest impact for Agenda 2063?
Yes, actually, you said it. AFDB is a strong supporter of the African, or the Association of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, but we intend to be beyond a strong supporter and join the association. So this is a work in progress. But what I would like to also state is that you heard it from Dr. Nnamdi. If you look at those MFIs, most of them are undercapitalized, right? And they need those resources in terms of tier one capital, actually, to be able to stretch that financing and invest it into instruments, actually, that will have the highest impact. And AFDB has been doing that. you've heard it from Babacar Ndiaye. AFDB has been the founding father of Afrexim. We are also a founding father of Shelter Africa, of ZEPRE here, African Financial Corporation, EADB, TDB, all of them actually, AFDB is there. And collectively for the past 10 years actually, we have provided more than $3 billion to all those MFIs, combining our full range of financing instruments, you know, from trade finance, line of credit, you know, equity, and we have now moved beyond that concept of supporting them with green shares actually, and I think we've done it with AFC, where we come up with additional equity that will be directed actually to climate resilient and climate smart projects. So really, we will continue to do that, and also we will call for the MFIs actually to join on some of the initiatives we've done. It's one thing actually to call for capital, right? But it's one thing also to see what you have at hand and see how you can be innovative and stretch it and do more. We have been pioneering what we call the synthetic securitization platform. Currently we're doing it with DBSA. And the idea is simple. It's how we can use our respective portfolio together, bring it to the private insurers that are here, the ZEPRE, the Africa Ray, in order to allow us to create headroom and do more projects, right? So really, without calling for additional debt, without calling for additional taxpayers' money, but being more efficient with what we have right now. I think this is key, and we call for all the MFIs to join us in those type of initiatives. We also want them to join us on other global initiatives that we are pursuing. I'm pretty sure you have all heard about the rechanneling of the special drawing rights with the IMF, actually, that AFDB is pioneering. The arrangement and the system is very simple. We want to use all that money that is at the IMF to allow us to raise capital in the form of hybrid capital and on-lending instrument. It has a strong multiplying effect. A $5 billion SDR from the IMF channeled through the AFDB can help us raise more than $25 billion. So really, it is a transformative play that has minimal impact on the fiscal ratios of our countries, and also that does require, you know, the SDR donors to avail additional financing. And this is something also that we are calling MFIs to join us so that we can together, you know, leverage those resources in order to do more projects. So that's the direction of travel for AFDB. We see all those MFIs are essential, really, for the SDG first. Don't forget, before you talk about 2063, we have the SDG that are just around the corner. We are very late on the SDGs, and we believe that collectively, with our complementary mandate, if we pull our efforts together, if we join our resources together, we can do it. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for those insights, Mr. Fall. Ms. Ngoye, I'm going to turn to you. FEDA is now in 21 member states. Is that correct? FEDA is now in 21 member states of Africa.
22.
And 22? Okay. And you're currently investing in a number of industries, from manufacturing to the creative economies. How do you make sure that you don't duplicate projects that other MFIs are doing?
No, thank you very much. So just so that everybody follows, so FEDA is the investment arm of Afreximbank. The idea was to say, if we are to achieve the goals that we have, everything cannot be financed with just debt. So while Dr. Nnamdi was talking about it, the importance of syndication, the importance of working together so that everybody plays a part, we realized that when it comes to financing, bold financing, transformational financing, sometimes you need to take the risk of an owner. So that's why FEDA was created, to say we're going to be financing the bold projects with some level of equity. That's what, when we talk about blended finance, that's what we're talking about. Everybody needs to be able to come at their level, equity level, senior debt level, concessional financing, some government support, and that's how you're able to finance bold projects. So just to give you a premise, that's on that basis that FEDA was created in 2019. We started with essentially 2 countries establishing it, and we're very happy to see that in a few number of years we now have 22 member countries, from the northern parts of Africa to east to central to west, and I encourage more of our members countries to join. Our mission at FEDA is to do three things: industrialize Africa, making sure that when we export to the rest of the world, we do it with value add. I think that Dr. Nnamdi insisted on we need to transform our timber, we need to transform our bauxite. That's very much at the heart of our mission. And then thirdly is to trade with each other, which is to say there's a lot of opportunities that we have. Let's trade with each other. So our objective has been to do very bold things, things that are catalysts for changes. And so one of the key criteria when my team is looking at investment is to say there may be a good commercial opportunity, but if we don't see the transformational impact, that's not for us, that's for somebody else to do. So I will give you a few examples of the deals that we've done. We are the largest shareholder today in Arise IIP, which is an industrial platform present in 12 countries that allow that allows businesses to come and transform within the industrial platforms. So they're provided with water, electricity, infrastructure, and the logistical routes to be able to do transformation of timber in Gabon, of coton in Benin, etc. That's a massive investment that is so large and so prosperous today that is actually attracting other forms of capital on the continent as well as international capital as well, which is very important. We are investors into the refinery that was just inaugurated in Angola over the past few days. The idea again was to say, let's transform our crude oil. Let's make sure that we don't export crude oil and then re-import refined products. We can do it on the ground with the right investments. Afrexim came in as a senior lender, AFC as well. So that's to give you an idea of the syndication that we're talking about. And then FEDA at the equity level being there to de-risk the project as much as possible for the lenders. We invested into a smaller business in Mauritania that used to be a trading business that is now actually making eggs, chicken, and delivering 20% of the chicken needs in Mauritania, profitably, competitive vis-a-vis the importations. So those are the type of things that we like to do. Some of them are major platforms where we'd like to grow them. Others, like the Mauritania business, we hope that we're going to be copied all around the continent, understanding that with $40 million of capital, we are able to achieve protein sustainability and produce our own chicken. We don't have to import it at lower quality from Brazil and other places. No offense to Brazil, but those are the type of things that we like to do. So some of them will be critical platforms, but some of them will be case studies to say this works, it's sustainable. Let's replicate it with our platform, but we're happy for other people to do the same. So that's I give you a full view of how we think about those things.
Thank you very much. So it's about creating that infrastructure here so that whole value chain can be done end to end instead of going outside. Thank you for that. So we've heard a bit about the coordination and the priorities that are needed, but one of the things is risk when things go wrong. For example, with the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that it had across the globe. Mr. Kamanga, insurance is often invisible until things go wrong, yet it's critical for investor confidence. What innovative risk tools is ZEPRI using to unlock larger private and cross-border capital flows into Africa?
Okay, good morning again. So insurance penetration in Africa is very low. And what we mean by insurance penetration is the percentage of premium compared to the GDP. Put differently, we say that the protection gap in Africa is very, very high, in excess of 90. Except maybe South Africa, a few others where it is in excess of less than that. So ZEPRI was formed in 1990. We have been in business for a long time. So somewhere along the journey, we reflected on ourselves and said, we were formed to develop insurance and reinsurance in the region, yet the penetration was too low. And we asked ourselves why. And the major reason we saw was the structure of our economies. Majority of our people are in agriculture, and agriculture in Africa is smallholder farmers. Secondly, a significant portion of our people are in what you call MSME, you know, that little retailer. Those two sectors do not render themselves accessible to the traditional insurance. So somewhere along the journey, we also realized government, they only take cover for these big projects which we are discussing when the project is under construction. So the contractor will buy cover, or the insurer or the financier insists that you need to have cover during construction. As soon as that project is commissioned, there is no cover. It's what is called self-insurance, meaning that if the bridge collapses, government will borrow or will look for taxes from somewhere. Now, the theory of that was logical some time back, but with the increasing difficulties, physical space becoming smaller, most governments cannot respond to disasters, which means you possibly have a critical bridge, very critical, collapses, and the government has to go and look for money, borrow or beg. So looking through those, then ZEPRI realized we needed to find a way to enable governments to set aside money. We needed to money for critical infrastructure and money for vulnerable communities. We needed to find a way to make sure that SMEs, which basically are involved in trade, are protected. And we needed to de-risk agriculture. So what ZEPRI has spent some time now is investing in technology to be able to give parametric insurance cover, to be able to protect the vulnerable communities in agriculture space and in SME. For example, if there is drought, you want to be able to protect them. If there are floods, you need to be able to protect them. If a bridge like that, we need to be able to make sure that the government is able to be enabled to buy cover for its critical assets, so that when there is a disaster, you don't have to reallocate the budgets to finance those critical infrastructures. I just want to give two examples. First is we have been able to collaborate with World Bank and the insurance industry in the Horn of Africa to be able to de-risk the pastoral economies, a project funded to the tune of $360 million, and with private sector play, bringing on board something like $600 million to be able to de-risk a group which is the most vulnerable, very risky, but through that collaboration, we're being able to do it. The second example I want to give, and through collaboration with Afrexim, thank you, Afrexim, we were able to launch a Trans-Africa Bond Alliance, and the idea is to de-risk traders, whether you are a contractor, whether you are moving goods from point A to B, using guarantee arrangements. And we believe through those many interventions, we would be able to be moving towards de-risking our people, our businesses, and at the end, close the protection gap.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Kabata, Badia has backed Shelter Afri, and it's also backed some trade funds. How can blended and local currency finance be scaled so Africa raises capital without adding to debt risks? Dr. Kabata.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible enough. So indeed, Badia has used quite a different approach when it comes to development financing over the last 5-6 years, I would say. So we use a debt to equity approach to help some of the DFIs to recapitalize themselves. And Shelter Afrique is one of those institutions. So the approach consisted of extending concessional loans to member states who are shareholders of those development financial institutions. So by doing that, member states have keep participating in the capital increase of those institutions. Development financial institution, as I said, Shelter Afrique is one of those. But as a matter of fact, even some of the guarantee institutions, insurance-oriented institutions, have also faced capital issue. So in that extent, we've worked with FSA, Fonds de Solidarité Africain. We've been discussing with ATD. We've been discussing with FAGAS, so that by also recapitalizing those insurance and guarantee development financial institutions, we can de-risk trade and investment around the continent, and bringing in more private capital. And by doing that, some of the government will not recourse to direct loans, because by de-risking, the private capital actually can be crowded in and allow the government to achieve the same development goals without themselves getting into contracting new loans. So I think this is one of the approaches that Badea has used. As you may realize, these times around, FX has become one of the key issues when government are contracting loans in a hard currency, and they need to actually use the same money within their country, but when it comes to reimbursement, they need to buy hard currency. So some of the countries have been raising money in the local market, and by strengthening insurance and guarantee fund to cover that foreign exchange risk, that can also help the government to raise money within the local market without necessarily contracting loans in hard currency from other institutions. So these are the things that are feasible, and we guys at Badea have used that approach, but it's scalable, which means we've done that with a couple of institutions so far. We are under discussion with others, but if we join force among ourselves, financial institutions from the continent, with the collaboration in as far as we are concerned, Badea, in collaboration with some of our sister institutions from the Arab Coordination Group, we can scale up that initiative and help our government to afford more financial development finance, at the same time de-risking investment and trade around the continent.
Thank you very much. Now, across the continent, there is a housing deficit. I believe there's 52 million units that are needed. Mr. Han, you've set an ambitious target of building 200,000 homes by 2030. What financing strategy do you see as the real game changer that could turn Africa's housing deficit into one of the continent's biggest growth opportunities?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Just to say that, when we talk about numbers, you have to look at it not only from a direct enabling perspective, but also the leverage that we also create by bringing other DFIs and other institutions. So the numbers are much bigger than what you just mentioned. I want to start by saying, first of all, that African cities are engines for sustainable growth on the continent. So the way most cities and countries got built was through major investments in cities development. So the urban future determines the way the countries will develop. So the alliance that we've put in place, this is the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, is part of the solution. Because we do realize that as only one institution, we cannot address that gap alone. You mentioned 53 million housing deficit. That's on the conservative side. If you look at some of the reports from my ex-employer, the World Bank Group, we're talking about 95 million housing deficit in Africa, depending on how you look at it. But let's assume 53 million housing deficit. Now, if at the bare minimum, the home price is, let's say, $25,000, if you're talking about affordable, low-income housing, so 53 million housing deficit will equate to more than $1 trillion. And my great brother, Dr. Nnamdi, was just referring to basically the size of our balance sheets as African multilaterals, which is far, far away from the size in China and other places in the world. And given this only one sector, one deficit of more than $1 trillion needed, that basically goes way beyond the total capacity that all of our institutions, including our big brother, African Development Bank. So it's just to tell you the financing gap is massive, is huge. I'm only talking about one sector, $1 trillion. So imagine all other sectors, infrastructure and others. So the solutions that we've been working on is not only among ourselves as African multilaterals, but also internationally. But as African multilateral, I want to give you a couple of examples of solutions that we've been working on, specifically within AMFI, the Alliance, and Afreximbank. There's a particular product that we have worked on for many years now. Again, we are two sister institutions. By the way, when President Babacar Ndiaye hologram was displayed and speaking, you can basically add to everything he's saying, Afreximbank and Shelter Afrique. The Shelter Afrique was created in 1982, and Afrexim maybe 10 years later. But the same vision drove the creation of those institutions. So the collaboration is just natural. So one product we came up with is called Contour. Contour is basically a way to collaborate where Shelter Afrique, with its expertise of project finance, developer finance, can take the developer finance risk while the project is being built, okay? Now, Afreximbank is more on the receiver end. So they will refinance that project after the project has been delivered and get repaid on the cash flows generated from the operations of the project. As an example, you take the hotel industry. The hotel construction program or rent-to-own program for housing can be financed by Shelter Afrique in large scale. And once the homes are delivered, based on our expertise in making sure that the projects are delivered, then Afreximbank pick it up and refinance the project longer term and get repaid on the rental payment from the houses or from the hotel basically payments, right? So the hotel stays. So that's one particular product. Another thing that we've been working on is this AMC, Asset Management Company. So the Asset Management Company, as part of AMFI, as I said, we have 10 institutions that are members of the Alliance of African Multilaterals, is to put our resources together to mobilize long-term concessional funding and commercial funding and issuing even capital markets instruments to scale up the size of our interventions across market. So that AMC is also being developed by our secretariat at the moment of all our institutions. And we are also putting in place a platform, an investment platform, where all of you investors that have specific projects, you can actually submit your projects on this AMFI platform. It's going to be online, and we will be basically among our institutions looking at this platform on a daily basis and say, okay, this is a project that Shelter Afrique can finance, or this is a project that Afreximbank can finance, and even our partners, Badir, which is the Arab, part of the Arab Coordination Group, can also look into these projects and even finance them. And of course, with the muscle of the African Development Bank, also we're looking for that partnership to be part of this initiative. And then finally, project preparation, because we realize in Africa, the issue is having bankable projects. It's a major, major issue. So we as DFIs, we need to get involved upstream, preparing projects. And that's exactly what we're going to sign, I think, end of day today, Dr. Nnamdi, if I'm not mistaken. This is the JPPF. So it's the Joint Project Preparation Fund that we are putting in place as part of the AMFI, the Alliance of Multilateral Financial Institutions, to basically prepare projects. So feasibility studies, research, making sure that we can structure the projects the right way and bring them to markets where we can co-finance from our own balance sheet or leverage funding from international markets. And then maybe finally, you talked about local currency, the issue about local currency. You know, for our particular sector, housing is a local currency play. People earn in local currency. They have to pay back their mortgages in local currency, right? So we have to make sure that our clients, the developers or the banks that we are financing, don't have to take over the FX risk on these projects. So that's why we issue local currency bonds in many markets. And we've done it in Nigeria, 45 billion naira out of a 200 billion naira program. We've done it in the West African Monetary Union with BRPM, where we are about to go back to the market. We issued 7 times already in that particular CFA market. And we've done it in Kenya, in shilling, the local currency. So we have to know that we have enough funding. We have a lot of funding on the continent. We just have to know how to mobilize this funding. Pension funds, insurance companies are sitting on massive amount of local currency that we can tap into. And this is what we're about to also support the Kenyan government, where they've put in place this housing fund. And the idea is to scale up that housing fund. That housing fund is generating anywhere between $50 and $70 million every month. So on a yearly basis, it could be almost $1 billion. But the housing deficit in Kenya is so large that we need to help them scale up and leverage that $1 billion a year into something like $30 billion to address the housing deficit. And we'll do it through capital markets, pension funds, and something that we did also with the student housing sector, because student housing is a major opportunity on the continent, and that's how we've been able to put in place one of the largest student housing developer called Acorn in Kenya. And this institution recently, last year, raised about $200 million, $250 million, actually from DFC in the US. And this is through also pension funds that came through that particular financing. And we, Shelter Afrique, have been the anchor investor in some of those initiatives. So just to say that, yes, we need local collaboration, regional collaboration, but also international and global markets. And this is exactly what we are doing as Alliance of African Multilaterals.
Thank you very much. So the global capital is there, but unfortunately right now Africa is only getting a small fraction of that. Dr. Nnamdi, I'm going to turn to you. Which innovative financing instruments have proven most effective in mobilizing large-scale investments for Africa's development? And how can African MFIs expand their use? This for Dr. Nnamdi.
There?
Dr. Nnamdi, the question.
Okay,
2 doctors on stage.
Yes, thank you. Most of those items have been referred to by Cherno already from Shelter Afrique. Innovation is not something you sit like Einstein and then you say, this is my Einstein moment, Eureka, or like Isaac Newton, and the apple drops and then you get it is something that you get with experience. It comes gradually, you build it as you move the frontiers. So in Afreximbank, innovation has now come to us naturally. And it has come because we face the difficulties boldly. We see where they are, and then we go there. In the process, of course, you see where the problems are. When you see where the problems are, they are usually not magical solutions. They are just bolts and nuts and bolts. You see where you need to tighten a little, where you need to loosen a little, where you need to attract more. And that's the business in which we have. And some of the innovations we've done are in the domestic capital mobilization you were referring to. It was for a long time believed that African Central Bank reserves are not intended for use in Africa. They're just to pay for imports, buy rice and import whatever needs to be imported from abroad and kept there. Now, over the last 5 years, we then demonstrated in Afreximbank that all of that could be captured to reduce our cost of funding, and we are now using that money to re-lend back to African states. So you may want to call that innovation, but it's really just a little tweak in the way you behave. And that takes plenty of time because you have to persuade the central bank boards of directors and owners that even though you are not AAA rated, you're still good for their money. And for us, because we were lending to the states, it wasn't a very difficult argument to make. It was a simple argument they understood, but they needed the time to go through their processes. And the argument was that the same central banks and the governments come to us and they need $500 million. So we put the $500 million on the table, and then they say to us, to disburse the money, transfer it to Federal Reserve New York, Deutsche Bank here and there. Then we say to them, hold on, we are good to give you $500 million, but we are not good to keep part of it. Is that right? Then they begin to realize that there is something wrong. Even if they themselves as individuals can do nothing about it, but there is something wrong in the scheme. You take other Africans' money, $500 million is given to you, and the first place you deposit it is with a foreign institution. So the other Africans who gave it to you must have been foolish. So that mindset tweak became what you may call innovation, in the sense that the central bank began to change their internal processes so that they could also put this deposit with Afreximbank at a cheap rate, and we now use the money to relend to African entities at a slightly cheaper rate than we would do if we had raised that money from abroad. The social insurance institutions are also they're really very rich, but in domestic currencies. And we found out that several projects we do, in some, up to 50% of what is required is in local currency, just to pay for domestic supplies. Some is just 20 or 30%. But the way to go around that is to ask the local social insurance funds to fund that bit of it. And when they fund that part of it, then we take the foreign exchange component. It reduces the cost. You're mobilizing capital. And sometimes, as an innovation, we use that local currency to increase our capital. It works simple. It's just based on experience. The social insurance fund looks at the way we operate, and it says it's going to be getting a dividend and other business from Afreximbank of this high, which is significant. But it needs to pay for the capital of Afreximbank to get that dividend. That payment is in foreign currency. It's in dollars or in euros. But we have a project in that country which in local currency terms requires the equivalent of about $20 million in local currency. So we asked the Social Insurance Fund to provide the local currency equivalent of $20 million to fund the project locally, and we credit them for $20 million in our capital. So we get a capital increase. They are now holding a foreign currency instrument. In a sense, we've helped them to get foreign currency without their having to spend for it. At the same time, they have bolstered Afreximbank's capital position by $20 million. Otherwise, Afreximbank would have had to take the $20 million, go locally, exchange it into local currency for the local expenditure, which the local social insurance fund has taken up. In other forms of innovations, this my brothers on the insurance side know it. We just found out as a financing bank that we do many projects. Most projects require insurance cover. The financiers and the investors themselves ask for insurance. Premium is paid, which is what he referred to. And when we looked into it, we found out that 96% of the premium was being paid abroad to foreign insurance entities. So we told this gentleman on the insurance side, African Trade Insurance, Africa-Re, Africa, ZEPRI for Eastern and Southern Africa. We then sat down with them and said, we're going to push the businesses to you now. You have to get ready for it. And don't tell us you do not have the capacity, but we'll push the business to you now. We'll get the premiums to you. You collect the premium. That's domestic capital mobilization. Then you issue the instrument. You can go for reinsurance abroad if you want, but that reinsurance means you only take a proportion of that premium out, and you keep a significant proportion. And when they were a bit slow, in Afreximbank, we created the insurance entity itself. And when it started collecting the money, they saw the juice, and then they came. So we then pulled our efforts together, our resources together, and we are stronger for it. So it's just a tweak. Innovation, few people in the world get that Einstein moment, but you always get your normal, day-to-day, grandmother common sense creation, just the way grandma operates. She's doing cassava, she sees this difficulty, she pushes the end a little, and she's moving to doing gari to sell, and then she moves to gari to some other thing. Inch by inch, you capture those areas which you think you want to do. And some of that is also based on the strategic ways that you do the investments. So we just decided recently, instead of financing the export of those commodities, we do cotton processing in Benin. In the process, this is the value, additional value that you produce. In our calculation in Guinea, it was 1,000% more than processing the cotton fiber to the textiles, the actual wares. The entities we finance Arise in Benin with the African Finance Corporation is now selling to Nike and selling to the big names that all the young Gen Zs here are familiar with. So the value has gone up by 1,000 times. That incremental value, because you've changed the strategic way in which you invest, that additional value is capital for you. You take it for you, for the government, for the employees, for the system as a whole, even just for the fact that the employees are there and working, earning a good living, having fun, they can go on holidays. The feel-good factor alone, they just feel good. That feel-good itself is a source of wealth because they can then do the work better and generate more. So the innovation comes in very many different ways. As you were speaking, I was trying to make some notes of all of those we've done. I have notes here for about 12 different ways we have done that, even in the reallocation of resources. But I think you're soon going to ask me to stop. So I'd rather give it back to you. But if you're ready, we can go on.
Thank you very much to Dr. Nnamdi. On that note, I'm going to bring it to a close, but the main theme that has come out of this panel is, of course, the collaboration and utilizing the resources that we already have on the continent. So I want to just say thank you to the panelists and thank you to the audience. Please do give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much for the insightful conversation.
If I may, if you allow me, please, sorry, just to use one word in terms of one thing to go away with from this panel. You know, I think we need to have a paradigm shift and be intentional and deliberate for our wealth creation, like Dr. Nnamdi said. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much for that. Again, a round of applause for my panelists.
I would love to leave you here and keep going, but the show must go on, ladies and gentlemen. And I know your deals have been going on and on. We have a QR code, which we showed you yesterday. This is something special for IATF 2025. Could I ask my team to bring this QR code up, please? This code here, scan it with your phone, because as you're doing deals, MOUs, as you're making progress here, as you're building your businesses, track it and give us an information, because that way we know the success of IATF and we can track those deals which are not, don't have press conferences and things like that. They are equally as important, and they are why we're here at IATF. So scan that and actually put the information in, and you know what, that you're basically doing your own publicity. So please do that, scan the QR code. Now, all this would not be possible. Afreximbank is so proud of IATF, but we're also proud and grateful to our sponsors. Without our sponsors, IATF would not be possible. So I want to just ask my colleagues there to roll a video. To watch your step. Non, ça va, c'est bon. C'est posé. Oui, oui, non, ça va aller. Ah, non, non. All over. I'm sorry. Sorry, sir. You know, the real code is deactivated. It is not working. No, it is not. They said deactivated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on now to something very important. If I could ask everybody on the stage, please, to please leave the stage, because, you know, IATF is not just about meeting each other, talking and discussing. We also walk the walk on IATF. We walk the walk, and we're about to do that right now. Because here we have deal signings. Yes, there's always a lot of deal signings at IATF. Hundreds of millions of dollars are secured for Africa's progress and Africa's transformation. You're about to witness one right now. So, without much ado, I'll get straight into it. What we're about to see now is the official deal is the MBS Bank PLC Malawi AFTRAF facility signing, and for that I'm going to invite the two parties who are going to be signing the NBS Bank PLC Malawi AFTRAF facility, and they are NBS Bank. Please welcome the CEO, Mrs. Temwani Simwaka. Temwani Simwaka to the stage, please. Give her a round of applause. The first signing of the day. Signing for Afreximbank Executive Vice President Global Trade Bank, Mr. Haitham El Mayergi. Nice to see you, sir. Let me tell you a little bit about what they're signing here. Now, sir, madam, just go ahead and do what you are going to do, and I'm going to tell them what you're going to do. What you're witnessing here is a $100 million US facility signing by AFTRAF. The African Export-Import Bank and NBS Bank PLC Malawi are signing a letter of acknowledgement. The NBS Bank will access the AFTRAF facility of up to $100 million. The AFTRAF facility will support MBS Bank's growing trade finance portfolio and ensure that they can continue to meet their trade clients' demands effectively. The AFTRAF facility is going to enable NBS Bank to facilitate larger volumes of trade transactions in Malawi. The facility is important in supporting and increasing trade volumes, particularly for the importation of strategic commodities into Malawi, mainly fuel, fertilizer, and pharmaceuticals. It's going to support trade in strategic commodities in Malawi, and it also aligns with Afreximbank's mandate of promoting intra and extra Africa trade. It has been signed. Round of applause, please. Congratulations to the parties. Now we'll go straight on. We're not finished yet. We also have another signing here coming up in a few minutes. The next deal that we are going to sign is a joint project preparation facility framework agreement between Afreximbank and Shelter Afrique Development Bank, also known as the Company for Habitat and Housing in Africa. The signatories for this are Ms. Oluronti Doherty, Managing Director, Export Development at Afreximbank, and Mr. Thieno Habib Han, Managing Director at Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Here they are. Welcome, Madame, my sister. Welcome, my brother. The deal size, US dollars 20 million US dollars. Joint project preparation facility framework agreement between Afreximbank and Shelter Afrique Development Bank. The pens are poised. The documents are in front of you. Your seats are taken. You know what to do. Go ahead. This landmark partnership establishes a joint project preparation facility to provide early-stage project preparatory financing, advancing projects from concept to bankability. It's an initial commitment of $20 million, US dollars 10 million from Afreximbank and 10 million from SHAF. Now, as it's called, the JPPF will support critical sectors such as building, construction, housing, healthcare, hospitality, and tourism sectors, industrialization, manufacturing, and building materials. It has been signed. Congratulations to these two long-time and committed partners, Shelter Afrique and Afreximbank. You've seen it. The Joint Project Preparation Facility Framework Agreement has been signed. There is a handshake. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no going back now. Let's do this thing. Congratulations.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
2018, Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and 32.6 2018, Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth.
And medium-sized enterprises, SMEs as they're called for short. Now this session, integrating SMEs into African and global markets, will explore how small-sized entrepreneurs with big dreams can break through barriers, scale up, and connect to opportunities not just within their own markets, but worldwide. Guiding this important dialogue is a journalist known for bringing clarity and bold perspectives to complex issues. Please welcome, she is the independent journalist and founder of Beyond the Noise, Hanan Fajani.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. It's always a bit challenging to be facilitating a conversation around midday because everyone is so concerned about lunch, and I understand that, but I will please ask you and guarantee you as well that this conversation will definitely keep you compelled. As Mark Edo so gracefully and intelligently puts, this conversation about integrating SMEs into African and global markets is more relevant than ever. I think it's been said time and time again that small and medium enterprises are the backbone of African economies. With the AFCFTA, SMEs have the opportunity to integrate into one single African market, and that gives the opportunity to meet the rest of the world, to open to global consumers. But integration isn't just about removing tariffs. It's also about access to finance, it's about access to technology, logistics, infrastructure, and the skills needed to cross borders with confidence. So our session today brings together policymakers, financiers, trade specialists, and entrepreneurs to answer a central question. What will it actually take to truly scale African SMEs for regional and global competitiveness? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now, without further ado, going to welcome the great list of panelists who are going to help respond to this crucial question. Please allow me, or give them the energy that they need to join me on stage. And we'll start with Mrs. Kay Ann Greenidge, Chief Executive Officer at Invest Barbados. We also have Mr. Sadiq Kasim, Director of Corporate Affairs, Tropical General Investments, with us. Also joining us for this panel, Ms. Charlotte Amankwa. She's the Regional Head of Commercial Banking at EcoBank Group. And of course, Mrs. Olurati Duarte, Managing Director, Export Development of Afreximbank. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to please welcome them all warmly. Thank you. Mrs. Tokumbo Chiedu, Chief Executive Officer, Compass Global Business Services and founder of African SMEs Deal Room Program, is also joining us. We also have Mr. Karim Kone, Deputy Managing Director of Business Development Banking Division at AFG. Mr. Mathieu Conan, he is the Managing Director of Vista Bank in Mozambique. Also with us, Mr. Marouane Belkacemi, Chief Executive Officer, Muzaya Pak, that's Algeria, and Mr. Mohamed Ben Youssef Ben Bouali, Director of Small Business and Medium Enterprises in Algeria. All right. As you can see, it's a very full panel today, and we're going to try to tackle the pressing points that we have to tackle today, but do it in a concise as possible way. Normally, you should have headsets. I'm not sure why they're not on the podium. Can we remedy that? Otherwise, I'll try my best to do translations myself. But thank you all for being with us, and I'm very excited, for one, to be talking about why SMEs are so crucial and how it's pressing to fully integrate it into regional and global markets. I'm going to throw the first question to you, Mrs. Tokumbo Chiedo. I know I spoke to the importance of integrating African SMEs, but could you speak to why that's particularly important when we look at an African level growth and development and inclusivity?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
I think you are.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and you ask a really important question. So as CEO of Compass Global Services, we are consultants in the trade, export and investment promotion space. We are also founders of the African SMEs Deal Room and Market Access Program, a project that we initiated with the support of Afreximbank about 3 years ago, when we discovered that it was really important for SMEs to be able to dimension the opportunity of the AFCFTA. Critically also, we felt that SMEs also needed to have a specific hand-holding which will empower them to not only understand the opportunity, but to critically also be able to understand how to navigate and to own the process for which they will need to become responsible in order for all of the framework and the policy reforms of the AFCFTA to be adequately activated. You need the players to be on board, and you need them to be able to bring a fair degree of competency to play. So why are SMEs important? For us, SMEs are more than a statistic. They are the foundation. You yourself mentioned that SMEs are the backbone of the African economy. And so if we look at the data in a region like sub-Saharan Africa, where SMEs actually constitute about 95% of all registered firms, contributing also more than just under half of the GDP of sub-Saharan Africa, and also employing 80% of the labor market. It is clear from that data that Africa's economic landscape really is dependent upon the vitality and the growth of our small business sector players. So SMEs are not a statistic. They are the engine room for which all of these infrastructure, the policy reforms which the AFCFTA is pushing forward. Now, we know that everyone is always talking about trade. When we think about the AFCFTA, we think it's all about trade. No, not really. AFCFTA is a deep dive in policy reform. That's what we are doing. When we say that we are crashing, the barriers to markets, we're dismantling those barriers. What we are doing, or what the bank has been involved in helping us to do, along with the AFCFTA Secretariat and our nation states, is to reform how business happens on the continent. So I want to leave it there to give other people an opportunity.
Thank you so much, Tokumbo. And of course, we'll have time with Mrs. Doherty to really speak to the role of the bank and further some of the points that you just made. Je ne sais pas si vous avez besoin peut-être que je fasse une petite traduction, si vous avez pu entendre ce que Madame Tokumbo vient de nous dire. Mais j'aimerais maintenant, à présent, vous poser une question, Monsieur Ben Youssef Bouali. Du point de vue de l'Algérie spécifiquement, quels sont les challenges que connaissent aujourd'hui les petites et moyennes entreprises et comment est-ce qu'on peut les accompagner pour qu'elles deviennent plus compétitives au niveau régional, mais aussi mondial?
Tout d'abord, salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Hello everybody. Je voudrais souhaiter la bienvenue d'abord à nos chers frères et compatriotes africains dans leur second pays, l'Algérie. Et l'Algérie aujourd'hui, en organisant cet événement très important, voudrait un petit peu marquer son engagement dans le panafricanisme, comme ça a été il y a 40 ou 50 années de cela. Voilà, donc, je voudrais un petit peu rappeler ce qu'a dit M. Abdelmadjid Tebboune, le président de la République algérienne démocratique, l'Afrique aux Africains. Voilà, cela étant dit. Maintenant, par rapport à votre question, madame, je voudrais juste un petit peu revenir et poser une question. Combien y a-t-il d'entreprises en Afrique? Est-ce que quelqu'un parmi l'assistance pourrait nous donner un chiffre?
La question, c'est combien d'entreprises, de petites entreprises?
Combien d'entreprises y a-t-il en Afrique?
Je ne sais pas si c'est possible de comptabiliser.
Ça a été très difficile d'avoir ce chiffre-là.
Ouais.
Alors, vous avez la Banque mondiale qui dit qu'en 2020, il y avait 240 millions d'entreprises, parmi lesquelles seulement 12,7 avaient des salariés. Ça veut dire que 99% des entreprises qui sont en Afrique sont des entreprises qui sont pratiquement des micro-entreprises. Ça veut dire que le nombre d'emplois est entre 1 et 3. Il y a un très bon chiffre que je voudrais rappeler et un petit peu joindre un petit peu l'intervention de madame. C'est que la part de la femme entrepreneur en Afrique est parmi les plus hautes. Et ça, c'est quelque chose de magnifique. Elle avoisine les 27%, c'est parmi les chiffres les plus élevés de par le monde. Cela prouve aussi une chose, que la femme africaine contribue vraiment dans l'économie de sa famille, de son pays et du continent. Et ça, c'est salutaire de sa part. Maintenant, il y a eu un deuxième chiffre que j'ai trouvé par rapport à... c'est 44 millions de PME dans les régions subsahariennes. Il y a toute une problématique pour avoir ces chiffres-là. Cela étant dit, ce que fait l'Algérie par rapport à l'encouragement à l'entrepreneuriat en général et à la promotion de la PME, c'est qu'il y a une panoplie de textes réglementaires d'abord qui ont été mis en place. Là, citant la loi 1702, ou bien la loi 1702, c'est pour le développement de la PME, et la loi 2218 qui concerne le code de l'investissement qui a été promulgué en 2022. Si je reviens à la loi 1702 pour le développement de la PME, c'est une loi qui vient ici faire ressortir le fait que sur la scène économique, il y a deux intervenants. Il y a l'État et il y a l'opérateur économique. Et dans cette optique-là, l'Algérie voudrait donner la chance aux opérateurs économiques d'exprimer leurs vœux, de venir avec leurs problématiques, c'est-à-dire c'est à eux de faire un état des lieux, de faire ressortir les solutions et les problématiques et les solutions à ces problématiques, et de venir s'asseoir avec l'État qui s'inscrit en tant que facilitateur. C'est-à-dire s'il y a une possibilité de trouver, par exemple, qu'il y a un manque dans le cadre juridique, on va réfléchir ensemble pour établir cela. S'il y a un problème de formation, on va réfléchir à cela. S'il y a une problématique d'écoulement de marchandises, on va réfléchir, mais ensemble. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne paraît pas détiendre la vérité. Voilà, d'un côté. Et puis il y a d'autres mesures aussi qui sont ici, qui viennent un petit peu pour promouvoir l'innovation et l'open innovation. Et c'est de formes d'accompagnement, disons, fiscaux et parafiscaux, sachant que l'innovation n'est pas une fin en soi. Il y a aussi des efforts dans le sens où nous voudrions implémenter des outils MCPD, ERPP, c'est-à-dire mode de consommation et de production durable et d'efficacité de ressources et production propre, qui sont guidés par l'économie circulaire. Ça fait à peu près une dizaine d'années qu'on est en train de plancher sur cela. Pourquoi ? Parce que nous voudrions, par le biais de l'économie circulaire, avoir des PME compétitives et durables. Voilà, donc, je préfère m'arrêter là pour ne pas monopoliser.
Merci, on va revenir dans le détail sur certaines de ces programmes, si on a le temps, bien sûr. Mr. Sadiq Kassim, Mr. Benbo Ali just mentioned the different set of programs that Algeria is putting in place to help SMEs thrive and also to make them more competitive. I'm curious to get your perspective from TFG, knowing that you work on a grassroots level and have direct access to SMEs, to just sort of tell us and explain to us what the reality is on the ground and how you're helping them bridge certain gaps or bridging the gaps that they're faced with.
Thank you very much. Yeah, those involved with SMEs, I think we need to start from defining. Because for us, TGI, we represent the underdog, the person in the village, the entrepreneur who has been neglected, who needs to come on board. As a major conglomerate operating in 13 countries, for instance, we deal with these people at the grassroots.
Yeah.
So number one, they have to be able to produce to our specification as a major conglomerate who wants to produce goods that would be acceptable in the international market. So you have to train them at that level, first of all. Second, you have to onboard them. But the system in each country is configured not to allow them to be onboarded. That's a reality. I mean, the previous speakers have mentioned that what we need to do is to onboard them. So at TGI, what we do is, first of all, to go back to the basics. For instance, in our dealings with the farmers, we tend to consider farmers as businessmen also, as entrepreneurs, not subsistent producers. So the first thing we do is to change their mindset to start thinking as businessmen. So they go through a farmer business school. Yeah. After going through the farmer business school, then they are also brought together to form cooperatives, for instance. These are then registrable. They also become individuals that can be bankable. Bankers are on this panel would tell us that they face tremendous challenges in onboarding these people because they are informal. So we need to make them formal. For instance, in Nigeria, what happens? The banks would require a set of KYC things, one of which would be a national identity card, a birth certificate, an evidence of residency, or a utility bill. Now, in the rural areas, for instance, where there is no electricity or no water supply, which utility bill are you going to present? In the rural areas where everybody owns his own house, what are you going to present? So these are some of the challenges which we had to go deep down and solve, working with authorities. So I think it is not a single individual's position. Mm-hmm. It is a collaboration between the private sector, for instance, which we are, and the facilitators and partners to come together to work and then onboard these individuals.
Thank you for raising, I think, this very important point, which is there needs to be synergy of action. Different stakeholders who all have an interest in SMEs being integrated into the African market and global market have to come together. I want to hear from you now, Kay Ann, especially coming from Barbados. So it's probably a different environment. How can investment promotion agencies, from what you've experienced from that region, from the Caribbean, help SMEs in the context of the African continent?
Thank you very much. You know, it is actually not so different, just maybe on a very much smaller scale.
On the scale level,
since we are pretty small in the Caribbean. But we do have the same problems. Again, how do SMEs allowed to be integrated into operating into the financial system, how they integrated into operating into trade. From an investment promotion standpoint, I mean, you know, it is actually up in terms of the SMEs in Africa, because the SMEs in Africa actually probably are bigger businesses in the Caribbean, given the sheer size. So there are actually the ripe companies and the right investors to come to the Caribbean to form those partnerships in terms of creating their products in the Caribbean, utilizing or several double taxation agreements and bilateral agreements to be able to get their products out to other parts of the world. Why not thinking I have to be this big conglomerate and compete with the bigger companies that you would have in Africa and so on. So SMEs will become our big global companies. But from a Caribbean standpoint, even with our own SMEs, we see SMEs as the future of the countries. No one is born big. All of us here were babies. And what was provided to us when we were children? Hand-holding, guidance, platforms, education, pointing in the right direction for us to grow into what we are today. It is the same thing with small businesses. It is the same thing with small companies. They need those platforms, those hand holdings, those pointing in the right direction, so they can also concentrate on what is their forte, what it is that they're actually producing without the headache of thinking about everything else they have to do in business. So things like labs, financial labs, and set up innovation business labs for them to operate within, operating within the security that they can produce what they want, but also that learning the other aspects of business so that when they actually grow, they have all of those aspects covered. So there are many, many things, but the linkages between Africa and the Caribbean, they are there, they're open. It is right, time is now, and I think it is now that we have to take the opportunity and really see what partnerships can be formed.
Absolutely, and I think these partnerships are starting to form, and we hope they continue to thrive. And you've also raised this very, I think, interesting insight, which is that we have somehow to find ways to alleviate some of the hurdles that SMEs have to face. There's so much going on when you're building a business from the ground up that you need almost that support. And speaking of the headaches that many SMEs face, I think we can probably say that in unison, financing is a big part of it. And so that gives me a great segue to turn to you, Ms. Doherty. Afreximbank has obviously been instrumental in creating export pathways for African businesses, but SMEs still struggle with limited collateral and high trade costs. So how is Afreximbank helping them when it comes to financing?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel, and I also say hello to my co-panelists. I think some of your insights that you've shared this morning has been very illuminating. I know that over time we always say financing, financing, financing. Yes, financing is a key impediment to the growth of SMEs across the continent. But as a development finance institution, we also realize that sometimes there are issues go beyond financing. So for us at Afreximbank, we've split our interventions into two. We have the financial interventions, and of course we have the non-financial interventions. And in both spheres that we split it to, we also know that we need partnership. Because if we're going to scale and if we're going to impact, we need to partner with like-minded organizations, financial institutions, NGOs, development organizations. And so when I delve into what are we doing in terms of financing, for us, we realize that the burden is huge. The gap is enormous. Not one institution can fill it. So one of the things we did was to create what we call an export SME development program. And in that program, we decided to focus on, supporting some SMEs, access regional and international value chains, while also supporting our financial intermediaries, local bank, to address the needs of SMEs who are playing nationally, because you have to segment and dimension, like my co-panelist said. You can't just say SMEs, there are different types of SMEs with different types of needs. Yeah. So you need to dimension the market to be able to support them. So for us, in the Export SME Development Program, we have provided over $18 billion to financial intermediaries. And of that $18 billion, we were very clear that most of these funds should go into supporting SMEs involved in regional trade, to support the implementation of the AFCFTA, youth and women-led businesses. And we've developed very strong relations with these financial intermediaries across the continent. Beyond financial intermediaries, we've also, on our own selves, looked at some SMEs that we could directly lend to, because some of them have scaled, especially SMEs involved in the digital space. They seem to have jumped the process of development to scaling to regional markets. So some of them we are able to lend to ourselves. And then in some instances, we also try to provide guarantees to our financial intermediaries to be able to unlock their capacity to provide lending to SMEs. And this has been done through our Afreximbank guarantee program. But beyond that, we also play a very key role in factoring. Everyone who knows Afreximbank knows that we lead in terms of factoring across the continent. And so our solutions in factoring and invoice discounting has also gone a long way to helping to unlock financing for SMEs. But there's still a gap. There will always be a gap in terms of financing. And some of the gaps we've also noted is patient capital. And because of that, Afreximbank today, with our Impact Investment Fund subsidiary, FEDA, Fund for Export Development in Africa, are working on creating a venture fund, which we want to launch in Q1 2026. And this is to address the funding gaps in terms of providing equity and quasi-equity financing to support SMEs to scale. But apart from that, we also are launching a concessional financing window, which has been approved by our board to the tune of $700 million. And one of the niche focus of the concessional financing window is also support to SMEs. So these are the things we've done within the financing space. To run you through non-financing, because I must mention that it's key too. We also go into partnerships to support capacity building, and that's what Madam was alluding to in terms of partnerships they've had with Afreximbank. We had a program we really were able to scale on last year, which is how to export, preparing SMEs to export and harness the opportunities of the AFCFTA, the over 3 billion market we have all been talking about. We need to prepare as SMEs across all the countries to be able to access that. We've also provided digital solutions. We have what we call Trader Club, because most of the times information is also a problem. If they don't have information on where to even market their goods to or tap into, they don't know. So Trader Club is an avenue for SMEs to tap into, and is free, is accessible to all African SMEs to be able to access information they need to trade. And also our Mansa, which is a KYC instrument to ensure that SMEs are able to, once they register on Mansa, they are able to trade seamlessly with both regional and international players, with them being due diligence and those people having assurance that they are trading with credible partners. So these are some of the things I'm doing, but I would stop here so that also others
And
will
the list, I'm sure, goes on. Thank you very much, Ms. Doherty. You mentioned, I think, something that is staying with me, and that's not one financial institution that can carry all that load. So, of course, we have to look at multiple financial institutions to sort of get involved and help give loans to SMEs. So obviously my gaze now goes to commercial banks, and we have EcoBank on the podium. And the reason why I think I have to play devil's advocate is because we often hear from SMEs, business owners, small, medium, the same refrain, which is banks do not want to help us because they don't want to loan money to us because they don't trust that we can scale it. But how do we make progress if we don't have capital?
Absolutely. Thank you, Hanan. So indeed, for us at EcoBank, certain key competitive advantages make us plug into this need. EcoBank is in 33 African countries. So that continental presence alone, positions us in a unique way to support SMEs. And our SME strategy is rooted within the broader strategic focus that we have: growth, transformation, returns. We can't do that without the SMEs. Now, you make an interesting point around what the SMEs say. And two key pillars come out often. The banks want to finance and ask for collateral, and the banks price and we can't pay. So I'll touch on some key pillars and what, as a Pan-African banking group, we are doing to deal with these constraint areas. Because of where we are, we have the advantage of local expertise and knowledge. So that means that in each market, in each of our 33 markets, SMEs have free access to how to plug into trade in those areas. Using our technology and digital first-led model, we are able to enable these SMEs. And I'll give you an example. EcoBank has an online matchmaking platform for SMEs, comes to them at no cost, and that is our single market trade hub. So what that does is enables SMEs to connect across countries and be able to access markets where they can sell their goods and services to build the cash flow which will enable us to lend. Now, for the particular group of women-led and women-owned SMEs, we, by means of our Elevate program, target them. Why have we chosen this particular part of the SME scope? Because that's about half of all SMEs on the continent. 50% of them are led and run by women. So it's a natural area for us. With our Elevate offering, so all the way from micro, small, medium, till they transition into the local corporates, we are offering tailor-made solutions for them on that chain. So Elevate is a way by which we offer, like my co-panelists said, both financial and non-financial support. We have, last year alone, dealt with over 4,500 businesses, giving out up to $50 million of funding at concession. And today, in our markets across the continent, women-led businesses access collateral-free funding and at a ticket size to be able to do that. So it's our way of dealing with that bottleneck for the smaller SMEs who don't need to bring in collateral. Second thing I would say is a lot of what we are able to deliver is via partnerships. EcoBank recently partnered with Google Cloud, and that gives SMEs access to the future-ready approach for digital AI-led business making, which is vital for today's world. And the Mansa program Afrexim runs, we are partners with them. We plug in our single market trade hub to be able to do that. One pricing example I'll give is, when you look at the scope or the spectrum of SMEs, the concessional funding that needs to go to them differs depending on the stage at which they are at. So in our key markets, partnerships enable us to fund. Today, in our Ghana market, together with the Green Climate Fund, we have a co-funding solution for solar power. So households and businesses are able to access funding at concessional rates, up to $31 million of funds for 7 years. And these are things that are enabling our SMEs to transition from grid to off-grid in order to be future-ready, sustainability, and so on. So yes, we are a commercial bank. We are unique because in 33 countries, there's a lot that we can share for free, as it were, to our SMEs and contribute to their growth in line with our broader strategy.
But then, of course, when we hear all of the different products and also, as you said, programs that exist that are for free, I think there's probably an information gap there that needs to be filled. And that's something that we could probably talk to, hopefully, if we have a bit of time. But I want to turn now to Monsieur Conan. Je vais vous poser la question en français, vous choisissez si vous préférez répondre en anglais ou en français. Mais donc vous représentez Vista Bank au Mozambique. C'est un contexte un petit peu différent, mais est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer un petit peu ce que fait Vista Bank en termes d'innovation aussi pour des produits et services qui sont spécifiquement fabriqués, préparés pour les petites et moyennes entreprises?
Thank you. Thank you, Anan. I think the audience is bilingual French and English, so sometimes I will switch to French or English to let everyone to understand my speech. Vista Group, of course, is in Mozambique, but is in West Africa now with a footprint that is increasing within the continent. We have developed a large panel of product for SMEs. I think it is something that is quite common in the banking industry now. We have some products that alleviate the requirement of strong collateral, leasing, factoring, reverse factoring solution we provide to our customers, SMEs. And also we have some concessional windows that we negotiate with some multilateral. For instance, in Mozambique, what we did with one of our main partners in Europe was to have a concessional window for $10 million, but it was a partnership with the Central Bank of Mozambique as well, so that the loan was lent to Central Bank of Mozambique and was converted in local currency to allow to support a dedicated feed of SMEs in the agro commodity sectors to enable them to be one of the key exporters to provide some effects to the country. So we launched the program with those international multilateral in Mozambique, for instance. It was a great success, and we aim to renew this type of partnership. But beyond, I think, those normal, I say EcoBank mentioned also this point as part of a strategy. We want to go beyond. Why? Because Vista has a key position that is quite different from most of the banking on the continent. It's that we want to be an integrated solution provider. It means that we are operating in the insurance field. We are also now operating in the microfinance institution services, and on the top of that, we are also one of the main bank in the continent. So it means that from the ground, we can originate and support those who are in the informal market and grow with them until they reach the level where they can meet some requirement for the bank to give them more value added. And for instance, Vista has launched with one main international institution, a program that is called Vista for Her. It is a program that is not exclusive for women, but it is more focused on women. I think the panelists for EcoBank has mentioned that most of the SMEs are managed by women. So I think that we have to play a role in how we can help those informal actors in the SME sectors. So we have a training program dedicated for those women, to train them, to give them some skills, to help them to be well-skilled, manage their business. And also we open our portfolio to them. We connect them to some key clients we know that can bring some advantage for her, to be some obstacles, for instance, on the product, to give them the market in our own portfolio, but also in our regional portfolio. So it is something we are pushing, we are implementing in all the areas where we are operating. And the idea beyond that is to raise those women from the informal market to move on top of that on the banking requirement, so that on top of that the bank can raise them to give them more support and to help. But you know, this initiative, proper Vista initiative, and we strongly believe that if we want to have a strong impact, we need to scale it at the country level. And that's what for us can make an impact and can help really SMEs to be one of the key stakeholders in our economy.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Conan. Monsieur Karim Koné, donc directeur général adjoint à AFG Holding. Qu'est-ce que AFG Holding fait concrètement pour accompagner les PME africaines pour qu'elles puissent s'intégrer donc dans des chaînes de valeur régionales, mais aussi africaines et potentiellement au-delà?
Thank you very much for this question. First of all, I would like to say thank you and congratulations to Afreximbank and IATF for organizing this wonderful event. And we are a proud partner of Afreximbank, and we are proud to sponsor the event as well. So to come back to the question, this is an important question. And first of all, I would like to speak quickly about AFG. So we are a Pan-African group. And there is, in many ways, we are a unique group in the continent. We are part of a conglomerate. In the conglomerate, there is an industrial side and a financial pole. So it means that even the bankers inside of AFG, they all have the entrepreneurial mindset. So they are keen to always support the SMEs that we have as clients. The second thing is that we have a presence in 15 African countries. And when you take a look at the regions in which we are present in Western Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa, and also Indian Ocean. And you will not find many financial groups that have this kind of geographical footprint. It means that we are well prepared to facilitate intra-Africa trade because we can originate transactions between the different clients we have in the different regions in which we are present. The second thing is that, as my colleagues on the panel said, we develop a lot of trade instruments to facilitate trade transactions between the continent and external of the continent, but also inside of the continent, trade products are available for our clients. Factoring solutions as well are available. And for example, for factoring, we are implementing a partnership with Afreximbank to facilitate, to do reverse factoring, financing in foreign currency the suppliers of our clients. So these are solutions that we put in place to facilitate like this transaction. Another way in which we are unique is that we do commercial bank, but we also do insurance and microfinance. It means that even informal companies, we are in capacity to finance them. In Madagascar, for example, we are the 5th financial institution in terms of balance sheet with our microfinance there. And our clients are able to request lending using Facebook. And when the latest statistics that we took a look at say that in 48 hours, we are able to make a decision to lend or not to lend. So it means that we can finance individual entrepreneurs, help them grow, become SMEs, and eventually become large corporates. So this is a spectrum of products that we put at their disposal to help them, in the financing. And lastly, as my colleagues say, we multiplicate the partnerships with multilateral institutions like Afrexim, AFGB. We have a large range of correspondent banks that we have in many places of the world, in Europe and everywhere, where we can facilitate import and export for the benefit of our clients. So there are many things we do. SMEs are so important for our economies. I think the first panelist said it. There is a lot of companies, and the growth of Africa will essentially come from SMEs, and that's why our ambition to continue to support them.
Thank you very much. What I've gathered from, I think, a lot of what has been said so far is that there is a lot that is being done from various stakeholders, and when it comes to this issue of integrating SMEs. There seems to be an information gap, and I think that also comes from the fact that when we speak about SMEs in the African context, we're talking about informal businesses. A lot of them not necessarily happening or developing in the capital cities, so even more difficult to access. So what exactly can be done, and I can probably speak to you first, Kayan, about this as a promotion agencies, to do a bit more outreach, to get closer to SMEs, to support them better, from different perspectives, what are the AFCFTA, Afreximbank, different stakeholders, what can they do to make sure that they go and really get closer to the SMEs who are off the grid for some of them?
I think it's a matter of just getting the word out. It is a matter of making sure that all of these programs that exist are placed out there in the media, PR strategies, and so on, to encourage the small micro enterprises to actually come in to access those programs. you know, you don't know what you don't know. So if you don't know about the programs, you can't access them. And also, education in a ways to alleviate the fears of those SMEs, you know, even back home, or small businesses says, nah, I'm not going to go to that bank because it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to get the financing. Or nah, I'm not going to do that governmental program because it's not going to benefit me any. So I think it's about closing that knowledge gap and making them understand the benefits and making the pathway to access those programs that exist both from the private commercial banks as well as from governmental stakeholders easier for the small and micro enterprises.
How hard is that to do in a continent of 54, 55 countries where, of course, we're heading towards that single African market, but we still have different standards and different ways of operating. Maybe I can ask you that question, Mr. Sadiq, and then we'll turn to Mrs. Doherty, because we are aiming for this single African market, and it is underway, but there's still some diversity from country to country and region to region.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the issue of standardization, the issue of making us to come together. First of all, we keep forgetting that all along we have always connected with each other informally. Yeah. Because we do that, there are certain things that we need to do to formalize it. Now, let's take, for instance, a Sokoto in northern Nigeria onion farmer delivering onions to Dakar. Nobody cares about how he gets to Dakar, but he eventually gets there, he sells, he carries in. The kente cloth maker in Ghana also doing it across the region. Same thing with the person in Kenya doing it also across the African continent. We've always traded. History has shown us that we have been connected one way or the other. But what we want to do today, IATF, AFCFTA, is to try to bring all of them on board. These are the multitude, millions. I mean, the statistics have shown there are millions of these people who are trading. Yesterday I learned you could find somebody's house in Nigeria and his compound or his toilet is in a different country, in Benin Republic, for instance. This is how integrated we have always been. But probably colonialism has brought a division. So now, what I think multilateral agencies like Afrexim, through their various interventions, various programs, banks, financial institutions with a large spread across the continent, people like companies and organizations who also have presence across Africa. We need to come together, work together. I have a program, for instance, in Nigeria, trying to produce organic sesame for the European market. It's being promoted by the UK government. However, I need to maybe have 15,000 farmers producing sesame that is certified organic. So there is a presence of government in terms of regulation that has to certify. There would be definitely a lot of other things that are not in the balance sheet that I can carry as a company. But then support agencies would be able to do that because they want to promote this trade between us. So I think I still keep saying we need to come together. Fora like this must bring us together and we start drilling down on the specifics rather than on the generic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sadiq. I'm looking at the time and we have exactly 6 minutes to wrap up. So I'm going to give each of the panelists an opportunity to just give their main takeaways from this conversation, maybe offer some additional perspectives on the question of integrating SMEs. And we'll start with you, Charlotte, and then we'll make our way down.
Thank you. My key takeaways are that each stakeholder in this ecosystem has a role to play. And that is why for us, as the Pan-African Bank, we take our role seriously. regardless of what the constraints are, there are solutions. And I'll just touch on the point around knowledge sharing. That knowledge from each country and being able to access across is a key opportunity. I have customers who ask me, how do I export to Burkina Faso? And I just call a colleague and they're able to share. Using technology, regardless of where an SME is located, via agents, via USSD, via telco wallets, we are able to serve them as banks. So the opportunities are endless. I think that Africa's SMEs today are ready to take the lead. For us at EcoBank, every day we are building a system that will help them to take the lead and position themselves properly globally.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Doherty.
Thank you very much. I think the main thing we need to take out is collaboration and partnership. Because like I said, the problem is huge. The gap is huge. And to tackle the gap across both financial and non-financial interventions, we need to work together. We need to work together on policy advocacy, engaging governments, changing legal frameworks, changing tax laws, bringing on incentives, dragging SMEs away from the informal sector into the formal sector. We need to also work together in terms of creating market access for SMEs, especially within the high growth areas, agriculture, creatives, digital ecosystem. These are some of the things we need to do. We also need to work together in terms of capacity building, working with investment promotion agencies, chambers of commerce. They reach down to the grassroots and we need to use them. So a key word in closing for me is still partnership and collaboration. It's very essential.
Thank you. Tokumbo.
Thank you so much. I wanted to end by saying that the biggest barrier for SMEs when it comes to cross-border trade is not the tariff in itself. Rather, it's the crippling administrative burden of navigating complex paperwork, lengthy border delays, and also inconsistent regulations. So for SMEs, this is a very crucial distinction and a deal breaker, which is why I wanted to also lend my voice to the very dynamic approach that Afreximbank has taken in terms of engaging the nature of how we need to support SMEs in the strategic way that they are doing through collaborations, whilst also tackling the issue of developing new financial products, as well as the infrastructure, digital infrastructure to support the whole process of pushing the intra-African trade in the way that we are. So finally for me, I do think it's important to explore strategic partnerships and to put SMEs at the forefront of resolving the problem of how to navigate by themselves, whilst all of the other infrastructure, whether it be policies, whether it be creating new financial products or de-risking investments or all of the things that we know are necessary, right? Those are important things to do, but SMEs themselves need capacity building to be able to undertake the process of engaging in intra-African trade, leading with market intelligence, and being able to interpret the data that will help them to make decisions that can move them forward and to scale.
Thank you, Tokumbo. We have about 1 minute left. I'm sorry. I know it's very, very short, but if we could try in 20 seconds each. Karim Kone.
Okay, so very quickly, for the SMEs, we need to help them be more competitive. So we need to give them access to infrastructure, like transport, so that they can export easily the goods. Build capacity is already been said. Value chain, because as a bank, when we finance a large company, we need to make sure that all the value chain of this company take advantage of the financing that we put in place. So digital is important, so it's a way to generate as well economies of scale for these companies, and partnership with MFI, but also with government and government bodies. Okay, thank you.
No, I was saying just bring the mic closer, but it's fine. Yeah?
So very quickly, that's my summary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kone.
20 seconds.
Yes.
The ambition of Vista is to be in 25 countries by the end of the decade. It means that we have a huge impact in the country, within the continent, by the end of the decade. But although we have this willingness and we have this attitude to create new innovative product for SMEs, we have to be aware and conscious of the fact that without any inclusivity within all the stakeholders within the continent, the impact will not be so important as we expect. So my word would be to emphasize the fact that at the state level, we need to create the convergence of all these initiatives so that all these small initiatives from Vista, from AFG, from EcoBank could be governed by the country and have the impact that we expect to have on the continent. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Conan.
I think there's two ways to approach the problem of integrating SMEs in the global market and African market. Le premier, il est institutionnel. On n'arrive pas, d'un point de vue continental, à s'insérer dans les chaînes de valeur mondiales. 2,7%, alors que l'Asie est à 48%. Donc ce qu'il nous faudrait, c'est nous insérer dans des chaînes de valeur régionales. Et pour cela, il nous faut du réseautage. Il nous faut des contacts. Alors, je vous parle, l'Agence de développement de la PME est en train de voir comment d'échanger avec l'Agence sénégalaise de développement de la PME. Et ça peut être des prémices de travailler ensemble, comme a dit Madame, vos invités. Et puis le second, il est par rapport à l'entrepreneur. La plus grosse problématique, j'ai été entrepreneur par 5 fois avant de devenir directeur de la PME. Donc, ma plus grosse problématique a été que ce n'est pas de trouver des fonds, ce n'est pas de trouver des idées, mais surtout ce sentiment d'isolement dans lequel on se trouve. Et nous sommes en train de travailler par rapport à cela. Nous essayons de déceler l'ambition de chaque porteur de projet. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much to my brilliant panelists. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we had. Thank you very much for following this conversation. I think one of the key words that we can take away, even though there was many messages that were shared here, is that we need to come together, all stakeholders, work together and create the right partnerships to put this forward. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Hanan Ferjani, for moderating what was a very interesting panel there. And we've got another one coming up. Thank you, Hanan. Ladies and gentlemen, now, time for you to meet Africa's game changers. These are indeed, family photo first, I'll wait for that. Okay, smile, say IATF. Wonderful, thank you very much. If I could ask you to carefully leave the stage at the front there, let's begin our next panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet Africa's game changers, the women shaping the future of trade. This next conversation dives into the most powerful drivers of Africa's economic transformation, women unlocking the promise of the AFCFTA. Now, studies have shown that closing the gender gap in trade could inject over $300 billion into Africa's GDP. Now imagine the impact of that. Today, you're going to hear from trailblazing leaders who are breaking barriers, driving cross-border trade, and redefining what's possible for Africa on the global stage. Guiding this powerhouse discussion is none other than the award-winning journalist, entrepreneur, and director of REAP Media. Please welcome Miss Didi Akinyelure.
Testing. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this 60-minute session themed Leveraging the Power of African Women in Trade Towards Maximizing Africa's Trade Potential and AFCFTA Impact. My name is Didi Akinyelure, and it's an honor to lead this conversation. Now, across Africa, women are the real drivers of trade and business. They make up nearly 60% of the self-employed workforce and contribute more than 10% of the continent's GDP. And the impact goes far beyond business because women tend to reinvest most of what they earn back into their families and communities, helping to improve education, healthcare, and nutrition. But here's the catch. Despite their huge contribution, women-owned businesses still face real barriers, from lack of access to finance and market information, to limited leadership opportunities, to being overrepresented in the informal sector. The African Continental Free Trade Area gives us a chance to change that, to put women at the very heart of Africa's trade story. But it's going to take smart policies, stronger support systems, and real connections between women-led businesses and bigger markets. So this session is about turning that potential into action, looking at what we can do to unlock the power of African women in trade and make sure that they are shaping the future of continental integration and global competitiveness. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers to help us unpack this, and I would encourage them to keep the responses within 3 to 5 minutes, as we do have quite a lot to get through today. It's an honor, ladies and gentlemen, to be joined by Her Excellency, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, Nigeria's Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, and a champion for policy reforms that make it easier to do business across Africa. Welcome, Madam. Also with us is Ms. Sameh Lalou, CEO of Dairy Group, Gplay, here in Algeria. She brings a hands-on public sector perspective from one of the region's leading agri-business firms. Ms. Florie Leeser, President and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa, a leader in the field of US-Africa trade and investment relations. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Amani Asfour joins us as President of the African Business Council and a leading voice for women entrepreneurs and business networks across the continent. A round of applause, please. Welcome, Madam. Ms. Ahuna Ezia Konwa, Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa for the United Nations Development Program, who has been driving initiatives to empower women and youth through inclusive development. Welcome, Madam. Adding a legal and corporate governance perspective, Ms. Efuntomi Akpeneye, Chief Legal Officer at Oando PLC, one of Africa's leading energy companies. We're also joined by Ambassador Dr. Hilda Suka Mafudze, the African Union's ambassador to the United States, working to strengthen Africa's partnerships globally. And finally, we have Ms. Tumi Dlamini, advisor on corporate governance and global partnerships at the African Peer Review Mechanism, bringing deep expertise on governance and regional cooperation. Thank you. It's an honor to have you all here. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Let's dive straight in. So the big question is how we unlock women's full potential in Africa's trade story. We know that the AFCFTA is Africa's big project to transform trade. But the question is, how do we make sure that women aren't left behind, but are actually at the right heart of it? Right at the heart of it. I'd like to start with Dr. Jumoke. Honorable Minister, the AFCFTA promises big opportunities. So in your opinion, what is needed to make sure that women-owned businesses drive trade under this agreement?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. And what a beautiful panel. I had to hug each person because I just saw such power and beauty and promise and impact. And so thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. And that brings me to women and trade and investment and the AFCFTA agreement. The first thing I would say is that there are different stratas of women in trade and women in investment. You have from the nano to people who just have an inventory daily on a tray, all the way to women who are pulling global infrastructure projects. And the commonality is that they're female. And so when you take an agreement like the AFCFTA agreement, the first of its kind in the world, to have a protocol specifically addressing the needs of women and youth, it's an opportunity, an unparalleled opportunity to unpack what that means to support female-owned, female-led businesses. Now, to actualize an agreement such as this, it takes intentionality, and I want to really start by recognizing the Assistant Secretary General who's here with us from the UN, my big sis, Sis Ahuna, because she's led from the front. UNDP, under her leadership, has ensured that female-led businesses, at least in Nigeria, and I know across Africa because I was with her earlier in the session, and I know the women that have been brought here to push their exports. Now, starting with even MSMEs, taking them from production, supporting production, and not stopping at production, going into market access. We at the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, for instance, have partnered with UNDP to open up an air cargo corridor with Uganda Air, where some of our female exporters have been able to export their goods to Eastern and Southern Africa. And we didn't stop there. We also generated a trade intelligence unit that tells them what goods of theirs are wanted in demand in those markets. So we know apparel, we know light manufacturing, we know the snacks. And so even here we're gathering trade intelligence to know whether it's leather, whether it's cosmetics. We need to help them with capacity. We need to help them with understanding standards, with rules, practical things that will really, and then of course access to capital. I mean, I could go on, and I don't want to hog the panel, but I want to move the panel to very pragmatic, and I know that's your intention here, to very pragmatic ways that we can support them, also bringing them together under chambers of commerce. And then when it comes to capital for big investments, making sure that female-led funds are also available for significant amounts of capital. So I think I'll stop there for now.
I'd like to ask you still, Honorable Minister, you've made a few points there, talked a little bit about some of the challenges that women face, women-owned businesses face. I'd like to tap into or dig deeper into trade policies. Of course, you know, you can reach markets, but women still need the right trade policies and access. Where do you see the biggest policy wins that could quickly expand women's access to AFCFTA opportunities?
Well, first of all, Nigeria is digital trade champion for AFCFTA, and I believe that technology-led businesses have a disproportionate opportunity to scale and to have impact. So female-led businesses that leverage on technology, we did a survey for the inaugural AFCFTA Digital Trade Forum that happened in Lusaka about 2 months ago. We did a survey in Nigeria to ask where Nigerian tech-led businesses wanted to trade across the continent. And so we found out Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt were the leading markets where they want to expand to. We also found out that a lot of our edutech businesses were female-led, our health tech businesses were female-led, and there's a lot with agriculture. So female leveraging on technology is a great area, and that speaks to STEM and just coming up. Another area would be agribusiness, because there's so many female farmers. I can speak to the Shea Nut Farmers Association of Nigeria. It's a female-led initiative, and we know that shea nut is a nut that grows just in about 21 African countries, and it's indigenous to our region. But it's a product that, when processed into shea butter, is in almost every cosmetic and is in chocolate bars as well. So this is our competitive advantage. And then galvanizing those female-led businesses to own that space and to go into processing. You don't just have them as farmers growing shea nut and then aggregators exporting them to other regions. So they need that support to get industrialized. And so those are some of the specific, you can just look at the clusters where women are doing well and actively support them. So that is our mission across the country.
Thanks for that. Leveraging on technology, market intelligence, some of the things we will be talking about at this panel this afternoon. And also that gives us a good sense of, where quick wins could come from at the policy level. But we all know that it's often the day-to-day rules and regulations that make or break things for women traders. Efutomi, I'd like to bring you in here from your legal and corporate governance lens. What needs to change in the framework so women can actually move into formal cross-border trade without getting stuck in the process?
Okay, thank you, Didi. So regulatory frameworks, they need to move from being gender neutral on paper to being gender responsive in practice. And to do that, that means, the frameworks have to speak to, simplified licensing processes. They have to speak to safe borders for women traders that make up, 60 to 70% of the informal trade network. They also have to result in access to finance. And I think the Honorable Minister spoke to that. There has to be access to finance for these women. And then there has to be formal recognition of women's networks and women's association in formulating these frameworks and trade policy. So in terms of the simplified licenses, most women, remain in the informal sector because, the licensing regimes are too complex and compliance for them is costly. So how can we solve that? We have to have simplified licensing documentation. Most times they are so complex that, for those women, they can't navigate those regimes. So we have to have simplified licensing documentation. We have to have zero or very little duty for qualifying products so that it becomes more cost-effective and affordable. And then we have to deploy digital mobile registration in local languages where the women can, understand the requirements for registration and they have easy access on their mobile phones to do the registration. So an example of this simplified trade regimes is the common markets for Eastern and Southern Africa. They've done a fantastic job in simplifying the licensing regime. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing is having gender-sensitive procedures at our customs and borders. Most women, or quite a number of women, often face harassments and, even requests for, informal payments. And because they have low volume trades, a little amount of, informal payments really affects their bottom line. So we have to, make sure that the procedures reflect, gender-sensitive realities. So in tackling that, we have to have gender desks and hotlines at our borders that can deal with real issues that women are facing. We have to enforce anti-harassment rules and regulations. And we also have to deploy more female customs officers at borders so that, women face less harassment. Thirdly, if you don't measure something, you cannot deal with the issues. So we have to integrate, informal trade, women informal trade data into, our reporting as state parties, such that we can measure how much of the women are moving from informal trade into formal trade. And that data can be used to, develop national strategies, and also even AFCFTA negotiations will take into account that data from the reporting. And then lastly, I would say that, the Protocol on Women and Youth is a fantastic initiative. But, in order to get the benefit of that protocol, state parties need to domesticate those rules into their state regulations and laws, such that women actually get the benefit of that protocol. So I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. So you talked market intelligence, you talked simplified licensing documents, duty, digital local registration, gender-sensitive procedures. I really like that. Informal trade data. I'd like to bring you in here also to me, because governance is often where the rubber hits the road. You focus a lot on governance and partnerships, particularly corporate governance. What governance changes, either in the private sector or government institutions, could help women traders move from the informal to the formal sector without getting trapped in red tape? To you as well.
Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to be able to reflect on this very important issue with these wonderful women. You are quite right. Governance is the bedrock of competitiveness. And so when we want women businesses or women-owned businesses to progress, it's important that we also start to focus on corporate governance as a tool and an enabler for the progress of women-owned businesses. However, when we speak about corporate governance on the continent, we often look at the OECD standards, at the G20 standards as kind of the panacea for corporate governance. But what we found, and having listened to you around the kind of challenges that women face, it's quite clear that we need a different set of governance tools. Governance tools that are gender responsive, that speak to gender equity. And so there are new governance, African principles and guidelines on corporate governance that have been developed, and they seek to achieve exactly that. For the first time in the world, we have governance framework that speaks to gender equity, in the sense that this governance framework takes into account the fact that in Africa, we have a large majority of our businesses as small or in the informal sector. And so they put into place provisions such as preferential procurement from women-owned businesses, as well as development or enterprise development by larger companies in smaller companies. So it's important that we establish that kind of ecosystem where big companies have an obligation to procure their services and goods from women-owned entities. And secondly, enterprise development can not only be undertaken by government, but big companies, listed entities especially, must ensure that they also have enterprise development programs within their entities. In order for that to happen, we do need these policies, and we do need champions of these kinds of policies. And I think it's only natural that it will be women that will champion these kinds of policies in their countries. I'll just like to use one example where this has actually taken place. There's a bank in Southern Africa called Absa Bank, which trades, it banks in South Africa, it's also in Botswana. And what they did was, Botswana has quite a significant mining sector. And obviously the bank banks both the biggest clients, the biggest companies, small, medium enterprises, and individuals like ourselves. And they said to the big mining companies, we often get requests for loans from women-owned companies, and yet we can't give them access to these loans because often they're too small. They don't have the necessary security and financial guarantees for the bank to issue the loans. So ABSA came up with a strategy where they brought to the negotiating table the mining industry or the mining company together with a small entity which is within the value chain of that mining sector. And they said, if a mining company can actually give security for the small company and ensure that it procures all of its services and goods from the small company, then the bank will issue the loan. And so you have that tripartite arrangement which has started to work. But the missing piece here is that we don't have policy to make sure that this is not just a voluntary arrangement, that to make sure that we have big companies that are committed into developing women-owned entities, into also procuring from women-owned entities. Thanks.
Thanks so much for that, to me. So it's great to know that there are some policy frameworks that are taking place, but as you say, we need more in order to make initiatives like that work. But you know, even if we do have those right policies in place, like you said, and like many of you have said, no business can move forward without access to finance. And you touched on that with Afreximbank, the example you gave. So I want us to explore, go deeper into how women can get the capital that they need. This is an area that a lot of women complain about and have been talking about for a very long time. Flory, I'd like to bring this over to you because I know that you're engaging investors and corporates on both sides of the Atlantic. What do you think could attract more large-scale investment into women-led African businesses? It'd also be good to know what are investors looking for when it comes to women-led enterprises in Africa or women-owned businesses in Africa, and how do we get more of that capital flowing?
So thank you. It's great to be here with all of these women to talk about the role that women play in intra-African trade and also in global trade. And we at Corporate Council on Africa are very committed to supporting both of those. In terms of encouraging women to lead larger scale businesses and enter high value sectors, two things we have to do is remove the barriers and basically create enabling environments and ecosystems. And it's important that women have access to capital, that they are receiving targeted capacity building, there's mentorship that's needed, and also networks that connect women to markets and investors. This is very important. And we see that innovative financing for women entrepreneurs goes well beyond traditional bank financing and lending. So blended finance models that combine public, private, and philanthropic capital are really proving effective. So for example, you want to look at risk-sharing mechanisms, guarantee funds, impact investment vehicles, all of which de-risk lending to women-owned businesses. And then we think there's a lot of promise in digital finance and fintech, because what that does is it lowers the barriers and it also expands access for women across borders. And one of the things that we learned during COVID is that women who are doing e-commerce where people don't know that you're a woman, actually they increase their share of business during COVID. So this is something we know that e-commerce and digital platforms are very important. And now in terms of scaling, it really requires stronger partnerships, partnerships between African institutions like Afreximbank, and then linking to US and global suppliers of finance and investment opportunities, development finance entities. These are all very important. You asked also, what are investors looking for? And I have to be honest and say, I'm not sure they're looking for African entrepreneurs. So the reason I say that is because I think that it's going to be more important for the women and African entrepreneurs, whether they're here, whether they're diaspora women in the US and across the world. And it has to be that those businesses, those entrepreneurs, those women make it clear what they can offer in the market and make it a viable option for the financing that they need. They will not come looking for us and for women. I'm just have to be honest. So we have to work with each other to make sure that we're ready to go to them and tell them what we have to offer.
Thank you very much for that. I love that. Make it viable. So we can't go out there expecting something to drop from heaven. You know, our African businesses have to be viable. They have to make sense. We can support them. We can give them the right policy. But, you know, the business owners as well have to do the work, right? But, Flori, I would like to stick to you just there, because even if you have some of these systems in place, so you've given blended financing models, there's e-commerce, thank goodness for that. There's different ways that, you know, women can have access to funding. You've mentioned funds. Even if we have all of these systems in place, market intelligence, you know, women still need the right information to compete globally, right? I know that you've got a foot in both African and US markets, so I'd like you to just maybe tap into what is missing in terms of market information, and how do we make sure that women-led businesses in Africa actually get the information that they need to compete globally?
Right, that's an excellent question, because we all know that it's not a lack of ideas that women entrepreneurs have, but it's a lack of access to reliable market information. And what we think is that there are the combination of both digital tools as well as trusted networks. When you put those two together, it works. And I just have to say, in terms of market intelligence, I think all of you know the African Growth and Opportunity Act, where the U.S. allows more than 6,000 products from Africa to come into the U.S. duty-free. What we learned was that, you know, years and years after AGOA was in place, I would travel to all the different countries across sub-Saharan Africa and would meet women making incredible products, producing incredible items that were valuable in the U.S. market, who still did not know what AGOA was. And so I just want to say that for all those who are responsible for helping the African women and entrepreneurs to understand what AFCFTA offers, I want to just say that, you know, you can't do enough. You have to be out there all the time, meeting with women nationally, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in South Africa, meeting with women's regional groups. You have to be providing them the information, the practical information about what does this AFCFTA mean? What is being offered through the Women and Youth Trade Protocol? How does that impact their lives and their businesses? This is going to be very important. I also think that we want the women here to use the AFCFTA trade portals. They have regional trade portals. And what that's going to do is give women user-friendly data on prices, on standards, and also on demand trends in particular markets. If you are in Nigeria and you want to sell to someone in Uganda, you need to know, what's the market like? What are the prices like? How do I use the AFCFTA and these regional agreements within the continent to actually move my goods from West Africa to East Africa? This is also going to be important. And at the same time, I would also say the partnerships. I talked about trusted networks and partnerships. I think with trade associations like Corporate Council on Africa, like Chambers of Commerce, women's business associations, and institutions like Afreximbank can ensure that information is actually translated into practical opportunities. What we want is for the women to be able to not just have access to the data and information, but also to be able to act on it.
Thank you so much for that. We've talked finance, we've talked market information, we've talked about policy, we've talked a little bit about scaling businesses, so I want to tap into that. What happens when the doors do open? You know, Ahuna, I know you work directly on inclusive growth. What are some concrete steps that we need to take to move women-led enterprises from the informal and local level into continental and even global value chains? Let's hear from you.
Thank you so much, Didi. I think actually my sisters who spoke before me have covered a lot of ground on this question. Maybe to add a couple of reflections. One is starting off with what you pronounced in your introduction about women being left behind, you know. And I think, first off, we need to change the narrative around how women are perceived in this, on this landscape. Women are not behind, and they're certainly not waiting for us to put them on the front lines. They are on the front lines. They are the ones who are actually lifting despite the obstacles. The question is, why are we concerned about informality? First, informality is sort of accompanied by exclusion, exploitation, and harassment. That's why we're concerned about it. Formalization is that the answer. Formalization in the current perception, particularly by the women, is added punishment. It's not necessarily a blessing as they perceive and experience it. It's a burden. So, as was mentioned, what do we have to do to alleviate that and make formalization actually more of an opportunity, from tax breaks to simplifying compliance, but also what we're finding in the UNDP world is this kind of group compliance. The fact that you bring a group of enterprises together to jointly seek compliance as a group, that's actually functioning quite well. Training and capacity building, we can never do enough of it, because as you heard, no matter what happens, a lot of women are actually very busy just producing and lifting and caring for their families. They don't have a lot of spare time to pay attention to what's happening in the news. So we need to be deliberate about giving them that information in an efficient way, not wasting their time, but actually asking them where the gaps are, and then crowding in support around those gaps. We need to be careful how we use women's time, because time is so precious for women. They're doing everything. They're multitasking. And sometimes I think we overburden them with maybe information that's not so useful or targeted. So I think really important to listen deeply to what the needs are and then provide them. Then this concept of connecting small businesses to big corporates, really, really important. Already talked about by my sister there. What we're doing in UNDP, we've launched a program called Supply Development Program, and we've tested it now in a number of countries. What it means, say for instance in Botswana, is that mining companies need services. Where do they source the services? Often not from the local small businesses. They go, because there's a perception that the capacity is not there, capacity to produce, capacity to supply according to demand. So we bring in support to those small businesses by, you know, mentoring them, but also increasing their ability to meet the market needs. And then we bring that information to the big corporates and say, look, we have actually de-risked these companies, and they can now supply you what you need, so leverage them. So when you sort of consolidate that, link them to corporates, it leads to scale. Because when there is a demand from a big corporate that needs so much, then it means that you have to scale up to be able to meet that. And then who is investing in you to make the scale? The banks, you know, and all the other numbers that you've heard. I think finally is this idea of increasing the bargaining power of women by teaming them up, you know, really nurturing networks and associations, because there's power in numbers, and doing so on a Pan-African level. So not just at the country level, really, and that's why we're launching this idea of her AFCFTA. Indeed, as you said earlier, Didi, in your opening, women are the heartbeat of the market on the continent. It's the woman, it's the face of a woman, from the one who sells akara on the market to the one who is leading a company at another level. They are the heartbeat. So her AFCFTA, which we're hoping Honorable Minister from Nigeria is going to host the first her AFCFTA Continental Initiative next year, conference next year, to really demonstrate the superpower of women on this landscape as the drivers of AFCFTA, because they are building bridges and bringing down the barriers. And I think our political actors need to hear them, needs to see them, and needs to listen deeply to the ideas that they bring to the table.
Excellent points there on increasing the bargaining power of women. We need political will. And it's one thing to have the market intelligence, as you said, on information, but we must provide that to women in an efficient way. I'd like to bring you in, Dr. Amani. I saw you nodding there, so I think I want to keep you on that question as well, which is literally what we've been talking about all day, really. It's moving women from informal and local level into continental and global value chains, so scaling African-owned, women-owned businesses in Africa.
So thank you very much, and thank you for the great panelists. I think we need a big applause for all those great ladies. So my sister, that's very important, because to move a woman from the informal to the formal, it's a whole supply chain. And let me just tell you one small story about the minerals. I was visiting the biggest jewelry show in the world called Vicenza Oro near Venice. And it's a huge, huge, huge exhibition, lot of jewelries, and the first window I go is a collier with emerald and diamond. I asked, how much is it? It was 500,000 euro. And I asked the guy, Italian, where is the emerald come from? He says, proudly from Zambia. So I went to Zambia, and I started digging for where is the women of Zambia in the mining, and I found out that they are still using the hammer. They are still have no access to any technology, no access to finance, no access to market. So the women who is getting the emerald there does not have really access to the $500,000 or euro that is there, marketed there. So what can we do for those women? It's a huge story. Because again, when I sit with them, another women who are digging rose quartz, and rose quartz is another gemstone of the continent, they tell me that they dig it and it's transparent, so they get it, and some people get it from them by peanuts. And when they found rocks, which is dark, they throw it. So one guy from one nationality came and told them, I can buy all those rocks, which is rubbish. One bucket is $1, which is 30 kwacha. And they were happy because they are throwing the rocks. So the guy got all the rocks, which is rubbish. And then one woman said, who is the woman in mining, there must be value in this rock. She took the rock and she went to the city, and she went to a geology lab who told her, this rock, when processed, is beryllium. And beryllium is used in nuclear weapon, in missile, and in aeroplanes. And one bucket, when processed, is exceeding $8,000. So you see, where are we on the continent? Lack of knowledge, lack of information, lack of linkages among us. If this woman have access to this linkage of lab and have access to somebody who cut and polish the stone and then make it jewelry and then market it in the world, then we really upscale this woman up to be the $500,000 collier that she's only selling it with $1. You see how we are there? So again, it needs the information for the woman. And I call it the triad of empowerment. The triad of empowerment is 3 pillars. The first pillar is private sector strengthening, including SMEs, women and youth. They need information. They need training and capacity building. They need linkages. They need networks that will educate them. The second pillar is about policy advocacy. And my sister, you are very right. Policies are very much government and corporate procurement. Because in government procurement, one of the things that when I was chair of COMESA Business Council, I was very successful to address the heads of states and push for the law for at least 30% of government procurement goes to SMEs, women and youth, and it was added to it with disabilities. So it is in Kenya now. It's a law. And I hope, Minister, that you push for it, because again, South Africa is looking at it, Rwanda, and we're pushing at least now 40% of all government procurement goes to African private sector, including SMEs, women and youth. So whatever in African soil, we should not bring it from outside. And that needs from us a mapping exercise. What's existing on the continent? If it's raw material, how we add value to this raw material to make it end product. And this brings us to the third pillar, which is product development. I have a raw material here. When we find that the coconuts, the cocoa beans of the continent, we sell it with $5.7 billion, while the chocolate industry in the world is $217 billion. And again, shea butter that you talked about, shea butter we export only with $90 million, while the cosmetics, which include shea butter, is over $500 billion. So where is the leakage here? The leakage is that all of us here as institution has to put the whole roadmap to make a product development, made in Africa product that is competitive, value added, standardized, high quality, and this will only happen when we link it to science and technology, when we educate our women. My sister, you mentioned about the simplified trade regime. You know, as I was chair of COMESA, Women in Business, we went and we explored the cross borders, and my sister Hadia is here with me. We went between Djibouti and Ethiopia. And I went between Egypt and Sudan, and Zambia and Zimbabwe. I asked the women, cross-border traders, have you been trade on COMESA? No. Do you know anything about the simplified trade regime? They do nothing. Again, with SSCFTA, if I go now to the cross-border traders, they don't know. So the outreach to our women is of huge importance. We need to have outreach for them. We need to see how we link them to associations, and they are harassed. Yes, they are harassed on the borders because they don't know their rights. And again, one of the recommendations we put is we need to put on the borders, cross borders, in local languages, their rights. Because we have, they can export, they can cross border with $1,000, but they don't know. So the women from Zambia, Zimbabwe, they keep hiding the things in themselves, so that the official doesn't see them. So again, this is an intervention that we as institution has to look at it. So at Africa Business Council, again, this is one thing that we are looking for, how to empower our women entrepreneurs at all levels, how to give them access to market intelligence, but how also to bring them together as one group, each a different group. So the mineral sector is different, then the fashion, then the agriculture. So in each, we need experts that will help them to really bypass the issue. And of course, taxes, because informal, they are always unhappy about the taxes, to see how we bring them together as an institution and let them feel they are belonging to a group. We give them the policy and of course, access to finance. But the most important, my dear, is to equip them with information, because this is the most important.
Excellent points there. Thank you so much, Dr. Mani. Excellent points. Information absolutely is key. You talk training, you talk network, you talked about pricing and policy, product development, outreach. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like now to move over to you, Samer, because once the doors are open for women, so let's say all of these things are in place, women still need the skills, like many of us have said today. They need the leadership capacity to walk through them. So I'd like to talk to Samer, because as someone who's leading a major public sector business here in Algeria, would like to hear your story of how you have navigated some of these barriers that have been mentioned this afternoon. What has worked for you, and what advice could you pass on to other African businesses that are owned or led by women?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيدات السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أولا نرحب بضيافنا الكرام في هذه الطبعة للIATF التي أقيمت في الجزائر، ويسعدني اليوم أن أشارك في هذا المنتدى المخصص لمشاركة أو لمناقشة موضوع محوري لمستقبل قارتنا إفريقيا، وهو الاستفادة من قوة المرأة الإفريقية في التجارة لتعظيم إمكانات إفريقيا لتعزيز أثر منطقة التجارة الحرة زليكاف. طبعاً إفريقيا قارة غنية بالإمكانات البشرية والموارد، لكن اليوم دور المرأة غير مثمن بما يكفي في استراتيجيات الاقتصادية الكبرى. وأود أن أؤكد اليوم أنه عندما تتحقق القيادة النسائية بالكامل تكون النتائج واضحة سريعة ومستدامة. أود أن تكلمنا عن الجزائر أو الرؤية التاريخية للجزائر والرؤية الوطنية، تعتبر المرأة في الجزائر تاريخ. لقد أثبتت المرأة الجزائرية من خلال حرب التحرير الوطني أنها ليست فقط نصف المجتمع، بل هي قلبه النابض وصوت حريته، فقد حملت السلاح وضحت بالنفس لتصنع مع الرجل استقلال هذا الوطن. كما أن رئيس الجمهورية الجزائرية الديمقراطية الشعبية السيد عبد المجيد تبون يولي أهمية كبيرة بدور المرأة ويؤكد دائما على مكانتها في مسار التنمية الوطنية. وتعتبر الجزائر أن المرأة في صميم اهتمام السلطات العمومية، واعتبرت محركاً للنمو الاقتصادي. كما حرص رئيس الجمهورية على إشراك النساء والشباب في كل المستويات، لا سيما في إدارة المؤسسات، وهذا كما لاحظتموه جاء في خطابه الافتتاحي لهذه الطبعة. وفي هذه الفعالية اسمحوا لي أن أعطيكم لمحة، أو قبل أن نبدأ عن لمحة عن المؤسسة، نبدأ أولاً عن الآليات والترسانات التي وضعتها السلطات العمومية لدعم المرأة وتمكينها من الاندماج في المجتمع والتنقل من مساهمتها الغير التي كانت يعني بطريقة غير مرئية حتى تصبح من مرأة ماكثة أو مرأة كانت في الماضي مهمشة في دورها، أصبحت اليوم فعالة وأصبحت رائدة أعمال، وذلك من خلال الترسانة الموضوعة من قبل السلطات العمومية كما سبقنا وقلنا ذلك. نذكر الوكالة الوطنية لتسيير القروض المصغرة، الوكالة الوطنية لدعم وتنمية المقاولاتية، وكذلك التنمية الاجتماعية. ومكنت هذه الآليات من تمويل آلاف النساء وإطلاق مشاريعهن لخلق ثروة والاندماج في السوق الرسمية. هذه البرامج تعكس قناعة راسخة مفادها أن الاستثمار في ريادة الأعمال النسائية هو استثمار في الأمن الغذائي. خلق الثورة والابتكار والقدرة التنافسية الإقليمية ولما لا الدولية. ومن هذا المنبر استسمحكم أن نتكلم عن مثال حي، وهو مثال قريب مني، وهو مؤسسة مجمع الحليب جيبلي، الذي يعد مؤسسة رائدة في مجال إنتاج الحليب ومشتقاته، إذ أنشئ هذا المجمع في سنة 1998. يضم أكثر من 16 ملبنة موزعة عبر التاريخ التراب الوطني ويغطي نسبة أكثر من 52% من احتياجات السوق الوطنية في الحليب المبستر عبر كل الوطن. ومنذ تأسيسه لأول مرة تقوده منذ سنتين امرأة على رأس هذا المجمع بصفة الرئيسة المديرة العامة لمجمع الحليب جيبلي، إذ يعد هذا منعطف تاريخي وقد أثمر نتائج، إذ سمحتم نقول نتائج ملموسة. ففي ظرف عامين حقق في سنة 2024 مجمع الحليب جيبلي نتائج قياسية لم يتم تسجيلها من قبل، وذلك بنسبة نمو تبلغ أكثر من 80% مقارنة بالنسبة بالسنة السابقة. هذا دليل أنه عندما تقود النساء تتحقق النتائج. فجيبلي لقد أثبتت تجربة في عامين من قيادة نسائية حقق مجمعنا قفزة تاريخية سواء من حيث الأداء أو من حيث الابتكار. نتائج لم تأتي بمحض صدفة، بل كانت ثمرة خيارات استراتيجية كما توليها السلطات العليا للبلاد، وهذا نابع من حوكمة رشيدة وإدارة عليا وإدارة مسؤولية جد عليا. ما لاحظناه لا يقبل الجدل. عندما تكون المرأة طرفا في الحوكمة والتسيير الاستراتيجي يتسارع أداء المؤسسة وتتوطد قدراتها على الصمود. هذا يعني إذا تكلمنا عن المجمع يعني جيبلي يمكن أن يكون هذا مثال حي عن قيادة النساء. وأيضا أن جيبلي بدبره كمؤسسة اجتماعية من يعني هو الآخر قام بوضع ترسانة من آليات لدعم المرأة في مجال الحليب ومشتقاته. وهذا بداية من يعني دعم النساء في تربية الأبقار التي ينشطن في تربية الأبقار، النساء الجامعات للحليب، النساء اللواتي تعملن في التحويل. فهناك عدة آليات جيبلي يدعم بها هذا النساء. ونذكر على سبيل المثال يعني ليس الحصر هو الاتفاقية التي وقعها مجمع مع وكالة تنمية القرض المصغر لدعم النساء حاملات المشاريع، وكذا عن قريب اتفاقية مع جمعية المرأة الريفية لتجميع وتشجيع دور المرأة في المناطق النائية. شكرا.
Thank you so much for that, Sameh. Thank you for highlighting that the work that the Algerian government is doing to support women in this country and the importance of women for economic growth. Particularly also talking about the work that the government is doing to support access to finance for women. And I love the point you made when you said when a woman leads, we get clear results, and it's absolutely right. And so just to still touch on that a little, I'd like to bring you in here to me, because besides leadership, mentorship also makes the difference for a lot of businesses between surviving and scaling. But it's not just that, because I was speaking to you earlier and you were also talking about mentorship even in policy, of having policy leaders that can mentor orders. So if you have the right women in policy, they are the ones that are making the policies that will work for women. So I want you to just highlight that point that you were telling me earlier and talk a little bit also about mentorship for women in business. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think, for every speaker that we've had, we've been talking about the need for mentorship for women traders. We've also spoken about the need to ensure that we bring women together, and that where they are together, they have more bargaining power. And I think that equally applies to women in public policy spaces, particularly women who are in trade policy. I was saying earlier on that the conversation around women traders and women within the CFTA is incomplete until we bring women in public policy, women who draft these policies. And so it's very important that as much as we have women who own businesses, we also have women who are sitting at the highest table negotiating these agreements, that we have women who are designing policies that address the kind of challenges that we've been speaking about. And that once we have these women, it's important that these women also come together, not only within their countries, but at a continental level, so that they can begin to exchange ideas and begin to exchange best practices about how they're addressing these challenges. It's also important not only for exchanging best practices, but it's important because we need to have a pipeline of women policymakers who are going to be champions for women's empowerment and women's development. What the story of the CFTA has told us is that in 1963, the CFTA was first conceptualized, or at least documented. Today we're sitting in 2025. And for me, this story says the work of the CFTA is intergenerational. We're not going to achieve it within our lifetime. So it's important, therefore, that once we recognize that the work we have before us, we need to hand it over to our children, and they need to hand it over to their children. We begin the work now of opening up the pipeline, of mentoring the next layer of policymakers, in as much as we are mentoring the next layer of women traders and women who own businesses. And so, Ahuna, when you said you are challenging the minister that for next year in Nigeria, she must host the first hair CFTA, I also want to offer myself to work with you to say, when we bring women traders, let us also bring women policymakers from all over the continent so that they are also in the room, they can hear what these challenges are, and when they get back home, they will also find younger women, promote them and encourage them to work in the space so that when the time comes for us to hand over the work to to the next generation, we have the next generation that is ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We're talking leadership networks. I think one thing for me also is, in today's world, when you look at technology, I know the minister mentioned this, e-commerce playing, giving the faster, you can reach businesses faster than ever. You can sell your products faster than ever. So digital integration is so important. We're almost running to the end of the session, but I would like to bring you in, Ahuna. We're getting to sort of final points, final comments. Perhaps you want to talk about leadership, mentorship. It could be digital integration. What is one key takeaway from you, maybe from this session, or perhaps is advice to African businesses? I'll bring you in, Ahuna. Thank you.
Really, I think to Ms. point on generational initiative as the AFCFTA, I think that's very compelling, that we're not just in a business that's about today, that it is very much about the future. And if we have this perspective, I think it's really going to help us energize also the younger players, whether in the trade environment or in the policy environment. Sometimes I think one of the things that really constrains us is that we're just thinking of the now and here. And I think this concept of thinking about this as intergenerational but also generational, I find very compelling. I think will help us do things the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move over to you now, Honorable Minister. Perhaps final comments. There have been a few points about policy and governance and political will, challenging governments to do the right things and rules, regulation, make it easier for women to succeed in business. So perhaps a few words or advice from you.
Thank you. I think I've enjoyed this panel very much, listening to women who obviously know exactly what needs to be done, but more importantly, are in the vanguard of actually doing what needs to be done. So I'd just like to encourage everybody on both sides, people who have taken the time to be with us today, to let's make it happen practically. Let's set measurable targets. So we have the protocols, we have everything in place, we have sufficient political will, but actualizing, that's why I actually started off my comments with the ASG, because she's actually walking that talk with Africa. She's walking that talk. I can testify as minister responsible for trade and investment in Nigeria, that UNDP in Nigeria and the Regional Bureau Office are truly really walking the talk with me, and I personally feel supported. And for the women that I know personally on this panel, it's the same, and I've also been inspired. So women and friends of women, Africans and friends of Africa, let's do it. It's doable, and really the time is now, especially with the environment we find ourselves in globally. Thank you.
Excellent points there. And I think that's really a good way to close. Let's walk the talk. And if there's one message from this session, it is this: women are not just part of Africa's trade future, they are the power that will drive it. We've heard about the policies, the financing, the skills. We've talked a little about digital tools, but we know they're there. We know they're there, and the leadership that's needed to unlock that power. But more than anything, we've heard the passion and the vision from this panel, and that's what makes us optimistic. The AFCFTA gives us a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rewrite Africa's trade story. And that story cannot be complete without women at the center, women like you. leading businesses, shaping policy, building industries, and connecting Africa to the world. So let me thank our extraordinary panelists for sharing their insights. Thank you all in the audience for your energy. I wish there was more though, and I'm sure there will be more when we end the session by your clapping and your engagement. And thank our organizers for putting women's voices where they belong, at the heart of the trade story. So let's carry this conversation beyond this room, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure that when we talk about Africa's rise in global trade, that we are not leaving women out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi, for expertly steering that conversation, which ends the first half of the day, and you have certainly earned your lunch, I think, definitely. So we're going to take a break for lunch now, 1 hour, no more than 1 hour. So please be back here roughly, what is it, 1:45, so 2:45, please be back here. Because we have a lot more, including a day organized by Africa's richest man and arguably most successful industrialist, Aliko Dangote. So without much ado, I will ask my colleagues, the ushers and so on, to direct you to the food court, which is through those doors there and at the Kasbah. The food court is at the Kasbah. You go out of the front and then you turn right, and there are some red stairs on your right, red stairs. If you go up them, those stairs, you'll see that others heading towards where the food is, the food court at the Kasbah. See you back here in an hour or less. Much more to come on IATF 2025.
"2018, Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade
Ladies
grew
and
louder.
gentlemen, one final
Such
announcement
success
before you
could
leave.
not
We
remain
have
a
something
project
very
alone.
special for you at 2
IATF
o'clock.
is now becoming an
Dangote
independent,
Day. So for
treaty-based
those of you who
organization,
want, to
ensuring
be here, and I'd encourage you,
sustainability,
to attend. It's going to be a
and deeper
powerhouse
alignment
experience.
with
A moment on the
AFCFTA's
fair
vision.
trade stage. Dangote
A development-oriented
Day
and
starts
commercially
at 2 o'clock
viable
in 10
African
minutes, right
institution.
here on this stage. So
After a
Dangote
competitive
Day
process,
at 2
Zimbabwe
o'clock
emerged
in
as the
10
host
minutes,
for
right here on
IATF's
this stage, and
headquarters.
you won't want to miss that.
With
ladies and
world-class
gentlemen.
facilities,
So stick around.
strong air
Dangote Day
connectivity,
is coming up shortly.
quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, The AFCFTA Marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA Marketplace.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA Marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA Marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment, and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs.
I don't believe that we've done what you are saying in Lekki.
A landmass 7 times the size of Victoria Island, where one of the world's biggest dredging exercise occurred. 65 million cubic meters of sand dredged, costing approximately €300 million.
But that level, finished level, required a hell of a lot of dredging to be done in this plant. So the world's biggest dredgers were here. And for about 18 months odd, the plant was leveled up. This is probably an exercise of its own kind.
This masterpiece is the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical Plant, located in Dangote Industries Free Zone Enterprise, Ipejuleki, Lagos.
To describe this project, honestly, it takes guts, it takes a vision, and it's the vision of one man, which is absolutely extraordinary to witness it. And it's really a vision of one person. To bring this to life, it's really a wonder of the world.
A 650,000 barrel per day capacity plant, more than enough to meet Nigeria's petrol needs and enough to export. Dangote Petroleum and Petrochemical Company developed a port. Constructed 2 quays with a load-bearing capacity of 25 tons per square meter to bring over dimensional cargoes close to the site directly.
And obviously we had to build port facilities which can have Ro-Ro facility and especially the jetty which can handle, because otherwise you lift a column and put on the jetty, the whole jetty will go into the sea.
Construction commenced in 2017. Over 2 2,570 pieces of various equipment was brought to enhance the local capacity for site works, as companies in-country were unable to handle some portions of its requirements. To add to the current capacity in Nigeria, 340 cranes were brought to support the project. The refinery complex is a mammoth project.
We have selected a license that has been through, most of them through Honeywell, but other primary license like DuPont, ExxonMobil, Jacobs, who are the person today, INEOS for the petrochemical part of it, for the polypropylene, and we have used the consultant from wherever was necessary to do something of this size and magnitude.
With the largest single order of 5 SPMs anywhere in the world, the refinery has a self-sufficient marine facility with the ability for freight optimization. The operation of the refinery starts with the SPM, a single-point mooring system anchored 25 kilometers into the high sea. It supplies crude to the refinery through subsea pipelines that terminates here at the Dangote trestle. The trestle pipelines then deliver the content to the crude storage tanks. There are 16 of these tanks, with each holding 120 million liters in capacity. Onwards to this massive crude distillation unit. It is the height of a 40-story building and the weight of 320 adult elephants. Installing this massive equipment was no mean feat. It was a synergy between man and machine, science and human will. Out of the crude distillation tower comes unfinished products as light gases, naphtha, kerosene, light diesel, and heavy diesel, as well as atmospheric residue. This is the MS block, where the gasoline-blended components are further refined. This is the mild hydrocracking unit, MHC, where the light and heavy diesel is cracked mildly in order for them to meet the premium market standard. This is the RFCC reactor regenerator being delivered. It weighs 3,000 metric tons. The weight of 1,257 farm tractors. It is the heaviest piece of refinery steel structure in the world. It took 10 hours to deliver it from the jetty to the refinery site, about 12 kilometers. The RFCC produces a very important petrochemical precursor called propylene. The propylene is sent to this petrochemical block, which is known as the polypropylene unit, PPU. Where it is further refined and sent to this bagging unit, ready to be bagged for supply.
is not that much publicized, but we have a very large capacity of 900,000 metric tons per annum of polypropylene that we can do in 70 different grades according to what the market is going.
The plant also recovers sulfur through the Sulfur Recovery Unit, SRU. Improving emission control is a key goal. This effluent treatment plant treats all liquid effluent streams generated within the refinery, and part of the treated effluent is reused for DM water generation within the refinery. The effluent treatment plant comprises of the process effluent chain, contaminated rainwater treatment chain, sanitary effluent treatment chain, and the spent caustic treatment chain.
I was very happy that Dangote was more than conscious about the environmental protection. I can vouch my entire experience on this, that this is one of the most environment-friendly plant in the world.
All of these speak emphatically about the Dangote culture of excellence, efficiency, and taking cognizance of the environment.
The refinery complex generates its own power. This 435 megawatts power plant in the refinery will be able to meet the total power requirement of Ibadan Disco, an output covering the 5 states of Oyo, Ogun, Osun, Kwara, and Ekiti. Besides the polypropylene, all the products are sent to the trading facility storage. These products are dispatched to trucks via this gantry. The gantry has 98 loading arms, and it can load both 33,000 liters to 66,000 liters supply trucks. In the course of the civil works, some days 700 piles were drilled daily, and the total number of piles came to 250,000.
It is easier building a refinery in Asia or in the Middle East than building in Nigeria, because in Nigeria there's actually, or in Africa, there's no infrastructure. So when we were looking for cranes, we couldn't get cranes to even hire. When we were looking for rigs to do the piling, we ended up between stone columns and pilings that go up to about 35 meters. You're talking about 250,000 piles and stone columns.
The concrete requirement for this project is enough to pave the entire 720 kilometers of federal roads in Lagos. This refinery will be the largest single-train petroleum refinery in the world, with 838 KTPA kilotons per annum polypropylene plant. Largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in any country in the world to handle 3 billion standard cubic foot of gas per day. World-scale gas treatment stations. World-class petrochemical complex.
The steel structure already prefabricated, drilled and pre-cut for the pipe rack only is in excess of 150,000 tons of steel, without considering the steel that has been utilized for the storage tank, which alone is about 600,000 tons, without mentioning the steel involved with the building of the equipment or of the pipes. The pipes alone is in excess of 3,000 kilometers, which is giving you the possibility to go probably from here to the north of Nigeria and almost coming back.
Everything in this plant, by way of size, is the first. A, it is the single largest single train refinery in the world. There is no column which can process 650,000 barrels per day in one column, first of its kind. The capacity of RFCC builds the next best by miles. This is a 10 MMTPA plant. Maximum which you have seen is 6, 7. This is way ahead of that. And to add to that, this is an RFCC. This is a lot more complex one. We have probably one of the biggest hydrocrackers designed on a mild hydrocracking route, about upwards of 7.5 million tons capacity. One of the biggest MS blocks which you can have in the world. The towers which you see, the sizes of the furnaces, the reactor regenerator, it has touched the elastic limits of mechanical design. Beyond this, in a single train, is practically not possible. Everything big which you talk of in the world is right here.
Dangote Petroleum Refinery can meet all of Nigeria's requirement of all petroleum liquid products 100%.
Most of the times there is queues, shortages, and selling of the fuel in the black market. And once, any item is a question of supply and demand. The more it is available in the market, the prices come less. The less it is available, the price goes up. If it is not available, the price shoots through the roof. So when you have consistent quantity of fuel available locally, because we are going to export too, so there is going to be more than enough fuel available in the country.
The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has employed over 30,000 Nigerian personnel on site, and the current ratio of Nigerians to expatriates on the project is 93% Nigerians to 7% expats. And over 600 million man-hours has been put in.
At the peak of this project, in terms of direct labor, from engineering to procurement to construction, the project employed at various stages over 150,000 people across diverse nationalities and across various continents.
A total of 900 Nigerian engineers are being trained in engineering, design, and design of the refinery outside the country.
I came in through the Grassroots Engineer Training Program, and then the program is such that when young engineers are recruited fresh out of school, they're sent to India for hands-on training in a working refinery. The refinery is still under construction, so we have to get you in a working refinery. So we trained there for about 6 months, and then we're back to inculcate the skills that we've learned in that refinery, into our refinery. And now the good thing about it is coming back, for someone like me and some other person that have been here, the good thing about it is coming back, meeting the construction phase. There are a lot of disciplines going on. So it's multidisciplinary skills that we're getting. You can see the electrical, instrumentation, process as well. So it's a great experience for each and every one of us, because you're not just learning your own side, you're getting to learn integration of all engineering fields.
I was part of the project execution team at the construction of the crude storage tank. So I witnessed the foundation laying, the cable laying for the cathodic protection of the tank, the bottom plates, the erection of the shell plates. It's so fascinating, and I consider it a rare opportunity.
Skills transfer is huge. As you saw, a lot of the engineers went and got trained in India. That they come back and train the trainer, as they say, or train other people. And that keeps going on. It's a cascading effect of training and skills transfer. And that will be ongoing because, again, this is oil and gas, right? And it goes beyond what we see here today.
The Dangote Refinery and Petrochemical Plant is very serious about local content development.
In the last 6 years that we actually had execution of the project, we've had tremendous increase in employment around this corridor, and I'm sure also local suppliers have enjoyed tremendous benefit from it. They've had to employ people and generate wealth amongst themselves.
The refinery will create over 100,000 direct and indirect jobs and provide constant trainings for all its engineers. The Dangote refinery plant is a legacy project that will see Nigeria netting $21 billion per annum.
There's no doubt in my mind that if other Nigerians take it as a commitment, all right, to ensure that we were able as a nation to provide for our own needs.
As the Dangote Industries Limited continues to execute its vision. A vision invested in the future of Nigerians and Nigeria. There is only one goal. To grow the biggest human capital ever seen in this part of the world.
Well, what I want to share with Nigerians is actually to show my personal gratitude and that of also the Dangote Group for all the assistance that we got from the president, from the federal government, of Nigeria, from even the president-elect, because he also set the face by creating the Lekki Free Trade Zone as part of his, dream. And also, we want to, thank most especially the, Governor Fashola, Governor Ambode, because it was also during their period that we started, and most especially Governor Sanwo-Olu, because they have given us all the assistance that we're looking for. The bankers that, participated in the consortium of this, and they've been of a great, help, and all of them really tried. I don't want to even pick one or so, but one of a special thing that has actually given us a lot of advice and I will mention just the top, all of them, they've done very well, right from, Afreximbank, led by Orama, Access Bank, Zenith Bank, GT, all our local banks that participated, they have actually done a fantastic job. They've given us all the support that is humanly possible. And so I want to show my personal gratitude to what they've done to us. We thank all Nigerians for giving us the support, which they are too numerous to mention.
This is the Dangote investment on the Ibeju-Lekki axis of Lagos State. An investment of over $20 billion. The biggest private investment in Africa. Seated on a landmass of 2,635 hectares at the Dangote Industries Free Zone Enterprise. A project that once could only be imagined now stands firm as an economic game changer.
The 650,000 barrels per day that we've done is the largest single train, not only in Africa, in the world. And we just wanted to make a point, and which we have now, achieved.
We ourselves sometimes don't believe that we've done what you're seeing in Lekki.
The landmass 7 times the size of Victoria Island, where one of the world's biggest dredging exercise occurred. 65 million cubic meters of sand dredged, costing approximately 300 million euro.
But that level, finished level, required a hell of a lot of dredging to be done in this plant. So the world's biggest dredgers were here. And for about 18 months odd, the plant was leveled up. This is probably an exercise of its own kind.
This masterpiece is the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical Plant, located in Dangote Industries Free Zone Enterprise, Ipejuleki, Lagos.
To describe this project, honestly, it takes guts, it takes a vision, and it's the vision of one man, which is absolutely extraordinary to witness it. And it's really a vision of one person. To bring this to life, it's really a wonder of the world.
A 650,000 barrel per day capacity plant, more than enough to meet Nigeria's petrol needs and enough to export. Dangote Petroleum and Petrochemical Company developed a port. Constructed 2 quays with a load-bearing capacity of 25 tons per square meter to bring over dimensional cargoes close to the site directly.
And obviously, we had to build port facilities which can have ro-ro facility, and especially the jetty, which can handle, because otherwise you lift a column and put on the jetty, the whole jetty will go into the sea.
Construction commenced in 2017. Over 2,570 pieces of various equipment was brought to enhance the local capacity for site works, as companies in-country were unable to handle some portions of its requirements. To add to the current capacity in Nigeria, 340 cranes were brought to support the project. The refinery complex is a mammoth project.
We have selected a license that has been through, most of them through Honeywell, but other primary license like DuPont, ExxonMobil, Jacobs, who are the person today, INEOS for the petrochemical part of it, for the polypropylene, and we have used the consultant from wherever was necessary to do something of this size and magnitude.
With the largest single order of 5 SPMs anywhere in the world, the refinery has a self-sufficient marine facility with the ability for freight optimization. The operation of the refinery starts with the SPM, a single-point mooring system anchored 25 kilometers into the high sea. It supplies crude to the refinery through subsea pipelines that terminates here at the Dangote trestle. The trestle pipelines then deliver the content to the crude storage tanks. There are 16 of these tanks, with each holding 120 million liters in capacity. Onwards to this massive crude distillation unit. It is the height of a 40-story building and the weight of 320 adult elephants. Installing this massive equipment was no mean feat. It was a synergy between man and machine, science and human will. Out of the crude distillation tower comes unfinished products as light gases, naphtha, kerosene, light diesel, and heavy diesel, as well as atmospheric residue. This is the MS block, where the gasoline-blended components are further refined. This is the mild hydrocracking unit, MHC, where the light and heavy diesel is cracked mildly in order for them to meet the premium market standard. This is the RFCC reactor regenerator being delivered. It weighs 3,000 metric tons. The weight of 1,257 farm tractors. It is the heaviest piece of refinery steel structure in the world. It took 10 hours to deliver it from the jetty to the refinery site, about 12 kilometers. The RFCC produces a very important petrochemical precursor called propylene. The propylene is sent to this petrochemical block, which is known as the polypropylene unit, PPU. Where it is further refined and sent to this bagging unit, ready to be bagged for supply.
It's not that much publicized, but we have a very large capacity of 900,000 metric tons per annum of polypropylene that we can do in 70 different grades according to what the market is going.
The plant also recovers sulfur through the Sulfur Recovery Unit, SRU. Improving emission control is a key goal. This effluent treatment plant treats all liquid effluent streams generated within the refinery, and part of the treated effluent is reused for DM water generation within the refinery. The effluent treatment plant comprises of the process effluent chain, contaminated rainwater treatment chain, sanitary effluent treatment chain, and the spent caustic treatment chain.
I was very happy that Dangote was more than conscious about the environmental protection. I can vouch my entire experience on this, that this is one of the most environment-friendly plant in the world.
All of these speak emphatically about the Dangote culture of excellence, efficiency, and taking cognizance of the environment.
The refinery complex generates its own power. This 435 megawatts power plant in the refinery will be able to meet the total power requirement of Ibadan Disco, an output covering the 5 states of Oyo, Ogun, Osun, Kwara, and Ekiti. Besides the polypropylene, all the products are sent to the trading facility storage. These products are dispatched to trucks via this gantry. The gantry has 98 loading arms, and it can load both 33,000 liters to 66,000 liters supply trucks. In the course of the civil works, some days 700 piles were drilled daily. And the total number of piles came to 250,000.
It is easier building a refinery in Asia or in the Middle East than building in Nigeria, because in Nigeria there's actually, or in Africa, there's no infrastructure. So when we were looking for cranes, we couldn't get cranes to even hire. When we were looking for rigs to do the piling, we ended up between stone columns and pilings that go up to about 35 meters. You're talking about 250,000 piles and stone columns.
The concrete requirement for this project is enough to pave the entire 720 kilometers of federal roads in Lagos. This refinery will be the largest single-train petroleum refinery in the world, with 838 KTPA kilotons per annum polypropylene plant. Largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in any country in the world to handle 3 billion standard cubic foot of gas per day. World-scale gas treatment stations. World-class petrochemical complex.
The steel structure already prefabricated, drilled and pre-cut for the pipe rack only is in excess of 150,000 tons of steel, without considering the steel that has been utilized for the storage tank, which alone is about 600,000 tons, without mentioning the steel involved with the building of the equipment or of the pipes. The pipes alone is in excess of 3,000 kilometers, which is giving you the possibility to go probably from here to the north of Nigeria and almost coming back.
Everything in this plant, by way of size, is the first. A, it is the single largest single-train refinery in the world. There is no column which can process 650,000 barrels per day in one column, first of its kind. The capacity of RFCC builds the next best by miles. This is a 10 MMTPA plant. Maximum which you have seen is 6, 7. This is way ahead of that. And to add to that, this is an RFCC. This is a lot more complex one. You have probably one of the biggest hydrocrackers designed on a mild hydrocracking route, about upwards of 7.5 million tons capacity. One of the biggest MS blocks which you can have in the world. Your towers which you see, the sizes of the furnaces, the reactor regenerator, it has touched the elastic limits of mechanical design. Beyond this, in a single train, is practically not possible. Everything big which you talk of in the world is right here.
Dangote Petroleum Refinery can meet all of Nigeria's requirement of all petroleum liquid products 100%.
Most of the times there is queues, shortages, and selling of the fuel in the black market. And once, any item is a question of supply and demand. The more it is available in the market, the prices come less. The less it is available, the price goes up. If it is not available, the price shoots through the roof. So when you have consistent quantity of fuel available locally, because we are going to export too, so there is going to be more than enough fuel available in the country.
The Dangote
The challenge of Nigeria as a free state in 20th century Africa is the need to revive the stature of man in Africa and restore the dignity of man in the world. Nigerians believe passionately in the fundamental human rights. We regard all races of the human family as equal.
Well, if you thought that was my voice, you're disappointed. I'm not that eloquent or commanding. That was Babacar Ndiaye, a hologram we saw earlier today, and I think he's echoing back from the past again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch, and for those who stayed for the video of Dangote, wasn't that interesting? I was mesmerizing what is possible with determination and support. I must say though, Afreximbank has been an incredible partner in that Dangote journey. You'll find out about how with the specifics in a moment, because this is Dangote Day at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2025, a powerhouse moment on this trade fair stage. As Africa's leading industrial giant, the Dangote Group spotlights the industries that fuel growth: cement, agriculture, energy, and much, much more, while sharing its bold vision for continental self-sufficiency. Now you can expect some moments, because in a way this is a program within a program of strategic dialogue, investor networking, and sector showcases that demonstrate Africa's capacity and belief to lead from within. This is Dangote Day, and it's about scale, it's about impact, and it's about opportunity, where partnerships turn ambition into action across Africa's markets and industries. Now, you've got a steady pair of hands here. Not me. I'm going to hand over to my fellow Master of Ceremonies for Dangote Day, and I want you to give him a warm round of applause. He's the Senior Relationships Manager for Afreximbank. Please welcome Mr. Adeni Olukoya.
Thank you very much, Mark. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Dangote Day at IATF 2025. It's a pleasure to have you here and for you to witness Africa's largest diversified industrial group, and to see how much economic development and intra-African trade can be generated by sheer will and commitment. Today, we celebrate not only the extraordinary journey of one company, but also a living example of how Africa can industrialize and trade with itself and create prosperity across borders, and then gain recognition on the global stage on the back of that. From its beginnings as a modest trading business in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has transformed into Africa's most diversified industrial powerhouse, operating across over 17 countries in Africa, trading internationally with the global powers. Along this journey, Afreximbank has been privileged to serve as a key partner across the group. We've done this through financing, through facilitating, through partnerships, and we're committed to continue to do this and work with Dangote Group along its journey of supporting intra-African trade on the continent. We have various programs, our intra-African oil import program to support procurement of refined products from African refineries such as Dangote, and other interventions that we have over the years continued to support with. We will continue to do that. We have that commitment. And this afternoon, what we want to do is you would hear from the group's various business units: salt, sugar, cement, packaging, fertilizer, and of course, the refinery, which has created a global shift in the way refined products are distributed across the world. So together with these stories, from a larger narrative of Africa building for Africa and Africa trading with Africa, we will embark on this journey together. And with that being said, I would like to kick off by introducing Managing Director for Client Relations, Mr. Eric Monchu Intong, who would set the stage for the discussions that we're going to have today and what can be achieved through commitments and resolve. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, let's try it one more time. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. We'll try to be very brief so that we don't make people to sleep. But you know, success is good and sweetest when it's being celebrated. So let me recognize the Dangote team and the Afreximbank team and our esteemed delegates that have come to share with us this very special Dangote Day festivities. It's a celebration, and a celebration cannot start without recognizing the very warm welcome and hosting hospitality that we witnessed from His Excellency Abdelmejid Tebboune, whom I saw on the opening ceremony moderating a panel. In my life, I've never seen a head of state moderating a panel. It shows commitment, it shows passion, and I saw it live here in Algiers. So we want to thank the government of Algeria for their hospitality, passion, and commitment in making sure that IATF 2025 is a resounding success. The second thing that you must have noticed also, which I want to appreciate them for, is that it is in Algiers, where we are, that I've seen the highest number of flags. I'm sure if any of you were doing business in selling flags, you should have been counting some level of profitability right now. It also shows commitment from the government. We need to appreciate them. We need to welcome them. But for me, it is with humility that I welcome you all to the Dangote's Day here at the Inter-African Trade Fair 2025, IATF 2025 in Algiers. We come together not just to celebrate the extraordinary journey of the Dangote Group, but to reflect on its powerful expression of inter-African trade and Pan-African development. Today, the Dangote Group has a presence across over 17 African countries. There are about 54 African countries, and if they're already present in 17, that is a remarkable achievement, which again underscores the importance why we have to celebrate this day. And this span through various activities: cement, sugar, flour, seasoning, beverages, oil and gas, and much more, demonstrating both scale in an African fashion, diversification, and regional integration in action. The story of the 650,000 barrels per day refinery, or Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals Complex, is only one among many that capture the boldness and achievement of the Dangote Group. Conceived more than a decade ago, the refinery overcame monumental technical, financial, and logistical challenges, finally coming on stream in 2024 as the largest single-train refinery in the world. But this is only one chapter. For me as a person, I have been privileged to be at the genesis of the refinery. In 2016, when I was the Regional Chief Operating Officer for Anglophone West Africa in Abuja, Nigeria, I saw the bare land that was acquired by Dangote. They spent over 250 million euros to sandfill and make it usable. I then left Abuja Regional Office in 2017, returned to the headquarters in Cairo. And 5 years after, I returned to Nigeria again as the Regional Chief Operating Officer for Anglophone West Africa in 2021. And I was privileged that that bare ground I saw in Lekki Free Trade Zone became a monumental industrial complex, the refinery, the petrochemical. So I was privileged to have been part of the team that provided not just the financing support, but has seen the evolution of that. There are similar stories of ambition and perseverance in cement plants that now serve multiple African markets in the sugar and salt industries that support millions of households, and the fertilizer projects that are reshaping Africa's agricultural landscape. Together, these stories illustrate not only the resilience of a single enterprise, but the transformative power of African industrial champions in driving the continent's development. Recently, the group signed a 2.5 billion agreement with Ethiopian Investment Holdings to build a world-class urea fertilizer complex in Gode, southeastern Ethiopia. The facility is expected to produce 3 million metric tons annually, which is the same capacity they have today in Nigeria, and is being increased to 9 million metric tons per annum in the next 2 years. That will be completed. This initiative exemplifies the group's deepening footprints across industries and borders. What began as a trading enterprise in Nigeria has now grown into Africa's most diversified industrial powerhouse, linking up value chains from inputs to outputs and from local markets to regional trade hubs, employing over 40,000 people directly and hundreds of thousands indirectly across various countries. The developmental impact striking by producing, selling fuel in Naira. One of the key initiatives that the Dangote Refinery has achieved is when the federal government of Nigeria approved that crude oil dedicated for domestic consumption could be sold in local currency, that is the Naira, and the refined product could also be sold in local currency. Guess what? This initiative, supported by Afreximbank, reduced the dependence on FX for imports of petroleum products by at least 47%, which is one of the reasons why inflation is tapering downward right now. The investments are more than commercial ventures. They present the AfCFTA in action, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement in action. When Dangote exports fertilizer to Kenya, cement to Cameroon, or petroleum products to Ghana, it's not just trade, it's regional integration, enterprise building, and shared prosperity. Looking ahead, the roadmap is clear. Deepen continental integration, amplify linkages with African small and medium-sized enterprises, and expand the network of suppliers, distributors, and exporters connected to Dangote's ecosystem. Afreximbank stands firmly beside the Dangote Group through financing, trade facilitation, and policy advocacy as it pursues these goals. We have provided financing for trucks, we have provided financing for industries, we have funded raw materials procurement, and much more. This is what IATF is all about, and why intra-African trade is the arrowhead of Afreximbank's strategy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Dangote story is Africa's story. It is one of vision, resilience, and transformative impact. Today, we solidify our commitment to the industrial transformation, food security, and intra-African trade, guided by the example of an African champion, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Let us recognize, learn from, and replicate this model, where ambition meets action, and where our continent's potential becomes our continent's reality. As you will know, opportunity has an expiry date. Let's take it now. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Monchu Intong, Acting Managing Director, Client Relations at Afreximbank. Good afternoon, everyone, again. I know we're all just coming back in from lunch, but we have a very exciting, interesting discussion coming up. So, with all due respect, I would like to invite the Dangote Group leadership to come and give some remarks. We've heard the call to action. It's important that we all strive to replicate this in our various businesses, because the Dangote Group has shown a model that, if represented and followed, can be actualized for our own development. So I'd like to please join me in welcoming Engineer Mansour Ahmed, the representative of the President and Chief Executive of Dangote Industries, Mr. Aliko Dangote, to deliver the welcome address.
Dangote himself is a much taller person, so do pardon me for having to bring the microphone down. First, I think I must convey the profound apologies of Alhaji Aliko Dangote for not being here personally. Indeed, up to 2 days ago, there has been extensive interaction between the management of Afreximbank, led by Eric, my good friend, and indeed the Alhaji Dangote himself and his directors, trying to find an avenue to squeeze in this program for Alhaji himself to be here. And he did, in fact, want to be. It was perhaps when all avenues have been looked at and they could not find the possibility of squeezing this program in his very tight schedule, that Alhaji called me and said, please, you must go and lead the team in Algeria. Fortunately, I was also bound towards Algeria for other reasons. And I was then in Dakar, Senegal, attending on his behalf another program, the African Food Forum. This perhaps should indicate the scope, as Eric has said, of Dangote's extensive operations. Because indeed, as we'll hear later from my colleagues in the Dangote team, we do go beyond refining of petroleum products and indeed cement into foods and other sectors. So he's called me to ask me to offer his profound apologies and indeed to read his address on his behalf. And this I now do. And in his own words, he said, "It is an immense pleasure to welcome every one of you here today to this special occasion of the Dangote Day at the 2025 Intra-African Trade Fair. The Dangote Group Special Day is indeed going to be the fourth presence of Dangote at the trade fair. Thus, we have been here since the beginning. Let me also congratulate the organizers of the IATF, and particularly the Afreximbank and its partners, the African Union Commission and the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat for organizing this event, for hosting the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair here in the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The IATF serves as a vital platform for sharing trade and investment intelligence and the market intelligence, while also providing a space to deliberate on the challenges and opportunities within the African trade and investment cycle. It brings together global and continental stakeholders to highlight goods and services, explore investment opportunities, and foster meaningful business connections across Africa. At Dangote Group, we are deeply committed to driving Africa's economic transformation from a continent heavily reliant on imports to one that is self-sufficient, particularly in the production of finished goods. Our partnership with IATF is deeply rooted. Sorry. My apologies, please. Yes, sorry. Okay, that's right. I'm sorry. I think the battery must have gone. At Dangote Group, we are deeply committed to driving Africa's economic transformation from a continent heavily dependent on imports to one that is self-sufficient in the production of finished goods. Our partnership with IATF is rooted in this shared vision of economic advancement and prosperity. This strategic collaboration reinforces our collective goal to building a resilient, self-reliant Africa, where intra-African trade becomes a pillar of sustainable growth and development for the continent. The theme of the 2025 fair, Gateway to New Opportunities, reflects our commitment to unlocking new avenues for growth and establishing Africa as a leading hub to production and innovation. I extend my appreciation to the management of Afreximbank and especially its outgoing president, Professor Benedict Orama, for their continued support to Dangote Group. Afreximbank has played an instrumental role in the development of transformative projects such as the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, which we've just heard about, and petrochemicals company, as well as the Dangote fertilizer plant and indeed other Dangote projects. And we do expect and hope that we will continue this partnership in all other sectors. We firmly believe that the manufacturing sector holds the key to Africa's economic future. It has Africa's economic future. It has the potential to generate millions of jobs, and direct and indirect jobs, and supply essential goods and services. To add significant value to our raw materials in the continent. A robust manufacturing sector underpins national economic prosperity and provides employment for a wide range of skilled professionals, from engineers to technicians to marketers to accountants and administrators. Through our subsidiaries, such as the Dangote Cement, we have established our presence in 10 African countries in terms of direct investment. But as has been said by Eric, we also have footprints in quite a number of other African countries. But our goal and our aspiration is to be present in every African country in the next 5 to 10 years. These cement plants have helped to transform the economies of our host nations and created thousands of jobs and contributed to government revenues through taxes and so on. We are promoting intra-African trade by exporting cement or its products like clinker to several other countries from these plants. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has exported refined petroleum products to several African countries in the past year since its inception. And indeed, we are also exporting beyond Africa, even to Europe and the Americas. The Dangote fertilizer has exported several shiploads of fertilizer to African countries, which include the Republic of Benin, Zambia, Cameroon, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, and several others, including Mozambique. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has also exported refined petroleum products to several countries. The Dangote Petrochemical Complex has kicked off the production of polypropylene, a major raw material for the plastics, textiles, furniture, pharmaceutical, and other downstream industries. We are confident that African manufacturers in these subsectors will soon be able to source their polypropylene raw materials directly from Nigeria. Of course, as we'd all expect, in our efforts to promote intra-African trade, we continue to face numerous challenges, such as visa restrictions across African countries, policy inconsistencies, shortage of skilled manpower, inadequate infrastructure, foreign exchange instability, inflation, etc. These are significant issues that require collective resolve and collaboration and cooperation. These are significant. At the inaugural African Renaissance Retreat, which I had the pleasure and privilege to convene in Kigali, Rwanda, exactly a year ago today, we emphasized the urgent need to accelerate free movement of people's goods and services across the African continent. We also propose that stronger collaboration between the public and private sectors, as well as strategic technology use to drive Africa's development, and a renewed focus on boosting production and local value addition. We believe these are key to overcoming the persistent barriers to which hinder intra-African trade. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to again congratulate the leadership of the Inter-African Trade Fair and Afreximbank and its partners on the successful hosting of this fourth Intra-African Trade Fair here in Algiers, Algeria, the Democratic Republic of Algeria. We are confident that exhibitors, participants, policymakers, and leaders of business enterprises of global as well as continental institutions will seize this opportunity to exchange ideas, align strategies, and build partnerships that will drive intra-African trade and deliver its many benefits. Our expectation is that through this platform, we will witness a significant increase in business-to-business engagements across the African continent, as well as deeper collaboration and cooperation between the governments of our various nations. We believe this will contribute to opening up more markets across Africa for African enterprises, to fostering sustainable economic growth and development for the continent. As part of our participation, various companies under the group will make brief presentations of their various products and services. And at the end of the day, what is important for this venue, for this event, is that people have the opportunity to engage directly. And therefore, it is my pleasure at the end of this presentation to invite you to the Dangote stand to answer more questions, to exchange more, answer your questions, and to engage in identifying opportunities for mutual business interaction. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mansour Ahmed, for the inspiring message which reinforces the views of Dangote Group, which is in line with the impact of the various projects. Thank you very much for the inspiring message which reinforces Dangote's views in line with the impact of the projects. We'll now move on to the heart of today's session. Essentially, we'll be talking through the various business units so you understand their contributions to the overall group. We'll touch on their operations. We'll touch on the impact at the scale and their contributions to the group, and also the various ways they come together to support development on the continent in various manners. So I would start by calling to the stage the members of the Dangote business unit. So first of all, we have Mr. Olushola Shosonya, who is the head of sales and marketing for NASCON Allied Industries, which is Dangote Salts. If you could please move down to the next seat, sir. Mr. Shosonya, if you can move to the next seat. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Bello Sadiq, the General Manager for Sales and Marketing for Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC. Next to the stage, we have Mr. Ayodeji Aniki, who is the Head of Technical Sales Services for Dangote Cement, which is a pillar in the group operations, operating across the continent. Next, we have Dangote Fertilizer Limited, and we'll be introducing Mr. Franklin Olubumi Ibikunle, Team Lead Export Sales. We have Mr. Moshood Ilupeju, Head of Export Sales for Sub-Saharan Africa for Dangote Packaging Limited. And then last but definitely not the least, for the Dangote Refinery, we have Mr. Leonard Sehoya, the Head of Sales and Marketing for polypropylene. Please, can we get some microphones? Okay, yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. So we'll kick off today. We're speaking with Mr. Olushola Sosonya for NASCON Allied Industries, who will run through what NASCON Allied produces, its operations, which spreads across Africa, and then how it's also contributing to the wider group. So thank you, Mr. Sosonya.
Madame El Museo, Bon après-midi. I say, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm representing the salt business, and I'm here to tell the African countries and Caribbeans that we in Dangote Salt are ready to deliver salt in all its products and SKU storekeeping units across African Caribbeans. Let me start by saying this. Over the years, NASCON Allied Industries, the makers of Dangote Salt, are successfully evolved into the largest salt producer and refiner in sub-Saharan Africa. The company controls over 65% of the Nigerian market. ISO certified, production standards, and we ensure quality and safety always. About the business, Dangote Salt is a premium refined product from Dangote Industries Limited, a trusted name in the food and consumer goods across Africa. With commitment to quality and affordability, Dangote Salt is carefully processed and iodized. We all know no human being is born with iodine in his body. So until when we get to this world, that we begin to acquire iodine through the food that we eat. We in Dangote, we are there to support you from the day old, the infant which you are, to your adulthood. We have met international standards. We ensure purity, taste, and nutritional value for households, industries, and businesses. Many would not know that salts are in different categories and products. I'm going to tell you the type of salts that we use both at home and industrial facilities. We have the edible salt, which we generally consume, iodized. We have the table salts, and I'll also tell you the uses so that all our African brothers, sisters, and the Caribbeans who are interested in business, we can collaborate and make sure this is available to ourselves within the African continent and the sub-Saharan Africa and Caribbeans. The refined sachet salt, the pure dry vacuum salt, we call it PDV. This is what we use in manufacturing all the seasonings, additives that we consume. All this can be produced, and it's what we are capable of doing. We have the capacity to supply and to deliver. Edible salts, table salts, These are industrial and everyday household use. The kitchen salt is used in animal industry, while the refined sachet salt is currently used in retail, convenience for household. PDV, like I mentioned, is used in the bullion manufacturing, bakeries, pharmaceuticals, and the core soil for other purposes. Why are we talking about salt? And why are we talking about Dangote salt? There are so many benefits and qualities that we carry. If you come to our stand where we are, we have the ready-made pack that you can see and attest to the purity of this salt. We talk of high quality. That is one thing the Dangote is known for all over Africa, and I believe soonest in the whole world. Quality. We serve health benefits. We have to deliver what is healthy for human consumption. And you are getting it from a trusted brand, which is Dangote Industries Limited. That brand is an household name in Nigeria, household name in Africa, and we want to extend beyond Africa. We need to serve ourselves, and we need to bond together. And in terms of packaging, we have the packaging that meets all standards, international standards for these products, and it's affordable. Affordability is one key thing in African market. We are evolving, and I can say we are arriving there now. We have affordability, so we expect all African countries to come around, let's discuss, and let's see how we can partner together. That is National Salt Company in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shosonya. I think what NASCON has shown and Dangote Salt has shown is that we can always maintain an international standard even if we are producing locally. And the import substitution impact that this has had on our local economies are significant, which speaks to the advantages of trade. So we'll move on to the second aspect of the business, the Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC. Mr. Sadiq, if you could please take us through.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be very brief, but I'm going to give us a background about we as a BU, as a business unit in the group of Dangote Group. We produce sugar. I'm going to give us a background about our business, about our products, about the projects we are currently undertaking, and what the future looks like as far as the business of sugar in Nigeria and indeed Africa is concerned. We are the largest sugar manufacturer in sub-Saharan Africa as it stands today. And we have a capacity of 1.44 million metric tons per annum, and we are doing more. We also commissioned this business actually in the year 2000. So this year marks our 25th year anniversary as a business in Nigeria. We start with 600,000 metric tons and graduated with time to 1.44 million metric tons. That is the brief about us and what we are doing currently in Nigeria. On our products, we offer two different types of products which are commonly known in the sugar industry. It is either you provide fortified sugar or you provide non-fortified sugar. The non-fortified sugar is for industrial use because when you are reprocessing sugar, then at the end of your product, if you require any vitamin A fortification or whatever, you can do so. So that's why the supply for industrial use is without fortification, but also with high grade in terms of color. We measure sugar color by a term we use as ikumsa. So we provide 45 ikumsa or any range of color that the industrial user is requiring. We also provide sugar for domestic use, which is commonly known as fortified sugar. It is 60 ikumsa in color and it's in different range. It's easily soluble, and you'll be very happy experiencing it. Coming to talk about our projects, Nigeria embarked on Sugar Master Plan as a country. Our intent is to grow sugar production in Nigeria and achieve a sustainable ownership from A to Z of the sugar industry. We have started the project by acquiring a business of formerly owned by the federal government, which is Savannah, in Numan. We acquired that business, and that business, as at that time, was sitting in 32,000 hectares of land where we are farming the sugarcane, and we are processing the sugarcane for consumption. As it's where, since that time till now, we are the only business in Nigeria that is currently producing refined sugar from sugarcane grown in Nigeria to actually the sugar that we use in our homes. That's about one of the projects. We also have enrolled 2 other projects and registered them and also start running the projects. There is a project at Nasarawa that we call Nasarawa Sugar Limited, and there is also another project in Tunga, in Taraba, that we are also embarking. Well, interestingly, we are intending to grow from import-based sugar supply in Nigeria and other African countries to sugar grown in Nigeria and supplying other countries, just like we experience. I'm sure my colleague is going to talk about our experience on how we grow from that level to the level we are now on cement. So we are taking the same footsteps, and we will ensure that Africa is self-sustained when it comes to sugar industry. We must appreciate the fact that Nigeria does not embark in only this project. It also gives all the support that is required to ensure that this project is actualized. And we are indeed indebted to a lot of those who has given us the support, especially the Federal Ministry of Industry and the personality of the current minister, who has been supportive personally. She was also at our pavilion yesterday. We thank her and we appreciate the commitment. The Nigerian Sugar Master Plan is under her ministry, and she is supervising us to ensure that our backward integration program comes to life. We are also spreading our outreach, so to say, or our coverage to neighboring African countries, and we are starting a project in Ghana just to begin to step outside the shores of Nigeria and ensure the self-sustainability of these supplies of sugar from a homegrown sugarcane. So that's a brief I'm going to give you. Please, for those who are interested in wanting to know more about sugar, we will still remain in our pavilion until this program ends, and we welcome everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddiq. I think some of the things that resonated when you spoke was the scale of your operations, and also you're not just stopping there. There's the expansion aspect and also optimization with the plan to backward integrate and remove dependence of raw materials, for imported raw materials. So thank you very much for that, and we look forward to discussing more with some of our participants on subjects like that. And next, we'll move to a very critical component of the business, of the group business. There cannot be development without infrastructure. There can't be development on the continent without infrastructure. There can't be infrastructure without construction, and there can't be construction without cement. So with that being said, I would like to hand over to Mr. Ayode Janiki to take us through Dangote Cement and emphasize how it's contributed so much to the development on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone here present. First, I would like to take us through the journey of cement manufacturing by Dangote. All through the 90s, we were importing cement into Nigeria, and with this, Dangote Cement decided to move fully from the importation of cement to a fully fledged integrated manufacturing outfit. This is where our ambitious plan to become Africa's leading cement producer began. As you can see on the screen, we exist in 15 countries in Africa. We have 4 plants in Nigeria, while we have 2 plants in Ghana. We also have additional plants coming up in Ethiopia, and we are also looking to start up the plant in Ivory Coast. This is one of the visions of Alhaji Aliko Dangote to promote intra-African trade and make Africa self-sufficient in the production of cement, knowing fully well that we have all the resources available in Africa. In addition to this is the new plant that is coming up in Itori, a 6 million ton plant for the exportation of clinkers to every grinding plant that exists in Africa and also outside Africa. As you can see, presently we've been exporting to Cameroon, Ghana. We export to Gabon. We also export to some parts of Europe, and there's a prospect coming up where we continue to export to Europe. In the words of Alhaji Aliko Dangote, he said before the end of this year, we'll be heading towards over 1 million tons of clinker to be exported from Nigeria. We also have here, we produce our products, that's our cement, are mainly designed to meet everyday needs of the people, based on what you want to do, the kind of application you want to employ. We have 4 brands of cement. We have the Falcon, which is the 32.5R. This is the cheapest of all our products, and it is designed in such a way that as long as you want to build up to a story building, you can use the cement from the foundation to the finishing of your construction work. It is mainly used, we use it for concrete work with concrete strength of about C10 and C15, which also made it to be very useful when we are making planes for erecting, for supporting pillars. This product, because of the technology that is available to us in the business, is presently being substituted for the white cement that is used for screeding, because it has the same physical properties with it to achieve the smoothness that is required. We have the 3X, which is the general purpose cement that can be used for anything, from low strength to a high strength applications. We also have the Blockmaster. The Blockmaster is actually tailored towards those entrepreneurs that are into block making. We found out after a lot of studies that a lot of people don't have spaces for the production of blocks, because in the urban area we have buildings taking over spaces that is available to them. So in order to improve their productivity, the Blockmaster was designed and sold into the market. This is to allow them to demold and supply within 3 days with the required strength of concrete achieved. We also have the one that is designed for export, which is the 3X, the R version, that is the rapid hardening cement. It is all available to us. The one that is not shown here is the ultra strength cement, which is the 52.5N. Recently, for Mortar NGL in Nigeria, we are producing the 52.5R. What I would like to say here is that whatever specification you want in cement, we can produce it because we have the facilities to do that. We have labs to guarantee consistent quality, labs with less human intervention to remove errors, and also we are continuing to innovate and produce cement that is required locally and remove the stress of foreign exchange within the community. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you very much. What resonated me from that was essentially Dangote cement is open for exports. So they're flexible in terms of the operations, in terms of the product, and they're able to engage further on this. We'll move on to another critical component of the group, which is also in line with one of the key priorities for African development. One key point is food security on the continent. And for food security for Africans to have food security, we need to have good supply of fertilizer and urea available for distribution across the continent and globally. So I would hand over to Mr. Franklin Olubumi Ibikunle for Dangote Fertilizer Limited to speak on some of the operations and interventions of the Dangote Group in the fertilizer space and how it has contributed to food security on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndiaye. I want to start by asking a very rhetorical question, but let's keep the answers to ourselves. Let us all imagine the consequence of not providing enough food for a population that is growing geometrically. Let me say a very good afternoon to distinguished guests and delegates here present. I am delighted to speak on behalf of Dangote Fertilizer Limited, Lagos, Nigeria, a proudly African fertilizer manufacturing company, a strategic business unit of Dangote Industries Limited that is fully committed to driving agricultural transformation across the continent. The $2.5 billion plant, which is the largest granular urea complex in Africa, sits on 500 hectares of land with an initial annual capacity of 3 million metric tons, and hopefully by the grace of God should increase to 9 million metric tons in the next 24 to 30 months. Our vision and mission is to make Nigeria and by extension Africa self-reliant in food production by improving crop productivity to farmers through provision of high-quality fertilizer products and services to our customers, whilst delivering superior returns to all our stakeholders. As a demonstration of the Dangote Group resolve for agricultural transformation of the continent, a contract for a new plant worth $2.5 billion was signed off in Ethiopia just a week ago. Dangote Urea Nitrogenous Fertilizer is a premium quality brand and a value adder to our numerous customers, local and foreign. Our distribution network across Nigeria and beyond has made the brand easily accessible. Over the years, our high-quality, affordable, and environmentally responsible fertilizer products are tailored to meet specific needs of farmers, from the large-scale commercial growers to smallholder farmers, to allow agriculture in Africa thrive in a sustainable manner. Dangote urea fertilizer, whether in 50 kg bags or loose free-flowing granules in bulk, is eco-friendly because of less leaching, low moisture for easy handling and application, and low release of nitrogen, thereby guaranteeing healthy crops, higher yields, and quality produce. These unique qualities attest to our acceptance in Nigeria and export to several African countries, amongst which are Republic of Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Mozambique, South Africa, and also the rest parts of the world. We've done a lot to some North American countries, Latin America, and also Latin America and the rest parts of the world. We are here to showcase our product and build synergy with governments, distributors, agri-tech innovators, and fellow producers. Now, I firmly believe that only Africans can truly develop Africa. The opportunities for intra-African trade and collaboration are immense, and fertilizer is a catalyst for growth, resilience, and food security. The need to position Africa as a net food exporter after self-sufficiency is no longer a distant dream. It is an achievable reality within our grasp, although the task is daunting, but we can do this. In conclusion, allow me to use this medium to please call on relevant stakeholders here to work together to cultivate a self-sufficient, prosperous, and food-secure Africa. We invite you to visit our stand and explore the possibilities of doing business with us now and in the future. God bless Africa. Thank you for your attention and audience.
Thank you, Mr. Binkule, and thank you, Dangote, for helping us address a key issue of food security in Africa. The next business unit, I think, emphasizes the holistic approach of Dangote to solving problems internally. We have Dangote Packaging Limited, which essentially addresses the need. All these various products require packaging. Rather than imports from international markets, the group is producing internally. So I'll hand over to Mr. Moshood Ilukweju, who is the head of export sales for Sub-Saharan Africa, to talk us through some of the interventions of Dangote Packaging.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. We in the Dangote Packaging Africa, we are the core, the backbones of all the products being produced from cement downward. We package them, and we all know worldwide, the real core value of a product, it is packaging. No matter your quality, if your packaging is in the offside, nobody will buy it. So in Dangote Packaging, is not the vision of the strategic business unit. It's the vision of the founder and president of Dangote Group of Industry. That is Aliko Dangote himself. He had it at the back of his mind 35 years ago, that whatever he wants to produce, he wants a complete supply chain enterprises. Right from the raw material down to the end users, it is packaged by him. And we all know that our founder and president of the group, they always look for the best. And they always look for the welfare of Nigerians. So we started at home. We created a packaging company some years back, producing 32 million sacks per month. Out of that 32 million sacks, we had at that time 9 countries where we're exporting them to, where we have our presence of cement and other products. We export to Ethiopia, we export to Senegal, where we have our presence, we export to Ghana, we export to Sierra Leone, we export to Congo Brazza, we export to South Africa Republic, and we export to Benin Republic and Togo. Even though box cement, we always package them. But this particular year, in January, it is down the president of the group that after acquiring more presence of cement factories around Africa, there is need to expand the factory in Nigeria. So in March, we installed another capacity of 12 million euro. And right now, we are producing 52 million sacks per month. Out of that 52 million sacks, roughly 36 million are exported out of Nigeria to our strategic business unit around Africa. The remaining one is being used by the cement factories in Nigeria. And with our expansion going on, like last month ago, not some 3 weeks ago, we commissioned another cement factory in Côte d'Ivoire. Automatically, it's done on us now that we have to increase that capacity. So the president of the group, 2 weeks ago in Ethiopia, commissioned again that we are going to have another packaging industry in Ethiopia to complement that of Nigeria. So our aim is to package Africa. We were before known as the Dangote Packaging Limited. Now today, we are Dangote Packaging Africa. And another thing again surfaced recently, that by the time we enter the first week in December 2025, Dangote Packaged Africa supposed to roll out 100 million sacks per month. And out of it, we as SBUs of Dangote will be using 70 million sacks of those from cement, fertilizer, salt, sugar, etc. Just 2 weeks ago before I left Nigeria for this particular meeting, we heard from the group, President Aliko Dangote, that some African countries are calling on him because this year most of the landlocked countries in Africa, the Sahel region for example, they have bumpers harvests in cereals and in grains, but they don't have packaging industries. So they are now looking at Nigeria to package those things for them. So strategic, at least, discussions are going on for us also to produce for them corporate sacks, industrial sacks, and agricultural sacks, which are AVEX sacks for those countries. And Dangote, as a household name, we started in Nigeria. Today we have what we call shopping bags. There's no household, even though in the remote village, that doesn't know about Dangote shopping sacks. So this, and for the benefit of the host country, Algeria, for example, nous, dans le groupe Dangote Emballage Afrique, nous faisons, comment dirais-je, nous produisons des sacs de tout genre, des sacs agricoles, des sacs industriels, pour le ciment et pour d'autres. Et vous pouvez quand même venir, vous pouvez partager votre ambition avec nous pour l'exportation de ces sacs. Nous, on est prêts, on a notre porte ouverte pour l'exportation de nos sacs dans chaque pays africain. On commence par l'Afrique, et c'est pour l'Afrique. Et nous, les Africains, nous devons nous aider à faire ce genre de marché entre nous. Merci et bonne journée à vous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moshood, for that. 100 million sacks a month, that is impressive. And it just shows that not only are you focused on solving your own problems, but looking at solving problems in other African countries. Because in producing that excess capacity, others will benefit and others will have some cost savings tied to that. So thank you very much for that. And we'll go to the last, but definitely not the least, the Dangote Refinery, which emphasizes the model of the Dangote Group, which is identifying problem areas. And no matter how insurmountable these problems are, developing solutions for these problems, and then having the will and resilience to power through to ensure that the results are delivered. So I'll hand over to Mr. Leonard Sehoya, who will talk to us on the Dangote Petrochemical Refinery Complex.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Those who were fortunate to watch the video, I'm not going to go through the facts of the video, but I just want to mention that the plant was built for Africans by an African man. And it was built in 3 phases, or 3 pillars. Based on 3 pillars, it was established as a game changer. And why? We all know that Nigeria was exporting crude oil and importing refined product in years. The plant started last year, the 3rd of September, 2022. Again, okay. Oh, sorry. I was just told that you couldn't hear what I was saying. Just to reiterate, the plant was built by an African for an African. That's what you could have picked up on the video. The second one, it was built on 3 pillars. The first one, it was a game changer. Nigeria used to export crude oil to the world and import refined products back to Nigeria. And what happened on the 3rd of September 2024, the game changed. the refinery was built, was in operational, and the macroeconomics of Nigeria were changed all over. It was the macroeconomic factors were stable. That's the first one. The second one is it was based on a Pan-African strategy. Like I've mentioned, the plant was built for Africans to do that. And what did it do? It provides the stability and the reliability supply of the oil and gas and petrochemicals into Africa. The third one was it reduces the independency of oil and gas from the global west. And let me go to the factors of, so the plant it's the world's largest single train integrated with polypropylene. What are we producing there? We produce 650,000 barrels per day. The nameplate is 700,000 barrels per day. Polypropylene, we have 2 trains running on that. And what is the capacity of PP? We got 900 kilotons per year. What markets are we looking at on a refinery? We're looking global markets. What products are we producing? Jet fuel, petrol, or what we call petroleum motor spirit, and diesel. And what kind of a diesel are we producing? We're producing the most cleanest diesel that you can ever get in the world. It's 3% ppm of sulfur content, which is the most cleanest. Those who are driving the computerized cars or table cars, that's the best diesel to buy and use. On a polypropylene, what are we producing? We're producing 12 grades, polypropylene homo grades, for different application, packaging, motor, automotive, medical, and textile. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sahuya. Afreximbank is a proud partner of the Dangote Group. The refinery has created a shift in the way refined products are distributed across the world. And this is only within the span of 1 year. Unraveling decades of unfair practices, producing high-quality, low-sulfur refined products. And that is a testament to the power that we have when we decide to focus and work together to resolve Africa's challenges. There is nothing that is insurmountable. We've seen it in action. And this should actually inspire all of us across our various businesses to look at challenges and not just stop, but see what more can I do to take it to the next level, to address the needs and problems that we have around us. So thank you very much. I would like to say a special thank you to all the presenters for showcasing the breadth of the Dangote footprint, from food security to infrastructure, from fertilizer to energy. We see a powerful story of Africa's growth driven from within. We will now take the closing remarks. I would like to invite Mr. Garba El Suleiman to give the closing remarks.
Good evening, Africa. Today we've heard about an incredible story, a story of resilience, story of transformation, story of an African son who has believed in Africa and is transforming this country from being a continent of raw material to a continent of production, combustion, and making Africa, the true continent of not just resources, but capacity and capability of both human and material. When we talk about Dangote, we are talking about feeding Africa, as we have seen. We are talking about energizing Africa through our fossil fuel. We are talking about infrastructure Africa through our cement. And I believe that what we have had from our people demonstrates what Africa actually has in its own place. It only requires collaboration and integration between our continent, between our people, to make Africa the next story in this present century. So on this note, I would like to thank His Excellency, the President of the People's Republic, Democratic Republic of Algeria, who has been, up here and been the chief host and given this opportunity for Africa to come under our roof today. And to the people of Algeria, thank you very much for being a fantastic host. The hospitality here is fantastic. We thank you all. Yesterday we had the Prime Minister of Grenada and St. Kitts and Nevis. We thank them for visiting us and giving us a lot of encouragement. Of course, I wouldn't go without thanking our President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has been a great support and facilitator for our company to strive in Nigeria, and in which we have the opportunity to even strive outside the country. We thank his representative. We had the Honorable Minister of Finance yesterday, Chief Wole Edu, and our own investment, industry and trade and investment minister, Dr. Jumoke Oduale. We thank them for all the support they have been providing for the Dangote Group. Afreximbank, we can't, go without saying a big thank you for being a fantastic collaborators, a fantastic partners in all that we have done. And of course, special thanks to Professor Benedict Orama, the president, who has been a tremendous support. Part of what we are having here is his legacy, the bringing of this International Africa Trade Fair. Thank you all, the organizers, those people who made today possible, those people who were able to come and listen to our story. We thank you and we appreciate your presence here. And finally, like we always want, Dangote is open for business. We are sitting at the pavilion there. We are going to be here till the end of this fair. Come around, let's discuss business. The opportunities are endless, and we are going to be ready to have all the answers to all the inquiries that you might have. Thank you very much. God bless you, and thank you, Africa.
Thank you very much. Let's stand for a picture, and then we'll go over to the pavilion, to the booth after.
Thank you very much, Ni. As you take the photo there very quickly, if you just take your photo, please stay with us because we have something special coming up very, very shortly. We're going to introduce you to one of arguably the most successful African businessmen in modern history also. But I'm going to walk around right now because this is the part of the program where you become the panelists. You become the speakers because you've sat quietly, patiently for 2 days or so. There haven't been a lot of Q&As with the audience. And so I thought maybe, that's not right. Let me go into the audience and find out how many of my brothers and sisters have traveled great distances to the beautiful Algiers here in Algeria. Beautiful place, beautiful people, because they're passionate about trade, because they're passionate about business, because they want to connect and they want to make a difference. So I'm going to look around now. If I could ask you to please take your seats and see who's here. I recognize some interesting faces. You know when I'm around. Please, no, please stand up. Just introduce yourself to them and tell, this is someone I know quite well. Yes, I know you're not usually this shy. But tell them who you are and what you do and why you're here at IATF.
Hi, my name is GT Okoloko. I'm a Nigerian businessman and entrepreneur.
1 second, please. Turn that music down. I'm competing against it. Turn that music down. Thank you. Once again. No, not up, down. Turn it down. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's always good to come for the Afreximbank IATF events where you get to meet different businesses. You also get to meet with a bank who is particularly very important for the development of Africa, whether it's through financing or providing equity or bridging companies together, okay, to create this massive or extract this maximum opportunities that exist on the continent. So we're benefactors of that as well. So always good to be here.
Thank you very much. No, stop that. I'm fighting with the music there. Okay, thank you very much. And I mean, many people have come from very far away because, you know, if you open the newspapers these days, it looks like an intersection of crisis and it's hard to stay optimistic with such a misty optic, right? You don't know what's going to happen around the corner. However, when you come to IATF and you see these deals being done and you meet all these people and you see these deals being signed on the stage, you never come away from an IATF week. You always come back stronger and more optimistic. Let me walk around here. This gentleman here, sir, could you stand up, please? I just want to say a few words to you. This, I think, if I'm not mistaken, African Union. Introduce yourself. Tell us, of course, the African Union being a major important partner in everything, really, in the AFCFTA, which you're driving, but also here in the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. The African Union stands as a proud partner, both to Afreximbank and the governments that support IATF. Am I right?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And what I would like to say, first of all, is that the AITF was conceived in the African Union. So, as you may certainly be aware, the idea of the trade fair is not new. It is an idea that was conceived in the 1960s. And Afreximbank, the AU, and the AFCFTA Secretariat just revived that momentum and made sure that the trade fair becomes a reality. And as you can see, it is one of the magic moments in the African history towards industrialization and economic resilience and development. So we are proud to be part of that narrative, proud of be part of that journey. That is certainly the journey of Africa's transformation, the journey of the Africa we want.
Wonderfully said. Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause, please. The African Union, so very important to this journey that we are taking. Now, I'll just look at my colleagues here. Where are they? Give me the thumbs up for me to show you something special. No? Anyone? Where am I? Yes, you give me a thumbs up. Okay. Now, our dear friend there, the African Union, talked about journeys, and we certainly are on a journey, but this journey didn't start right now. It started many, many moons ago. And one of the key moments in that journey was the fight and the struggle against colonialism, to throw off colonialism. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we introduce your guest speaker, your titan to this stage, I want to just share with you a special moment. We now take a bridge across time and summon the spirit and the wisdom of the great Nnamdi Azikiwe, or Zik of Africa, as he was called. He was affectionately called that. He was the first president of Nigeria, and he was widely regarded as a father of Nigerian nationalism and a driving force behind the throwing off of the shackles of colonialism in 1960 for Nigeria. He was one who dared to dream of freedom and unity, and now he returns not just as a memory, but as a powerful echo from the past that reverberates through time, reminding us to be strong, to be courageous, and to be who we're destined to be. Please enjoy Nnamdi Azikiwe.
The challenge of Nigeria as a free state in 20th century Africa is the need to revive the stature of man in Africa and restore the dignity of man in the world. Nigerians believe passionately in the fundamental human rights. We regard all races of the human family as equal. Under no circumstance shall we accept the idea that the black race is inferior to any other race. To associate with us in this great adventure of restoring the dignity of man in the world. There are many leaders who can give active support and assistance to our nation at its supreme hour of need. When Britain transferred power to us on 1st October 1960, we were no longer an expression of geography, but a reality of history. Let us bind the nation's wound and let us heal the breaches of the past so that in forging our nation, there shall emerge on this continent a hate-free, fear-free, and greed-free people who shall be in the vanguard of a world task force whose assignment is not only to revive the stature of man in Africa, but to restore the dignity of man in the world. I have made up my mind to do all that lies in my power so that our newly won freedom shall endure. All that remains for us to do now is for our leaders and their followers to demonstrate that spiritual resilience which had enabled us to survive the onslaught of the past. With faith in the eventual success of our adventure in the Community of Nations, we can look forward to the morrow with hope and charity for our fellow man, knowing that the task has been well done and the prospects of a future are bright.
A round of applause, please. The great Nnamdi Azikiwe. Now, I'll ask my colleagues to please bring the chairs up very quickly. No, I'll do it myself, you know. I have been known to carry furniture if nobody else carries it for me. Please bring some chairs onto the stage. Okay, I think I'm on my own here. Who can help me? Let's see. Okay. Yes, thank you, my good friend. Please bring some chairs onto the stage, please. I'm not too big to carry chairs. I can carry chairs. Right, as they put the furniture on the stage for a quick change, let me tell you what's come next. You'll be glad that you waited and stuck around for this. Next, we have a fireside chat that is guaranteed to be fire, as we welcome to the stage a leading force in Africa, the African energy sector. Today's session, today's fireside chat, explores this energy titan's remarkable journey of transforming his company, Oando, into a continental powerhouse amidst Africa's complex challenges. We will uncover insights on visionary leadership, strategic partnerships, and the future of energy-driven industrialization under the African Continental Free Trade Area. He's inspiring Africa's next generation of entrepreneurs and policymakers. We love him in our country, in Nigeria, and around Africa. He's making us proud. Your moderator for this session is the BBC's Lisa Marie Mishtak, and in the spotlight of IATF 2025, please give a huge round of applause to the Group CEO of Oando PLC, Mr. Adewale Tinubu.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. Now, you've been supporting the fair for a number of years. You're also a premier sponsor. How important is a trade fair such as this?
If you consider, well, first of all, let me just say thank you for hosting me. Thanks for this fireside chat, and to the organizers of the conference, once again, thank you for making Africa proud. I think the real issue, first and foremost, is that as a continent, Africa's intra-continental trade is extremely low. If you look at the globe as a whole, I think Europe has the highest amount by virtue of the EU. Over 65% to 70% of their trade is intra-European, followed by Americas with Canada and the United States, and then you have Asia, which is around the 40% mark. Africa is like 15%. And that's as a result of the colonialism, the fact that the continent is fragmented. Our railway systems, our transport systems are designed to export goods to the coast and not to link nations together with one another to do business. And at the end of the day, trade is what drives value in societies. And so in a bid to bridge this gap, we have the AFCTA as well as other sub-regional groupings that have been done, like ECOWAS and SADC and COMISA. And we need opportunities like this to truly be able to showcase what we all have for one another. Effectively, it forces all together in a room for a couple of rooms or massive halls like we're experiencing. It gives us the chance to show our goods and services to one another and drive trade, and most of all, get to know people, because at the end of the day, it's not just enough to look for goods and services, to even meet the people who are behind the services and understand how you can truly develop the relationships you need to be able to expand your operation means that you do need physical contact. I know it's the age of the digital world, but the reality is that if we're trying to leapfrog, then we do need to have some physical contact, and it's an absolutely wonderful opportunity to be able to do this every 2 years. So we're big supporters of it, and we've sponsored it ever since we've been involved with, ever since we've been given an opportunity.
Now, you mentioned there that trade is currently around 15% intra-Africa trade. What would be your goal for intra-Africa trade, say, in maybe the next 5 years or so?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that if we look at what other continents have done, I think that even if we were able to double it over the next 5 years, that would be a huge plus. But I think the reality is that we can. One of the key things that's happened in Nigeria really has been a major refinery being built by the Dangote Industries, 650,000 barrel a day refinery. Africa imports its refined petroleum products. It's a net importer. So even being able to bridge that gap using crude from Nigeria, delivering hydrocarbon products, diesel, jet fuel, kerosene into Africa could be one big step, is already one big step forward. And petroleum products imports amount to a huge sum of the GDP loss which we have as a continent. So that amongst other things, I think the private sector is driving that impact, and we should see a substantial amount of improvement across the board.
So we're going to get on to, of course, energy and oil later on, but what I would like to do now is just to take us back. Take us back to your early years, because you studied, first of all, to be a lawyer, and then you made the switch to oil. Why did you decide to do that?
Well, I think I spent 1 year being a lawyer after I did a first degree at the Liverpool University and a master's in the London School of Economics and International Business Law. And in the first year after law school, I was sitting on the other side as a pupil, taking notes and listening to our client, who a partner who had taken me to the office. And he was talking about the next phase of expansion of his business and how many people he was employing, how he was going to grow the company, the M&A that was going to be done. And I realized that I didn't want to be the guy taking notes. I wanted to be the one explaining my vision. And in a couple of weeks, I made a decision that this was not for me. I wanted to be proactive rather than reactive. This is no pun at people who are in the service industry, but I just felt I needed to be out there doing things. And I decided to venture out. And then I looked around and I gave myself 3 criteria. I wanted to be involved in an industry which was progressive in the sense that it was global. That was very important to me. I wanted to be able to wake up in the morning and make a phone call to a business partner and they were in India or in the US or in Europe or somewhere. I wanted something which was lucrative, you know, and I wanted something that was exciting, that would keep me moving around. I'm not a desk-bound person. I hate sitting behind the desk. And I looked around and I thought, okay, fine, what does Nigeria have and what can we do? And I picked the oil industry intentionally. And I went into the oil industry.
But what was it like getting into it initially? Because it can't have been easy starting out.
Well, I looked around and I met a friend of his here, actually. We rode to my first partner. He had an opportunity he with an oil company who needed a vessel to transport diesel fuel to the fishing trawlers. It was. And we didn't have any money, so we were able to borrow some money, and I took the opportunity. So I delivered a vessel from another colleague of mine who was a lawyer in a law firm, and they had a power of attorney to deal with an abandoned tanker. It was a 1945 U.S. Navy oil tanker, very old.
An abandoned one that you first bought?
Yeah. Basically, it was called the Carolina, and effectively, what I had to do was raise the funding. The crew had gone on mutiny. We were able to convince the crew to come on board, pay them a little bit of their salary, because there was the company had collapsed. And so we recovered the ship, and we did our first voyage. We loaded a cargo of diesel fuel, took it to the fishing trawlers, sold it, and then we suddenly realized, we were told that if we could take fuel to the guys who were drilling for oil offshore, they'd pay us a lot more money. So we opted our next cargo. We sold 20% of it, and we made more money than selling 1,000%, 100% of the cargo to the fishing trawlers. So then we realized that the oil industry was suddenly much better. There's returns to be made by virtue of the margins that they make. And we went and we grew our fleet from 1 vessel to a second to a third, until we had over 7 vessels delivering fuel. Majority of the drilling operations in the original Niger Delta were fueled by us, and we went from strength to strength, and we did a lot of other things thereafter.
So that decision really did pay off. Was there a defining moment there? Apart from where you said that you first got the loan, you bought the ship, you then got others. Is there a defining moment when you look back and you think, this is something I know that I can do? And where you are now, think, wow, could you ever have imagined what you'll be doing today?
Well, I mean, in terms of a defining moment, I remember sitting in a speedboat, because we arrived very late. It was 6:30, 7 p.m. The sun was coming down on the horizon, and we was in this speedboat, and the waves and the water was bad, and I had no life jacket. And I asked myself, what am I doing here? You know, I could be killed. And the next thing, I saw the Carolina bobbing in the ocean, and I knew it was my destiny. I knew why I was there. I knew it was going to be successful. So that was my first defining moment, because then it was all a concept. It was a concept which I said, okay, we have a contract. We don't have money. We've raised some money. They've accepted our deal on credit. Now let's go see the ship. I'd never seen the ship before. I'd never seen an oil tanker before. I'd seen it on paper and books and things.
So you saw it on paper first before you even had seen the ship? You just knew you're going to invest in it?
Well, when you start business in your early 20s and somebody gives you a chance, okay, and we borrowed money, and the money was 10% a month, so we're paying 120% interest. I didn't really argue. I just saw it as, thank God somebody's giving me opportunity. So I felt like, you know, if we got opportunity, let's use the opportunity. And I relied on gut feeling, did our research as best as we could, and we proceeded. And I have consistently done that in evolving our business.
And how has that shaped Oando's trajectory today?
I think first things first is that we're an audacious company, and I remember in the early years when I had to set out our vision, and I used to talk to the consultants who were trying to document what we wanted to do. You know, when you have seminars or you're having retreats and you're hiring people and you're trying to effectively explain what you want to do, I always felt that first things first, I wanted us to do great things. I wanted us to be able to build an organization which was African in origin, indigenous in staffing, but able to have global standards and able to compete in the world of the oil and gas sector as any other global company would do, not African. I wanted us to be African in origin, but global in our thought process, to be world-class in everything we did. Even the way we wrote our letters, the way we spoke, the way we delivered our messages, the way we ran our meetings, the way we offered our services. And most of all, I wanted us to be able to be a company based on integrity, that our word was our deed. And so audacity was important to us. Then certain thing was clearly having a vision to deliver, like I mentioned, and the capacity to excel was important to us. So effectively, I wanted a company that was based on audacity, one with a purpose that was bigger than all of us, okay, and one in which excellence would be something we take for granted in everything we do.
So you're talking a bit about the importance of African-owned and staying, I guess, true to one's culture. Africa's energy space, though, is largely dominated by international companies. What was it like for you trying to navigate and get that position that you have today?
There was a lot of logic. I mean, we never had any money, but one of the key things we had was intellect. And I think whenever we hired people, it was always people who were super smart and people who know no boundaries. It was very important. So we like the crazy people. When I say crazy, crazy in the sense that if your dreams are not bigger than you, then we don't want you to be, you can't really fit into us. Our dreams must be scared, must make us scared effectively. And so we studied the market, and we always went for the things that the foreigners took for granted. So the things the foreigners wouldn't do because they were a bit dirty or less profitable, we would grab onto. So we started this fuel system where we ended up doing a lot of the diesel fuel offshore. They wanted to drill for the oil, but the services to deliver, they didn't bother with. So they paid huge premiums to achieve what they wanted to do. So we did that. Then we had other opportunities. For example, we needed asphalt for the roads in Nigeria. The road systems were being built. There was no asphalt. We went out to Canada. We found the biggest bitumen barge in the world. We towed it in. We created our own asphalt filling station, right? Which had never been done. We birthed it. We had 30,000, 40,000 tons of asphalt, and we created a trucking fleet delivering all over the country. We went on to do, there was fuel out of the north of Nigeria, which was landlocked. And so we used to truck at least 100 trucks a day from the north to the south of Nigeria. We didn't have any tanks to put the oil into, so we had some palm oil export tanks, which we found on the ports, and said, rather than you storing palm oil for export, why don't we store diesel oil for export? And we took over those tanks and we started doing that. We kind of built organically, but we did something new. In a management meeting, somebody will say, there's this niche in the market, there's this opportunity. Have you researched it? Yes, you've done. How much capital do you need? So effectively, the guy who came up with a suggestion oftentimes was the guy who would cost the deal, who would hire the people around the deal, who would fund it, okay, and would fund it, and we'd allow him to execute it. So we became 360 degrees executives within the company, people able to research a transaction, resource a transaction, execute a transaction, and invariably deliver on it and be responsible for that P&L. So we created some very special people who are really effective.
Honestly, that is,
gave them freedom to
it's
operate.
really incredible, the stories that you're saying. It really does require that thinking out the box, someone who just is scared, as you said, of the dreams that they have. Now, many of Oando's projects have required patience and resilience. How have you been able to have that long-term vision, knowing that things will pay off eventually?
I think our long-term vision was based on several things. One, after we traded as a company between 1994 when we started, 1993, 94, we're about 31, 32 years old now. The federal government of Nigeria announced a privatization program. And what it meant was that we could buy a large enough platform. And so in the year 2000, Unipetrol, a company called Unipetrol, which was Esso's downstream assets, came on the market. And we knew that the most important thing was to gain platforms so we could gain scale. And so we bidded for that company. We were in our early 30s, and all the newspaper adverts always had, they had like little stories they ran on who the bidders were, and they used to call us the Eaglets, which was the name for the Nigerian under-21 football team. And they used to like rate us and put no chance of winning underneath it. But we were smart, we were young, we knew, we understood the industry. So we put a very carefully planned business plan behind, and we had to present it in public in a hall like this, so a committee. And we passed that stage because we were the best presentation because we came from the oil industry. And then we had to go raise the money thereafter. We had to convince people, and we did that. And 2 years later, so we ended up with a company with 250 petrol stations. 2 years later, in 2002, Agip, which was the Italians' downstream business in Nigeria, came for sale, and we bidded for it aggressively, and we won. We paid a huge premium for it then, but we knew we could integrate the two companies together, and every company had two of everything. So we had 2 head office buildings. We had sometimes 2 petrol stations on the same road. So we're able to strip one business in the excess and finance the acquisition cost. And in 4 years, we paid it. So we went from number 7 in the industry to number 4. And then we had a plan to become number 1, the largest fuels retailer, and we did that. We outbid, we outmaneuvered, we're young, we're aggressive, we're hungry. And so we became the largest fuels retailer in the country. And then we went on to start a gas distribution company, and we built the first gas company. And hitherto, the internationals only exported gas out of Nigeria. Gas wasn't distributed within the country. We saw that niche. And this is back to the point where we focused on the things the foreigners didn't want to do, and used that to create scale onto the point where we could effectively compete against foreign corporations within the country.
So do you think that that was your main selling point then, finding that niche, the niches in those different businesses to be able to scale?
Definitely the niche, finding niches was important. Being able to execute was critical. And I think having the drive, because oftentimes you're faced with an incredible amount of challenges. And so one of the key things African entrepreneurs will face is, never, as I always say, never confuse a straight line, a clear sight of vision with a straight line of execution. Africa is like this. It goes left, it goes right. And something which looks typical, simple, and straightforward is going to be fraught with so many difficulties which you never, ever assumed or imagined would happen. But you've got to stay the course. You may decide to launch your business, and then the port goes on strike, and your first consignment is perishable goods. And you have to figure out a way of thinking out of the box and doing something like we've done many times in our lives, where we would end up having to get the port open between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. to beat a strike so we could remove our goods out of a port to be able to make a delivery time. There are all sorts of things which you do.
So you've touched on something really important there. For many business owners or entrepreneurs from across the continent who might be feeling like there's just too many hurdles and they want to give up, you've had so many hurdles. What do you think just kept you going, kept pushing you to just carry on?
I think you have to have an inordinate amount of self-belief. You have to have self-confidence. And most entrepreneurs have self-confidence. I mean, entrepreneurs are always outliers in society. I remember when I started, and my friends used to laugh at me, like, why do you work so hard? Come to the club, come and have a beer. Why are you in your office till 10 p.m.? We started at the bar at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. you missed 5 hours of good times, you know. And if you're true to your cause, you have to have sacrifice. There will always be sacrifice. There will always be deferred gratification. And you have to, if you believe in what you're doing and you're ready to see it through, then it's going to be a success, irrespective of the odds. And I think that's the first and most important thing, is resilience. Resilience is critical for success in Africa.
Resilience, discipline, and that self-belief as well. Now, you've mentioned having a great team with you. You've got great people who are great at the specific things that you do, but Oando has benefited from collaborations with African and international partners in financing, technology, and market access. What lessons can you share with us about structuring partnerships that are mutually beneficial?
Yeah, you're right. We've benefited from a lot of partnerships, and what I look for in partnerships are the capacity to learn. So we see every one of our partnerships as a means to learn from a new corporate culture, to learn technology, to learn systems, processes. But we never see them as permanent. We see it as a schooling opportunity. One of the things we always do is that we always ensure that we deliver what we promise. So integrity is a big part of what we do. We want to be able to have partnerships which mean that we're able to start small, and because we commit to and we execute as planned, and we deliver on our promises, we end up getting rewarded by substantial support from our partners. So we get hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of credit, okay, on our signature because we've delivered as and when we said we would do. I would say probably the most interesting partnership I have, and I call it a partnership because it's a relationship, is with the African Export-Import Bank today. And why that's key for us is that the only challenge which we have as a corporate is finance. So we have over 1 billion barrels of reserves as a group today. We have over 200 wells in production. We produce over, 1 gigawatt or 1,000 megawatts of power. We have a massive operation, a global scale operation. And to extract this natural resources, there's $30–40 billion of oil in reserves which we hold. But to extract it requires working capital. And that capital, you need to have people who can trust you to deliver it. So at any point in time, we probably have another $5 to $1 billion of working capital in our group in extracting this resource from acquisition, finance, and working capital. Now, when I look back in 2014, when we did the ConocoPhillips acquisition out of Nigeria for $1.4 billion, we had over 10 foreign banks in our banking syndicate. 10 years later, when we did the ENI acquisition for $700 or $800 million odd last year, the only bank we had in the syndicate was African Export-Import Bank. So they'd scaled up in size to be able to sign a $500 million check, for example. But also, they were the only ones standing because the foreigners have deserted the continent. Why? They don't want to do hydrocarbons anymore, even though hydrocarbons is a big aspect of African natural resource. So we have gold, we have gold, lithium, we have all kinds of mineral wealth, but one of the key things that we mustn't underestimate is our hydrocarbon wealth. We have something like 32% of global reserves are in this continent. So Nigeria, Algeria, where we are, a lot of the splendor from Algeria comes from their hydrocarbon business. Angola, Congo, Mozambique now, which is going to be one of the largest gas producers. And in an environment where clean fuels is extremely important because of global warming, gas reserves and gas exploitation is critical, of which Africa is probably about 40% of global resources, 40 to 50% is actually based in Africa.
It's a huge amount.
Yeah,
so why do you think there isn't as much interest from outside investors on hydrocarbon?
There is a lot of interest, but the reality is that, we've gone through 400 years of slavery as a continent. We've gone through 200 years of colonialization thereafter. I mean, it's the African era, but Africa has to build its own champions. We have to stop relying on Chevron or ExxonMobil or Total to come to. We're smart enough to do it. We all went to the same universities they did, so at least we are. We lack the organization to do it because we lack the institutions. And when we have those institutions, like Afrexim, for example, they need to be scaled up, they need to be supported. Africa needs 20 Afrexim. We need one doing agriculture, we need one doing specialized, doing oil, which we know that there's been a charter signed, which they are leading. I think the Apple CEO was here. The African Oil Producers Association are creating a bank called the African Energy Bank, which I hope will be bigger than Afrexim one day for the hydrocarbon market to grow. But the resources are here. The resources are here with minerals, okay? This continent has a tremendous amount of resources that the world requires, but the mines are taken away without being beneficiated, and so we take them for 10% of their value, and then the rest of the Europe and the rest of the world gets 90% of that value. And switching that really is a question of us organizing ourselves, organizing our own institutions, creating local champions, and siting our operations to increase value on the continent. And so that really is what's stopping us. And I feel that that's how the gap is going to be bridged. That way, we're not entirely dependent on what the foreigners, the pace of investment which the foreigners have, where they say, we'll invest 2 billion in Africa this year, we'll invest 5 in Africa, we'll invest 6 in Africa. Our capacity to grow as a continent is entirely dependent on somebody else's needs and somebody else's business plan, not our needs, for example, and we need to switch that around.
Well, that's something you've done. That if we even just look at the infrastructure that you've created, when you think back, or even now when you started and you look back to what you've created now, how does it make you feel when you look at all the things that you've created, even in just Nigeria?
I mean, to be honest with you, I have gratitude that we were able to pull it through, but I just feel we're just scratching the surface. We just started. That's the way I see things. I feel like we've been training and training and training for this Olympics, and the Olympics just really started, because the difference now is that we have proof of concept. So initially, we didn't have any capital. We were able to get some money at exorbitant rates. We didn't have opportunities. We forced our government to give us opportunities. We didn't have the rules and the regulations within our society. So for example, when we built our first gas pipeline system, gas was being exported out of Nigeria, but there was no gas being consumed by our factories. We were able to sit down with the Nigerian government and the NNPC to say, you have all this gas. Let's take this gas, give us this gas on credit, we'll take project risk, we'll build out a pipeline system, we'll share the revenues on the gas, we'll pay ourselves over time. And they said, okay, fine, let's go ahead and do it. There were no regulations to deal with a public-private sector partnership of that nature. We wrote the regulations in our office and submitted it to the government and said, here are some regulations which you can go with. Give us your ideas. And we were able to jointly develop a code of conduct and a public-private sector code, which we used, and we were able to launch the investment. We were able to build a pipeline system where we built the first 10 kilometers, connected the first 10 industries, then used the capital to build one to go in the next phase and the next phase and the next phase, until we covered Lagos State, and we have we probably have over 200 industries taking gas. So every single large company, whether it's flour mills or Cadbury's or all the big multinationals, they all take gas. Lever Brothers, they all take gas from us. And that was something which we did until we sold the company, where it was entirely dependent on stretching the boundaries of intellect, of imagination. And we're able to then scale that concept, and we did it in 3 or 4 different states until we sold those companies, and we then said we're going to vertically integrate. Rather than a company distributing gas, we want to be a company producing gas. And now we went upstream, and we're now one of the largest producers of gas on the continent. And it goes on and on and on. So for me, we just started. There's so much more we can contribute. And the good news now is that we have a team which is self-executing. I mean, I play the role of, a founder, of mentor, of fundraiser. I do a lot of global fundraising. But the actual execution of our business planning is done by a team which is almost like we have our own DNA now. So the self-reproducing, people who do things the Oando way, and we're getting a lot of success out of it.
Now, I'm going to ask you about some other big plays that you've done. In 2014, you spent 1.5 billion acquiring ConocoPhillips, Nigerian assets, which at the time shocked the industry. What gave you that confidence to just take that leap and decide to do that?
First of all, we built the largest fuels distribution company in the country. We built the first and largest gas distribution company. We built a service company as well too. And the question was, what was next? And we started out with marginal fields where we drilled for oil on 2 small fields. And we wanted to be a major. We wanted to, to do things at scale. And we wanted to vertically integrate, as I said. Why distribute fuel when you can make it from scratch? Why distribute gas when you can produce it from scratch? What is it that these guys have that we indigenous people do not have? They have an education. Well, we went to the same schools. They have drive. We do have drive. They have, the capacity. They've left Europe and the US and they sailed halfway around the world to Africa to take our resources. When are we going to step up to face the challenges? So it's tough to do it from scratch. There's been billions of dollars of investments made over the years. But the next best thing is to take some of the assets which are declining in production and use it as a platform to be able to do greater things. And that's what we did. So when Conoco decided to divest from Nigeria, I think they divested from 4 countries. I think Algeria was one of them. They divested from Nigeria, from Algeria, and they were taking their cash to go back to the US to invest in shale oil, because the US now found shale oil, and they thought, why we invested globally when we could take that cash? And they did a good job. They were able to leave 4 developing countries. They took away about $3.5 to $4 billion, and they took it back to the States. And they reinvested that money, and they made a lot of cash out of it. So when Conoco came on the market, it was a stepping stone to become a real player. And we also knew that we would be able to convince the Italians, ENI, to divest as well, so that we could become the operator, which we were able to do. But we took 10 years of working with them to do it. So once again, we had a clear sight of vision, but it wasn't a straight line of execution. We had a lot of challenges in between, forcing them to do things our way, increasing efficiency, trying to make them understand that we're independent. We don't have all your cash to make mistakes. We need to do things right on the money. And then we were able to do the final deal, puzzle, final jigsaw, and we did that last year when we acquired ENI for $800 million, and we became the operator. So now we're in charge of the resources, we're in charge of the reserves, we run the company, we run the operation, we're in charge of our destiny, and we no longer have any excuses whatsoever. So it's the next phase. We've achieved the next phase in what we need to achieve, what we need to do.
You're in charge of that whole value chain. But I wonder, with the amount of deals that you've done, multi-billion deals, they must come with sleepless nights for you. It must be quite stressful. What's at stake for you when you're going through that process?
Well, I don't know if there's sleepless nights. I don't really have sleepless nights. Maybe, as I said to you, we're used to adversity. We're audacious. When we set ourselves to do something, we do. I have sleepless nights when we face challenges which usually are not challenges really based on commercial issues. It's never about interest rates, or it's never about inflation rates or commercial capacity to solve a technical problem. I think the challenges which we have in Africa in general are things like regulatory challenges. Governments changing their policy, changing their minds about things, making assumptions, which we've done, and seeing U-turns, regulatory issues. Those things tend to be the kind of things that disrupt your capacity to execute. So, for example, when we did the ConocoPhillips deal, we lost over 12 months waiting for regulatory approval. And in the process, it cost us an extra $140 million. You know, so
do you factor that in when you're trying to do a deal? Do you factor in, depending on the country you're in, knowing that there could potentially be these regulatory hurdles?
I think with every step of the way you learn to assume that everything, I mean, my philosophy in doing business is that everything that can go bad is going to go bad. Not may go bad, is going to go bad. So prepare for the worst, and then the upside will take care of itself. So, you know, there's a certain element of paranoia where in all our key operations, we have the main power system, and you normally have what we call a backup generator in Nigeria. We have 2 backup generators in most of Oando's operations because we're paranoid. We expect things to go wrong, but we want to ensure that our production will not be impaired no matter what happens. And so those are where the sleepless nights came from. It wasn't really about technical or operational or things. We knew we'd deliver on those promises because we did appropriate research, we took calculated risk, and we're very confident in our capacity to do so. Things like oil prices will go wrong, yeah? Like we've had, you know, serious commodity challenges when oil prices dropped rapidly. We were hedged. We've been able to climb to survive through those things. But the reality is, it's the unforeseen hand, which over time you learn how to overcompensate for the unforeseen hand.
So it's about overcompensating, and with time and experience, you learn what to do to try and navigate any of those issues happening. Now, you've mentioned the collaboration that you have with Afreximbank, the partnership. How do you see banks such as Afrexim shaping the future of Africa's energy industry, particularly in providing the type of scale of capital required to unlock transformative projects?
I see there are 2 things we need, or 3 things. We have the resources on our continent, and Africa is blessed with natural resources. So whether it's hydrocarbons or it's mineral wealth, or one of the unsung things that we never speak much about, but is the lowest hanging fruit, is agricultural production. You know, we have the most fertile land in the world, and we have so much arable land and so much capacity, but we don't process enough. So the share of resources that stays on in our continent is limited. Banks like Afrexim are critical. In fact, they're the critical success factor towards being able to move from a continent of dependence and very low development. Rate of development is quite low, to middle income and eventually to first world. I say this because you need scale, right? And the only way you can have scale is by being able to collaborate and collectively scale up resources. So Afrexim was started by the African Development Bank, which was started by the African Union, and 52 African states contributed a little amount of seed capital each. In other words, each country could contribute an amount of money that wasn't a train smash for them, right? But that collection of capital is able to put maybe $500 million initially, then $1 billion, and it's $2 billion, and today Afrexim's capital is around the $7 billion mark. Now, that capital can go into international markets because it has the systems, the risk processes, the balance sheet, and it has the rating because it's doing things at a global scale and raise money maybe 10 times its capital base, 20 times its capital base. And it has the capacity to research opportunities locally, understand the needs of our continent, and back the right entrepreneurs. And I believe it's important to identify and build African champions. Now, so Dangote, as an example, is an African champion that has been able to aid Africa's move to being cement self-sufficient. So from importing cement 10 years ago, we're exporting cement. From importing refined petroleum products, we're exporting refined petroleum products. We've been able to go as a company, as an African champion, to go from a distributor and a trader of fuels and hydrocarbons to a producer of one, to become one of the largest producers of crude oil, okay, and gas, and processing it to also produce electricity. We account for close to 20% of Nigeria's electricity. And we're able also to now build a clean energy section to now take advantage of, of solar, of wind, of things to create the next vista of cheap, affordable power. 45% of our continent still does not consume energy products and needs to start to. You're going to have poverty until you have, energy sovereignty, and people have the chance to consume basic power projects, and then small-scale industries can have power to build plants and industries which they can sell within the continent to one another. And so financial institutions of Afrexim, which are closer to the host countries, but also are acceptable to international global institutions who will buy the bonds they issue. They're the bridge. They're the financial bridge to bring capital into the continent. They're the commercial bridge to help us build products and services which we can export. And so we need to encourage Africa to build more and more specialized financial institutions who can deliver. And now we have the African Energy Bank. And I think the African Energy Bank is absolutely important to be able to, one, indigenize the production of oil and gas, to catalyze the development of plants to be able to process our gas and build gas processing facilities, petrochemical plants, methanol. These are the value-added things where a lot of money is being made abroad because they're taking our raw materials once again, adding value to it and distributing it and giving us 10% of the value. We need to raise the money to build locally, and it's happening, and if we could set our sights on being able to double our capacity every 5 years, I think we would be able to have a continent that is capable of having a vision for energy sufficiency within a small space of time. I think we could achieve it easily in 25 years. And 25 years in today's world is like, what, 1/3 of a lifetime. We can achieve it successfully to the point where we become not just self-sufficient, but it becomes a major earner for foreign exchange for the continent.
Now, I want to move on to leadership, because you run complex operations across different countries, and that requires a certain type of leadership. What core values have guided you and helped you on your path?
In terms of core values, our core values are teamwork, respect, integrity, passion, and professionalism. We've had that from day one in our company. We believe in teams. We believe in teams being able to rely on one another to excel. So, I think the vision and the limitations of a project, of a company, of an institution should be known and understood by everybody. I don't like corporate secrets. I think everybody should know where everybody is. If it's shared, it's our problem. If it's hidden away, it's your problem. It's something I love to say in the office. You have to have a shared vision, shared values. And when you have shared vision and shared values, you build teams that are based on strengths and weaknesses of different people, okay? And then you are able to integrate and execute. Execution is a culture of excellence as far as I'm concerned. You need to decide to be world-class in all you do. It's not enough to be second place or third place. You need to be best in class or aspire to be best in class. And there's no excuse to say because you are located in Africa that your standards should be African. It should be the other way around, and excellence has always been our buzzword. Then you have to have a governance system around what you do, and I think governance is extremely important, particularly in an entrepreneurial environment. There are limitations, and so have the experts around you, have them question you, and use them as a means of tempering your ambitions to a level where they work and they're capable of execution. And so integrity is extremely important, like I said, and I repeated. Your word should be your bond. And I like people who have energy, and we try and make sure that our staff have energy, not just our executives, and also have the energy to energize other people. They make things happen. They execute. And most of all, we need people with passion. We need people with professionalism. We need people who want to show up at work every day, looking for the next challenge. Wanting to do better than they did last time. Who are on a mission, and the mission is to surpass themselves and to excel their own capacity.
Now, when you think about your own legacy, what impact do you hope to leave on Oando's Africa energy independence and the next generation of leaders?
I think our main lesson for the next generation is that it can be done. It's easier for you because we've taken the risk, okay, and we succeeded. And so, you have the benefit of AI today, and you have the benefit of knowledge, you have the benefit of the African Export-Import Bank, for example, one of the many institutions. You have the benefit of the IATF. It's the information age. Everything we do is available. In the old days, you didn't know what was available. You had to fly to countries. We didn't even have payment systems. I remember carrying 5 million naira in cash in a duffel bag, not being able to check it in a plane in Africa, going from one country together and holding my duffel bag through turbulence and saying, even if the plane crashed, this money is not going to go missing. So the point is that the world has changed. Now it's done on an app on a phone, right? So it can be done, and so you need to take it to the next level. You need to not be scared of your dreams, not be scared of the limitation in your capacity, collaborate, have your curiosity, go into the world and win. I think that's really the message. It can be done, and you're going to do it even much better than we did because you have the benefit of where we failed and a benefit of our experience to learn from.
So there's so much more information now. People are able to just look and learn, as you've just said. Do you possibly have 3 guiding lessons that you can impart to a young entrepreneur that might want to get into energy or beyond that?
3 guiding principles. 1, as I said, don't be scared of your dreams. To dream is to succeed. You're going to be told what you're proposing or suggesting doesn't make sense because the world is full of people who are scared of they're scared of the unknown, and they have every right to be scared of the unknown. Man's natural instinct is to protect. So if there's a challenge, you fight, you flee, or you freeze. Most of the time, we freeze or we run. You've got to stand and fight. It's going to be a long, drawn-out battle. You have to have resilience. You have to, I'd say, 1, dream. I think dreaming is extremely important. Dreaming is having your vision. Don't be scared of your vision. 2, execute. Don't procrastinate. Do what you have to do and do it over and over and again. And 3, be prepared for challenges. Be resilient. You're going to face tremendous amount of challenges and get used to those challenges. Get used to periods of loneliness. Get used to deferred gratification. Get used to hard work, because there's no gain without sacrifice. In Africa, you're going to end up with a lot of battle scars. Get used to them and be proud of them. Wear them and don't be scared of failing because every failure is simply an opportunity to learn. And behind every one of the success stories you see are tons of failures. I mean, we're professional failures. We failed a lot more times than we won, but our winning is spectacular by virtue of the failures that we've experienced.
I like that, professional failures. You fail a lot more than you won. Now, as you look towards Africa's economic and energy future, are there any development or trends that give you the greatest sense of optimism right now?
Great sense of optimism comes from the fact that I think the continent is finally taking its own destiny into its own hands. Every day, there's more and more of consistent desire that waiting for the Western world to come and do one thing or the other. You know, whether it's in our engagement with China today, which is new and it must be admired. The Chinese have come, Africa has engaged them, not on a political basis, on a commercial basis. We're doing infrastructure deals with them. They're exporting our goods and services, they're building locally, we're getting transfer of technology. Our African champions that are being built, large corporates of African origin are being built. They're raising their capital on the continent. The equity holders are on the continent. The returns are being kept on the continent and being reinvested. Our governments are becoming responsible when it comes to that. They've understood the importance of level playing fields. Like Nigeria, we've had a president that's been courageous enough to remove the fuel subsidies and allow and save $12 billion a year of monies which were being stolen. We has able to level our exchange rate such that everybody has access to foreign exchange, not just a few people. And Africa has suffered from a lot of mismanagement, a lot of corruption, which has really affected the capacity of the private sector to thrive. So now we're getting a platform for the private sector to do well. And the private sector, the public sector is beginning to act like the private sector. So Afreximbank is a public sector institution, yet its ethos. It's more aggressive than most private sector banks. The CEO charges around the world, the management team are everywhere. You know what I mean? They sit down, they negotiate with you, and they hold you to your promises, and they deliver no different from any private sector institution would do. You know, and the difference is, it gives me great comfort to know that we're finally taking charge of our own destiny, and we're not looking at sitting back and being that continent that's simply looking for aid. No, we don't want aid. We want investment. You know, and we want fair terms to compete. We don't want favors, and that's really what gives me a lot of support, a lot of excitement about the future, and makes me happy to wake up every morning to go ahead and do something new and something bigger and something greater.
If you could set one bold, measurable goal for Africa's private sector to achieve by, say, 2040, what would it be?
I'd say we need to move our processing of agricultural products, from the 10% auditors, to somewhere around the 75% mark. And the good news is that agricultural processing is not very capital intensive. It takes a will, it takes the will of government, it takes the right entrepreneurs, it takes the right institutions to do so. And we need to apply the same principles with mining and beneficiation. We need to apply the same principles with energy. We're already doing it in many other areas in our continent, but we need to take charge of our low-hanging fruits. And it's more of an organizational an intellectual challenge than it is a financial challenge. We can amass the resources which we need, but we need to be better organized and more intentional about achieving this purpose.
Wale Tinubu, thank you so much for your insights. Please do give him a warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's fine, you can leave it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Lisa Marie Mishtak from the BBC News there in our, almost our last, but we have one more thing for you before we end day 2. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to now mark a milestone with the launch of the IATF Development Impact Report. Now, this report captures how the intra-African trade fair drives investment, jobs, and cross-border trade, while measuring its real impact on Africa's economic integration. It's a vital tool for investors, for innovators, and for policymakers shaping the continent's growth. Now, to introduce the launch of the IATF Development Impact Report, I'm going to call to the podium 3 gentlemen who represent the co-authors of the report: Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. So, one by one, your three wise men. Please welcome them. To begin with, representing Afreximbank is the Managing Director, Strategy and Product Development. Please welcome Mr. Emeka Uzoigwe.
All right, before we start, I would also like to invite my other colleagues from the AUC, Dr. Patrick Olomo, and also Mr. Albert. Where is Mr. Albert? Please, can you join the stage, please? No, I am. Yeah. All right, so to proceed as we have agreed to move forward, we'll invite the FCT Secretary to again introduce himself and then make a short remark. Mr. Albert. Put this, yeah, that's right. It's not going to go for it. Yeah, I can put on it here. Yes. So my name is Albert Kandapa Jr. I'm a senior advisor at the ASCFTA Secretariat. And at the outset, I would like to convey the apologies of His Excellency the Secretary General, who is unable to be here with us today. But I should be able to stand in his stead. If it's about the impact of the IATF, I am sure I could go on for a day and a half. But for purposes of time, I would limit myself to a couple of minutes. And Mr. Moderator, do well to call my attention if I'll stay my welcome. Well, good afternoon, distinguished guests, entrepreneurs, business leaders, and partners in Africa's economic journey. It is a great honor to be part of this important session, one that just celebrates the achievements of individuals and organizations, but also reflects the real impact and possibilities that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair has unlocked for our continent. For us at the Secretariat, IATF is more than a trade fair. It is a platform, a powerful engine of visibility for partnership, for transformation. And as I stand here today, I share our experience, not just as organizers, but as beneficiary of what happens when ambition meets opportunities in the right space. Our journey with the IATF began soon after the birth of the Secretariat, where we participated in our first event, engaging in a truly Pan-African platform of this scale. It was a bold step in a space we believe had the potential to transform our outlook. From the first day, the energy was palpable. We could see Africa's potential in every aisle, every booth, every handshake. But beyond the scale and organization, it was the quality of conversation and the seriousness of the buyers, investors, and policymakers present that made the difference. We have seen deals worth several billions of US dollars, which has now grown into a long-term business relationship, increased brand visibility, especially as part of IATF's ecosystem of African success stories. But perhaps the most important participant walked away with renewed confidence, a belief that our solutions are not just relevant, but essential to the African markets. Since then, we have seen measurable growth, increased exports, jobs creation, secured investment, and etc. Africa wants African solutions, and IATF is where those solutions find the partners and platforms to thrive. A key value is the meetings, the panels, and the connections made outside the exhibition space, Follow-up is everything. Many of our wins come not through the fair itself, but in the months that followed, because follow-up and through is what matters. A little advice to future participants. To those considering participating in future IATF, whether you are a startup, a growing SME, or an established organization, my advice is simple. Prepare, participate, and be bold. The African market is open, but it rewards those who show up readily to build relationships and create value. In wrapping up, I want to thank my co-organizers, or I should say our co-organizers, Afreximbank and the African Union, and our moderator, for providing us a platform where African excellence can be seen, celebrated, and sealed. Let us continue to trade and invest and grow, not just across borders, but beyond our boundaries. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert Dankapa. May I invite my colleague from the AUC to also introduce himself and make short remarks.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. It is certainly one of the greatest moments of the day because we are launching a report that is telling the story of the IATF, which, as you know, is in its 4th edition. The report is highlighting the journey that we have so far been engaged in, and it is telling one story. We have to be resilient, we have to be courageous, and we have to take our responsibilities in terms of what we want to see Africa becoming. And one of the key messages that the report is conveying, and I'm very happy because the fireside chat that we just had has conveyed the same message, is a message of audacity. And it is saying that the size of our dreams must always exceed our potential, because it is only in that perspective that we will be able to make the AFCFTA the game changer that it is supposed to be. In that perspective, on our side at the African Union Commission, we are committed to supporting the Intra-African Trade Fair. Just to recall that the Intra-African Trade Fair was conceived long ago in the AU setting when it was still the Organization of the African Unity. So we have made it a reality, and that reality is shaping the future that we are looking for, the future of an African continent that produces the goods that we are consuming, the future of our African continent that is sustainably financing its own development. And in this, we would like to take this opportunity to once again convey our appreciation to Afreximbank for the support that it's providing, not only for the Intra-African Trade Fair, but to the Union at large. With this, I would like to sincerely invite you to read the report, which is providing key highlights on what we have been able to achieve so far. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't say 5 seconds to leave. Yeah, correct.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, esteemed partners from across our beloved continent, the global Africa, and the rest of the world, good evening and welcome. It is both a privilege and a profound moment of pride for us to join you here today at the Intra-African Trade Fair, a dynamic gathering of ideas, innovation, and enterprise. This fair is more than an event. It is a living expression of what is possible when Africa chooses to trade, collaborate, and grow together. Today, we are here not only to celebrate the power of connection and commerce, but also to unveil a landmark contribution to Africa's development narrative, we proudly launched the report titled The Impact of the Inter-African Trade Fair on African Trade and Development, a collaborative work between Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and AFCCA Secretariat. The report goes beyond analysis. It is a reflection of the growing momentum behind African integration and transformation. It documents the tangible impact of this trade fair, billions in trade and investment deals signed and executed, intra-African trade volumes boosted, manufactured exports facilitated, SMEs empowered, regional value chains expanded, and jobs created across the continent. It affirms what we have always believed, that when Africa trades with Africa, Africa prospers. At Afreximbank, together with the African Union Commission and the AFCCA Secretariat, we are proud to stand at the forefront of this movement, turning bold ambitions into real outcomes and shared vision into measurable progress. This report is evidence of that commitment, a commitment not to only trade, but to transform the continent. As we launch this important report today, let it serve as a catalyst for dialogue, for action, for stronger collaboration, and for a renewed commitment to building the integrated, industrialized, and prosperous Africa we all envision. The future of Africa is not only being shaped in the boardrooms and trade halls, it's also being forged in the policies that we craft, the partnership we nurture, and bold vision that we pursue together. As the African proverb says, a single bracelet does not jingle. This Development Impact Report is a testament to what we can build, what we can measure, build, and accomplish together. We invite you to read it with curiosity, reflect on it with purpose, and engage with its insights. Let it inform your strategies, inspire your ambitions, and above all, strengthen our collective resolve to make intra-African trade the cornerstone of Africa's development. Thank you, and God bless.
And thank you very much, gentlemen. All that remains is for us to officially launch the report, of which I have your precious copy here. If I could hand out those copies. And you know how this works, gentlemen, right? It's never complete until we take the family photo. So let's invite 2 more people to join. Who are we inviting? Yes, okay, Hillary, if you could also join us, please. Okay, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to join me over here. Let's go to the middle of the floor here. Let's come and stand over here. Is there anybody else? Yusuf? Yes, definitely Yusuf. Join us, please. Are we forgetting anyone, gentlemen? So come and take the middle of the seat. You see the mark there? If you guys could stand either side of it. Okay, that's fine. Bunch up, please, together so it's better for the cameraman. Photographers, are they ready? Go ahead and snap. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the launch of the IATF Development Impact Report. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we're going to just put some furniture. So if I could ask my colleagues to quickly move the furniture onto the stage as we go for our final closing session today of IATF Day 3. You've got to the finishing line, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with us as we move some of the furniture around for the final closing session of IATF 2025. Closing session of Day 3, should I say, of IATF 2025. Now. Let's end the day on a high here. This is the closing session, which showcases chief executive officers, CEOs, who have leveraged IATF to drive real business success. Because nothing actually carries an idea, a solution forward better than those people who are in the trenches, who are getting their boots dirty, rolling up their sleeves to actually make the Africa we want possible. And these are CEOs that we're going to showcase today who've leveraged the IATF to really succeed and drive business success. Many of them, of course, are here at the IATF, and I'm sure you're meeting and hearing from many of them. For example, did you know that Afreximbank's back deals, the past IATF editions, this being the fourth, have led to tens of thousands of new jobs? Many, many people, not just jobs, but SMEs and startups have originated from this very unique platform. So grab your notebooks, because these lessons and partnerships are free. Usually you spend thousands of dollars on consultants to get this type of information. And these are partnerships shaping Africa's future. Your moderator in this final session is the publisher of New African Business, the African Banker Award. He is Mr. Omar Ben Yedda. Give him a round of applause as he takes to the stage.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good evening, everyone. So as Mark has kindly put it, this is the real-life stories from people who have attended IATF, who have designed IATF to some extent, and we'll hear about one of the CEOs about that. But before we start our panel, I believe there's a quick video that we'd like to show in terms of the IATF impact. Wow, quite extraordinary. I don't know what I've been doing these past 6 years, but these guys have been at work. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon my panelists, Madam Nonye Ayeni, who's the ED and CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mr. Usama Fahmi, Economic Development Expert, Git Zone, CEO, and Mr. Benjamin Kamanga, Executive Director of the insurance fund, ZEP Re. And also Engineer Mansour Ahmed, former advisor to Alhaji Dangote at Dangote Group and former Executive Director. Engineer Mansour, I know you had to leave. You have to leave quite soon, so I thought you had already left, but we're delighted to have you here. I don't know if Mr. Benjamin Kamanga is here from ZEP Re. They got a shout out earlier on. But Engineer Mansour, you've been an advisor, executive director at the Dangote Group. We had a Dangote Day today. So how important are marketplaces like this in terms of helping grow your business as Dangote Group?
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Great. Sorry, what's the question again, please?
So today's a Dangote Day.
Yeah.
You've got a big booth outside in the exhibition hall.
Indeed.
So, and the Dangote Group today is obviously a lot more present than just in Nigeria. I believe you're in 12 or 18 markets on the continent. So how important is a platform like the Intra-Africa Trade Fair to groups like Dangote to help expand your services and markets across the continent, to help with the advocacy and to help connect you with the right people in these different markets?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that question. I believe that participants who have been in this hall maybe half an hour back would have seen the presentations of the Dangote Day. And I believe that perhaps one factor that shows the importance of the IATF and in fact the AFCFTA to the progress that Dangote has achieved, Dangote Group has achieved, cannot be perhaps more poignant than the last presentation of our refinery. When we started constructing this refinery in 2017, IATF was just in the making. I think some discussions were going on before the first IATF in 2018. But I think the spirit of IATF and the AFCFTA clearly were behind the partnership we have had with Afreximbank, and indeed the tremendous support we got from the bank, and particularly the support and encouragement from the president then, Professor Orama, to go ahead with that project. Indeed, there are many in Nigeria and outside Nigeria who did not believe that we could make it. So when a year ago, almost a year ago, we completed the refinery, and when about 3 months ago, we shipped our first cargo of aviation turbine fuel to Europe, we have indeed achieved a remarkable transformation, a remarkable disruption of the market system, particularly for that product. And that's, I think, the spirit of IATF, to create a new environment that will propel African businesses and Africa to upturn the experiences we've had for centuries, that Africa exports raw materials and imports finished products, which are clearly, in fact, demonstrated by the experiences of Nigeria over the past 20 years or so, where we export crude oil and imported finished petroleum products. Now, Africa is an exporter of petroleum products within Africa and within Nigeria. Secondly, I think one of the key objectives of IFTF and indeed AFCFTA is to promote investment across Africa. It's promote African businesses investing outside their own country in other African countries. And today, as we showed earlier, Dangote Group has invested in cement plants in 10 countries and has footprints in probably another 7 or 8 countries. So clearly, this is transformation that literally demonstrates the aspirations of IATF and the AFCFTA. And I think Dangote is clearly an example of the aspiration, of the desire, of the vision of those who, introduced IATF and AFCFTA. And we are indeed happy to be. And as you may have heard, only a few weeks ago, we signed an investment arrangement to establish a fertilizer plant in Ethiopia, a value of $2.5 billion. Again, this is in the spirit of IATF and the spirit of Africa and the spirit of Agenda 2063. So indeed, we regard the IATF as a significant moment. And indeed, over the past 6 years, from 2018, 11 years from 2018, Dangote Group has participated in each of the, including this one, the 4 sessions of IATF.
Fantastic. So, as you rightly said, IATF, the first one was in 2018, but there was actually a pre-IATF in 2017. So I believe Mr. Osama Fahmy was at that initial IATF in 2017. It wasn't called IATF then, but tell us the story and how you've grown and how it's enabled you to grow your business.
I was lucky because I attended the kickoff of IATF in 2017 in Cairo. I was lucky because I attended the IATF kickoff in 2017 in Cairo, and I was a speaker there. And also, I'm lucky because I attended, or I'm a witness of kickoff of IATF. And also, IATF and Afreximbank were a witness for our kickoff as a company in Africa. So, in that time, I announced about our company for the first time in Africa in IATF 2017. And we prepared very well to be exhibitor in IATF 2018. But really, I would like or tell it as a story because I think that I'm lucky to attend IATF from the start to the stars now. I think I can describe the journey as from the start to the stars, or from the land to the sky. I'm very happy also because the 4th edition of IATF is very successful. IATF is now more mature, and I think IATF now is the first platform for connecting Africa to Africa. Every time we come to IATF, I want to describe also that we started with IATF 2017. We are exhibitors in 2018. In 2021 in Durban, we are exhibitors, speakers, and also we are a marketing partner that we share in the development of IATF. And I owe a lot of thanks to IATF and Afreximbank. They supported us a lot. We started in 2018 by 2 offices only. Our company was 2 offices. Today, we are 35 offices. We utilize the platform of IATF too much, and we make a great connections during IATF versions in South Africa and Cairo 2 times, and today in Algeria. Every time we discover a lot of things and discovers a lot of markets. Not only the hosted country, which is I want to thank all Algerians for the hosts and the Algeria government for this successful event. But only we discovered a lot of markets out of the host country because now IATF is the platform of connecting all Africa together. I think that we make a lot of deals during IATF. We make a partnership with Russian government in IATF in Durban. We make a partnership with government of South Africa, Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal during IATF. And this results a business and a growth for our company, which started from 2 markets to now 55 markets and 35 offices. I think this growth, IATF and Afreximbank, one of the main reasons of our growth. So I would like to thank them and thank all the team who supported us in this journey.
Fantastic. What an amazing story. What an amazing story of helping an SME grow and access new markets, which is everything that we want to hear. So, Madam Ndiaye, in terms of yourself leading the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, so how do you approach your engagement at IATF, and what lessons can other trade promoters and exporters here today draw from your experience?
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to start by saying that IATF is a very, very powerful platform that has helped the Nigerian entrepreneurs, the SMEs, the women, and other players in the value chain to tap the opportunities inherent in African countries. It helped them to unlock the potentials, and this platform has actually helped Nigerian women, the SMEs, to be able to have created market access and market linkages. And you see a lot of them before IATF, before we started bringing them to IATF as a marketplace, some of them were barely trading within the country. But you see so many of them trading in various African countries. Some of them have the courage to even go beyond Africa. So we are beginning to see a whole lot of participation, a lot of people coming into the export ecosystem because of this IATF. So technically it has helped us to improve, to increase the trade volume and value. I would say that last year, year on year, Nigerian export grew by 20.7%, which is the highest ever. And even first half of this year is grown again by another 19%. And some of these products are going to African countries. It will surprise you to know that before IATF, we were exporting. Nigerian entrepreneurs and SMEs were exporting, but not that much. You will surprise that last year we did about a million metric tons within African continent, specifically within ECOWAS. We did 660 metric tons exported. That's formal trade. If you count the informal trade, it's so much. And that's about almost $140 million. And then if you now extend it to the whole of Africa, it was about additional $83 million, and that covers another 4. So within Africa, we've done about 1 million metric ton, covering over $1 million. I mean, $200 million. So that's something that never really happened. So we see this, the Nigerian entrepreneurs are very rugged, very determined and dogged, and they have leverage on this IATF to do great things. And I would also like to say that there's been growth in terms of number of products that are being exported within Africa. I spoke about what I'm giving is even the formal trade. If you look at majority of the trade going within the African continent, especially in the West African, they are basically, most of them are informal trade. So it's also opening their eyes to see how they can enlist themselves, onboard themselves to formal trade. So there's a lot that's going on, and we see this as an opportunity. It's created, this IATF also has served as an opportunity to, apart from deepening the trade and growth in trade, then also created jobs. And you see most of the products going to West African countries, most of the trade going to African countries are manufactured goods. So it has also improved value addition. So it is a powerful platform that Nigerian entrepreneurs, SMEs, and women have taken advantage of, and you can see them in our platform. We brought 70 SMEs. In this, you can go to Nigerian pavilion. You can see the resilience. You can see the passion. I think this is one thing that IATF has done for Nigerian entrepreneurs and SMEs. Thank you.
Fantastic. And those numbers are mind-boggling. It shows you the size of the opportunity as well. So, Mr. Benjamin Kamanga, you're the executive director at the insurance fund ZEBRI that covers, well, initially the Comesa region, but now the whole of Africa. You had a shout out in the video right now in terms of the bridge and the transit, the facility that you're working with Afreximbank in terms of facilitating trade and lowering the cost of transporting these goods through those borders. So tell us your experience of IATF. I think this is your first time here. So, and your expectations and what you're here for, really.
So good evening.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for the opportunity to ZEPRI to participate in this story of ITF. So let me say that we are fairly very new listening to their story of to IATF. Of course, we have joined IATF at the invitation of our very good partner, Afrexim. And I want to concur with my peers here that it is a good forum for Africa to showcase the knowledge, the depth of experience, the depth of practice in trade promotion. To just create a context, let me just explain in short. ZEPRI is certainly a commercial institution, but writes business across Africa, meaning reinsurance business, and in the morning I spoke about inclusive insurance business. One of the early mandates of ZEPRI was running a regional pool for what you call commercial yellow card. Commercial yellow card is a third-party insurance cover which enables trucks to transport goods from any part of Eastern and Southern Africa from one country to the other with only one insurance certificate, meaning you don't have to stop every border. The second instrument, which ZEPRI has been working on, implemented over those years also, is we call regional custom transit guarantee bond. And that is in the commercial region. And again, enables goods to move across several countries using one guarantee bond. So the collaboration with Afrexim and FCTA is really to use that knowledge of ZEPRI to build or put together a continental single bond guarantee to enable goods to move from any country across Africa using one guarantee. And we'll be discussing about that tomorrow, the conversation around that. So ITF gives us a forum to engage with the industry players, to engage with the RECs, the regional economic blocks, to have a conversation around how can we make it possible for goods to cross from one country to the other in a very inexpensive way, less laborious, hopefully as we go to borderless Africa. So that is the conversation we are going to have tomorrow morning, and I want to encourage each one of you to join us. And we have put together a partnership with Afrexim and FCTA to make that possible. So that is why I'm here, to make sure to continue that conversation and to make that a reality, like it is the case in the Eastern and Southern Africa.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Kamanga. So if I can come back to you, Engineer Mansour, in terms of on the advocacy side, so a platform like IATF is plays an important role on the advocacy side so that our decision makers in government make it easier for businesses like yours to operate regionally and to invest, as you have done recently in Ethiopia. So how important is the advocacy part of IATF, more than just a marketplace?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think, frankly, there are so many impediments to trade. But the key, the greatest one, is having regulatory misalignments between the various, at the various borders, and the problems of different policies, investment policies, transit policies across different countries. And I think IATF has been a major advocacy mechanism to remove those barriers particularly. And I think indeed over the years, in terms of investment in other countries, we can show how IATF has helped us through this advocacy. Our first investment in outside Nigeria, I think in either Zambia or in Ethiopia, took us years to facilitate, to get to closure. But the investment I'm talking about in fertilizer, only a few weeks ago, literally took a few months. So clearly, there's a tremendous progress in terms of aligning cross-border policies, cross-border regulations, which enable businesses to do business across borders. There are also the problems of simply bringing people together. And that's very important, because at the end of the day, business investment is done through the agency of business people, businessmen and women. And until you bring these businessmen and women to meet, to build confidence, to build trust, there may be very little trade. And yet, this forum we have created has been probably the first major real forum for bringing African businesses together. And I think this is one of the most successful, if you like, platforms for bringing people to work together, to actually engage each other, to invest together, and to do business. Particularly in terms of building, what do you call it, production links, right? Linkages, where you can actually work with your partner to join, if you like, the various links in the chain of your businesses, so that you scale up the total for everybody. That has been remarkably, has improved remarkably over the past 8 years, since 2018. Yeah. So I believe that advocacy process has been most successful and has helped, and I'm sure it will continue to help to ginger our various countries to identify the bottlenecks to trade. There are others like infrastructure that will take time. But I think, you know, with commitment, business people know how to handle those issues that are likely going to take time. But the ones that are critical are ones like the ones I've mentioned, but also the issue of movement of people across that. I think this is an area that we must continue to work.
And I think the trade fair does that. It forces us to go to different countries, meet different people, yes, and also forces our policymakers to look at Africa as one continent.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, look at it. If your lecture, Dangote is to travel around the 50 or 54 or 55 countries in Africa, he will need about 50 visas. If we can organize ourselves so that even if we reduce the visas into regions, so that you have West African visa, East African visa, etc., you will have only 6 visas to cover 50 countries. That should be a tremendous cost saver, a tremendous motivator for people to move around. And I think that, again, is something that IATF can indeed promote more vigorously.
And it's playing its role as an enabler and an accelerator. And what I wanted to focus on is also what it's done to SMEs. We look at the big numbers, but ultimately the big numbers are made up of lots of small numbers. But you started off as an SME and it's helped you to grow your business. Is that so?
I want to segregate between two things. How to utilize IATF as a platform or as an event. You can connect with all Africa and also countries from outside Africa. I think any SME or any company which is have to think in strategic way to utilize IATF as a platform, which is, it should be planning before the event, do the planning before the event, and put the plan during the 7 days of the event, and after event follow-up. Because you will do a lot of network and relations and connections, and you will meet a lot of people, but you have to select what is your targets from this event. The targets depend on your needs as a SME or as a private sector. So you have to plan before the event, and during the event you have a target you have to achieve. After the event you have a tough follow-up, okay? So you will get all the growth you need. And every version of IATF, I think it's more stronger than the before. Every version stronger than the before version. So every SME or every private sector can utilize the platform. The second thing, which is I want to tell, that IATF and Afreximbank inspired us. Yani, we become more brave to invest in Africa. Also, we think about a lot of initiatives like our investment forum, Africa Investment Day. So this is from the inspiring ideas from Afreximbank and IATF. Also initiatives in supporting the manpower and supporting the joint venture between manufacturers inside Africa. This is also ideas come from inspiring of the Afreximbank and IATF as a platform. So it's not only the growth in figures, small or big, even SMEs or big companies, or transforming from SME to big company which have branches all over the world, but also how to utilize this to initiate a lot of ideas to support the countries you run business in, and also to grow your companies or the group of companies you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Usema. And plan, connect, follow up. Follow up is key. So, Madame Ndiaye, what lessons or advice would you share with your fellow participants here to help them maximize their experience this week, other than visiting the Nigerian stands and working with Nigerian companies?
The lessons and how I would say that. Say again?
Or tips. Tips that you may have to fellow participants.
Okay, thank you very much. I would say that the participants or the people that have come for this IATF should also learn from Nigerian entrepreneurs and SMEs. It's an opportunity that you can't get anywhere. So when you come, try to network, try to create your visibility to your product and your commodities. I moved around quite a lot. Apart from I have exporters around us, you go around some other areas apart from Nigeria, you see some people sitting down, just looking. I think it's an opportunity they should not let slip off their fingers. It's an opportunity that of a lifetime, so I will encourage them to take advantage of that. But let me also speak to some of the things that we have done too at Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and I will speak to women, you know, in terms of WIDE. Some of the, I don't know whether you know about WIDE. It's a program that was launched in Abu Dhabi by WTO and ITC in conjunction with NEPC. So it was a program launched by WTO and ITC in Abu Dhabi, and then they chose, it was a competitive bid, and they were going to pick only 4 BSO, Business Support Organization, in the whole world. And Nigerian Export Promotion Council won the bid for Africa, the only African institution that won it, and we're one of the 4 BSOs that were chosen in the world. And then they opened it up. They had 4 other institutions in the world. And then they asked us to get mobilized women. You will surprise you that we had 68,000 women. But of course, they are just going to give grants and train just about 146. So the lesson to learn is that people are hungry. The women are hungry. And the SMEs are hungry. They are hungry to export. They are hungry to be part of the global marketplace. They are hungry to play competitively. So my advice again is that they should build their capacity. These women, they should build their capacity to be able to export, capacity to be able to play actively in the global market. And institutions like NEPC and other stakeholders are there to train them, training them on good agricultural practices, on packaging and labeling. And then, of course, we also see how they can also onboard them on e-commerce. Digital trade is the way to go. And digital trade is transformative. So the lesson is come in for interest. Don't just come to be an onlooker. Come in and take advantage of it. Leverage on this platform. Expand your business. Deepen what you do. Connect to the world and make money. And most importantly, add value to your product and create jobs for your people. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for your great advice. So, Mr. Benjamin Kamanga, the last word is yours. You mentioned how you got together with Afreximbank to leverage your balance sheets, your combined balance sheets. So how important is this platform, as a platform for collaboration so that we can punch above our weights and get together to make sure that we have the facilities, the balance sheet, and also the instruments that we need to increase and develop trade on the continent.
So I think so far the collaborations have worked reasonably well, as much as they are very recent. We did speak in the morning that with the collaboration of Afreximbank, we were able to launch early in this year a Trans-Africa Bond Alliance. And essentially that is most likely an idea born out of IATF. Essentially that contractors working in the region, people doing trade across the region needed a cheaper way of being de-risked, And so some of those collaborations have been useful, and we will continue doing collaboration, not only between ZEPRI Afrexim, with Africa-RE, with ATD, and the IFC, and the whole idea is together as MFI of Africa, we would be able to de-risk trade for our investors in this region. And I can promise that I'm sure more is coming.
Fantastic. Thank you to our panelists for sharing these powerful insights. For everyone here in Algiers, these experiences are an invitation to network more boldly, to seize opportunities, and to transform your own IATF story into lasting success like yours here. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Take a family photo.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to kindly exit the stage at the front. You want to take a photo first? Go ahead. Your final panel of day 3. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we go, I just want to tell you what's happening tomorrow. Omar, come over here because this involves you. Omar Ben Yedder, the IC Publications publisher. You and I are working tomorrow together on this very stage, are we not? The Investor Forum at IATF 2025 begins at 9:30 a.m. right here. 9:30. Tell them about it.
Thank you. So tomorrow's the Investor Day, and we start with a futurist at 9:30 who's going to make us think very differently about what the future can look like, not just for us here on the continent, but for the world and how we can take advantage of it. Then we've got a couple of fireside chat with industrialists. We've got some great techpreneurs from Algeria and from the rest of the continent, and we're going to focus on agriculture, energy, urban infrastructure, the future of housing, and some stories around from investing and gateways between the rest of the world, such as the Middle East or the Arab world and the rest and this continent.
And it's called Investor Day. You could argue that most days are investor days because we talk about investment continuously and the investment that Afreximbank has put into intra-Africa trade. Why specifically is tomorrow such an important day? How is it different, lasering in on investment?
Well, we're going to be showcasing some projects as well that are seeking investment. We're going to be speaking to investors themselves, the people from the private equity sector who are putting their money where their mouth is and telling us about the pitfalls, but also the opportunities out there.
Okay, so make sure you don't miss it. Thank you very much, Omar Ben Yedder. I'll see you tomorrow. We've got some work to do on Investor Day. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes day 3. See you back here. We start bright and early at 9:30 a.m. See you in the morning.
In 2018, Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA Marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AFCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA marketplace.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023.